don't know where that came from. What? Hold on, looking for something. My headset. Ah, man. Dang. That hurt. We gotta toughen up, man. We got to toughen up, man. This is sad. This is sad. The easiest way to get to people, man, through their feelings. That's how it is, man. It's sad. It's sad, man. Through your feelings, we miss out. We miss out on solutions. We miss out on all type of things, man. All right, let me get this sharing some stuff, man. Sad. This has got to be talked about. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. Become the enemy when you want to help people. You got to talk the same. If you don't talk the same, you are the enemy. What a world we live in, man. What a world we live in. Let me see something real quick. Now, we will never get to any solutions through feelings only. We'll never. I got a few more people I gotta send to get my boy in here. Get him in here. Get her in here. All right. Rashida, what's the deal, man? I see you. Yeah, we about to get a little deep tonight. Got me a nice few hours on this. How you feeling, man? What you been up to? What's up, Penny? Welcome back, Penny. I remember you last night. We know we had that good talk last night. But according to today, I'm not considered a good person. But it's funny though. It's like when you don't have the same talking points as some people, they look at you different. And cause they like I can understand though. Cause like I ain't gonna lie, I used to be feelings based, right? But I realized feelings based it don't bring solutions. You know what I'm saying? It only bring a lot of complaining most of the time or talk about. But in order to make action, you have to actually use your mind. Because if you go off, like say if you go off feelings, right, you're gonna make the wrong decisions. You know, that's why a lot of people, like, especially when we get in like what's that stuff? When we picketing and all this other stuff, then we start destroying things and stuff based off our feelings because we don't think things out, right? That's what I'm saying. It's a time in our life where we have to use our mind. Sometimes we got to think logical on certain things. Sometimes we got to, but if we always getting led based off of how we feel, we will literally miss the message and we will end up, we can eventually will turn on one another, right? Because that happens a lot. You know, that's why this topic itself is a watch out for manipulation tactics. A lot of times people can get through to your feelings and stuff. And that's the main thing. It's feelings based. That's how you literally how people get manipulated, right? They go through your emotions, and especially if you're in a down state of mind or something like that, that's the best time they can get it. So you gotta watch out for that, man, because that's how a lot of us get used. A lot of us, we make wrong decisions. That's just how it is, man. And it's no talking. It's literally no talking when a person get too far in an emotional state. You can't really talk to them because they only want to hear what they want. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, we end up digging ourselves deeper in a situation that we shouldn't be in. You know what I'm saying? Because we refuse to look at things through other perspectives, right? Because we always like, oh, it's my feeling, you hurt my feelings. That means you don't like me because you hurt my feelings. But the thing is, if you ain't learn how to hurt your own feelings first, of course you're gonna attack everybody else. Of course you gonna feel like everybody's against you. But it's all about trying to see through and listen to the message of what people has been saying. Because like some of that stuff is not really a personal attack. A lot of it don't. We take things personal, especially I learned later. I mean, I learned that when we speak in generalities, a lot of people just take things personal stuff. But like I said, and I would say, besides just my room, right? I feel like this app in general is not meant for healed people, right? And that's the reason why I got that number 2 right there about that. It's not no safe space on here unless you make a room private, right? But we come on here trying to act like that there's some safe spaces out here so we could just talk about, our personal traumas and all this stuff. But everybody's not gonna side with your stuff. Then it's gonna be such things, these things called trolls. So if you on this boy unhealed and think the world gonna revolve around you and your feelings, like you done for. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna make yourself worse than you came up. I literally had some friends, right, that was on this app and I seen them just transform being worse and worse. And I was warning them like, dog, don't let this app transform you to something worse. You know what I'm saying? Because like everybody will not fit the way you want to. And you be yelling and stressing yourself out on here when you're not ready for it. As much as you want and you like the validations and attentions, but everybody's not on here to validate you. And people just can't really take that. You know what I'm saying? So we about to get somewhere tonight on this topic, man. And I got some hours for it too, because it's like, it's too many things that's just being, overlooked, man. It's being overlooked. It's being blinded to. And most of the time, we only hurting ourselves. That's what it is. We hurting ourselves. It's the reason why I be telling people, like, I mean, as a human, you really can't even, when it comes to emotions, stuff, we all got emotions, right? We all them type of creature, we that type of creature and stuff. And it just depend on the let me try to see how I would say that. Depending on the situation we have in our life, that things can actually go left from what we thought was right sometimes. That's just how it is. That's why we can't really say, well, I trust myself and all that stuff, because we'll never know, man. Somebody can make us go left in any second, and that's just reality. That's just what it is, man. Like I said, it's this thing, I guess it's called the harsh truth, man. That's what it is. But people ask for it, but they don't really want it. Codify, how you doing, my brother, man? What's the deal, man? But man, I see you, Marissa, too. I see you. But it's just like, my thing is, don't really know. Like, when you based off straight feelings, you don't know who really on your side or not, man. That's the thing. And that's why I be trying to help people as much as I can, to let them know that just because a message might feel good or sound good to you, that don't mean that they on your side. You know what I'm saying? That's all part of the manipulation tactics, and people just don't know it. You know what I'm saying? That's all they got to do is say the couple right things to you, make you feel good, like you right, you understand me. That's empathy. Everybody's famous words and stuff, right? But that ain't it. That's just them telling you what you want to hear, and then you continue living your life, digging yourself in the hole. You know what I'm saying? Don't know why it's happening, because people are enabling you and you don't see it. Because what you think, how you feel is right. I know we like using these terms, your feelings are valid and all this other stuff. Of course, though. But it's like, what we going to do with those? Like, how we going to progress in life with it? You know what I'm saying? Because it's only so far you can get away with just being feelings based. And just because some people grew and healed up and not speaking the way you want to speak, or you want them to speak, that don't mean that they don't have emotions or feelings. It's just they find out how life actually hits you. You know what I'm saying? They actually find out that life ain't just, it's not just about me all the time. Sometimes I got to take matters in my own hands and figure this thing out. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't always have people to come in my life to validate my situations. That's what it is. That's why I don't even use it. I have to come on here like, hey, let me go ahead and make something up and see if everybody's going to agree with it and see, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm feeling a certain way and all this, right? It just don't work like that. Because all you're going to do is damage yourself worse. If you feel a certain way, or you find yourself going through some stuff on here, you have to get off. You have to literally get off, because there's nothing that somebody can say on here, right? I mean, it is some things, but it's stuff like you really have to take the time and reflect. And ask yourself why, because I do that myself, right? Especially if I go in some rooms that that may trigger me or something like that, or why did I always ask myself, why did I act this way? Why I react this certain way? Why did I, because like I said, I'm big on bettering myself, and I don't need nobody enabling my feelings, because of my reaction to something. So, like I said, I'm big on that, holding myself accountable on certain things because I want to become a better person. People gonna realize that accountability is what help better you, right? People only hate that word, right? Because it's a lot. People don't like to know that I am the reason why I am feeling this way, right? People don't want to look at it that way because it's harsh to them, right? But once you grow and figure out that this thing is literally the key to healing your life, is work with the things that you had played a part in. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't control the things that you didn't. You can't. You know what I'm saying? People don't understand it. People just But like I said, it's only gonna go so far that people can enable your feelings, right? Until you gotta face that mirror. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is, because people can keep telling you about you and uplifting you all you want, but at the end of the day, that's gonna make you feel good for today. That's all it is. That's all it is for today. But then you still gonna have to face your same problems the next day. Oh, this junk is crazy, man. It's crazy though, but hey, I'm with it. I'm with it now. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people just don't like to hear. I guess they call it nowadays the harsh truth, man. They like the comfort in lies. They love even the manipulation. 'Cause manipulation can feel good. It can most definitely feel good. That's how you get people, man. It feels good though. I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, because at one point when I wasn't healed, when I haven't faced a lot of my situations I went through, I was in the same boat, and I can understand people that's like that, right? I do have a grace for them and all that, right? But sometimes you got to realize that some areas or some places just is not meant for you at the moment, or you're not ready for it. That's just what it is. You're just not ready. Hold up, my boy. Spiritual coming up. Cause like, man, this this world.
What's up, Kev?
What up, man?
Nothing, man. Cooling. Been
It's
wild
about
on
to get sweaty
TikTok this
today,
whole
man.
morning.
So this is a warning.
Man, it been
About
wild
to
on
get
TikTok
sweaty.
this whole morning, bro. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah.
I've been watching the whole thing.
You say you watch what?
I've been watching the whole thing from whenever so and so went on the live to when they made their own live to when it was on your case to yeah.
Oh, you seen everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I feel it though. I feel it. It is what it is though, and that's why I'm making my live, right? But my
And
stuff
it's
is, like
like
I said, my stuff is not solution based. I mean, not, and I said not solution. It is solution based. It's not to sit here and enable feelings, man. That's just what it is. And
and
I'm
like
just trying to. I really want to just. I'm really trying to help people, but a lot of people just can't take it. That's just what it is. Once people get on here and get on their feelings and stuff, it's just a wrap after that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I
right,
did make a live about that a while ago. That emotional people is very like, and I'm not gonna say it like that, but people that's too emotional, man, it's like it's really that becomes dangerous, right? Because you
right,
get too emotional, you think everybody's going against you. You dang near you make all type, and I was mentioning earlier, you make harsh decisions, right? Because your feelings, you can't take certain things. You lose friends like
right.
that. You lose all type of things because you don't know how to put your own feelings in check. And that's why I talk about emotional control so much. People don't like none of these things I talk about: emotional control, accountability, put your ego to the side, even this entitlement mentality, and all them, most of them fall for that situation and don't know why they're going through what they're going through.
It's like I came to figure out like emotions. It's not your feelings. Emotions is how you think you feel.
Yeah,
You feel me? And like you know me, bro. I'm gonna sit back. I'm listening to both sides, and I actually see like I see both sides. Your side, their side. I see both
facts.
sides. You
I
right
do
and
too.
they right. I'm not saying you wrong. I
Oh
ain't
yeah, I
saying
feel
they
that.
wrong.
Yeah, I
But see,
feel
the thing
that too. I
about
never
it,
said they was wrong
they
either,
don't.
though.
It's like they don't go deep enough. You know what? Let me go get my book because I had wrote it down so I won't forget it. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yep. And that, I like how you said that though. The thing is, I do see both sides because I've been through the other side too, right? It's obviously I can understand though, but I just don't. I don't think that a lot of people is ready to
They don't want to
overcome
hear
how
that
they
though.
feel. That's what it
Hey,
is.
hey, they don't want to hear that though.
They
They
don't
don't
they
want to hear
don't
when
want to hear that because that's
you
why they
know,
feel like I don't understand them. But I'll have to baby talk them, right? I'll have to baby talk them first before. And I understand it's people that's like that. You gotta. It's like a puzzle, right? You gotta fit the right pieces in before you can get somewhere. But sometimes with me, I mean, I ain't got the patience for stuff like that because I'm a straightforward person. So
facts.
I like to get straight to the root because, like I said, we can only cry about something until we finally get some things done. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? I know, understand some people gotta, we gotta baby some situation. It is what it is, and I do feel like everybody got their own people that they have to, get with. That's just all it is. So
You
I can
see, like the
understand it
only
though,
thing,
and I do have empathy and sympathy because I actually personally, I went through the same stuff they done went through. Well, not to the detail, but I'm just saying I can understand why
right, right,
people
right.
feel a certain way. But sometimes we got to face ourselves. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to face ourselves, or we just gonna go to the grave with it. That's just what it is.
And like what I ain't like the only thing I ain't liked about earlier was like they was coming at you like you don't be having the most powerfulest lives and you really don't say nothing. Like you be sitting back and you be listening and you let people, get it off their chest. And like that's what I love about you, bro. Like you let people get it off their chest. Like you don't be butting in. Except if it's getting too hectic, that's when you'll come in. But other than that, bro, I didn't sit here on about like a few lives where you ain't say nothing. One night you let me and two more people had a live for like about 2 or 3 hours. You ain't say not one word. You feel me? But look, I
Yeah.
had wrote down some things as I was as they were saying it earlier because I didn't want to forget it. So like
Mm.
this is the first thing I wrote down. Y'all want people. Let me see what the fuck. All right, messy. All right, y'all want people to listen or hear y'all story, but not actively listen to it. If someone is asking questions like about what happened or like what you did out there, blase blase, it's like cause I do the same thing. Like we asking for to help you for like future references to make you realize some things that you ain't realize, and if to not only help you but to help other women. You can talk to other women in the way be like, okay, well look, well maybe do that, woo. But if it's not that, it can help your daughter. Like, yeah, you grown now. Use your pain for something good. Like, turn that negative into a positive. Yes, you know what happened. Yes, you went through it, but think about it like this. You went through it so your daughter don't gotta go through it. You feel me? Like, you know what to look for now. You can tell your daughter that.
Thanks.
So now your daughter go be safe. And like, but they
Thanks.
don't want to think like that.
I like
And
how
look,
you
another
saying it.
thing.
That I love it. I
And
love
look,
it. And that's
and
what I
look,
think
and like
about.
another. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Oh,
No, go
oh,
ahead.
this is
I
written
like
down.
it. I want you to finish though.
All
That
right.
was
All
you
right.
saying
And look,
how I be thinking though.
and like another thing, okay, yeah. When we say accountability, we know what happened to y'all. We know y'all can do nothing about that. But this is what they say. Well, my parents knew and would. Okay, hold them accountable. Hold your parents accountable. If they let it happen, hold them accountable. Don't just let
Yeah.
them slide. If they know what happened and they ain't do shit, the fuck you still
Hmm.
rocking with them for? It's clear. They showed you at an early age. They don't fuck with you like that. Then
Yeah.
another thing, all right. I noticed a lot of people just want to say it and get it off their chest, but they don't want nobody to, say nothing back, ask no questions. Especially if you really listening to it, they don't want nothing to like. They don't want nobody asking that to just listen. Okay, cool. If you don't want nobody to say nothing and you just want to talk, say that in the beginning. I just want to say this. I don't want nobody to say nothing. I don't want a response. But say that in the beginning. Cause if not, people who actually rock with you, when we hear that, we gonna want to try to help you. And we asking
Thanks.
questions only because we trying to help you. But they not used to that. But
I
like,
understand that.
use y'all
Yeah.
pain for something positive, man. Like, use y'all pain,
Yeah.
what y'all went through for something positive. Like, me, cuz it's always a positive and the negative. Cause if it ain't no positive, how the fuck is it negative? You
Right.
feel me?
Right.
I bet I ain't mean
It's
to
all
cuss,
about
but it's like
prevention,
it
and a lot of
just
people don't like that prevention thing. And I like how you said that with the kids, right? And that's the first thing I think about. A lot of adults, they only really care about themselves at the moment. That's why they don't like bringing up the past or talking about this or how to avoid situations. All they rather do is point the finger, right? I'd rather say that or whatever. But the thing is, when we tell you like safety things, like, hey, I mean, do this. If you be this certain way or dress this certain way or something like that, right? This is less likely for you to go through certain things, and these are the things you should teach your daughters, your sons, and all these things. They don't think beyond that because they're thinking about the now right now, but they still stuck as a kid in the mentality because whatever the trauma happened at, that's where they still staying living at because they haven't overcame what happened, and that's why I'm saying even with this topic though, this is how you get. That's why how people get manipulated is through their traumas and their feelings because all another person had to do is like, okay, you know what? I resonate with that. And I've been through this and all this stuff or whatever. But then again, we're not saying the solution behind it, right? All you're doing is enabling a situation that they never found a way to try to, heal from or never found a way to overcome it. All you're going to do is keep hiding it and you're going to get older and older and older, still having the same talking points. And you're never going to resolve or have that clarity about your situations. You see what I'm saying? Because I always tell people, look, I say that most things happen in our life. It's up to us to learn from, grow from, or adapt with. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we're going to be stuck. You see what I'm saying? And it's the reason why I had that other part about why when accountability is always countered with victim blaming, it's always like that. We can't say accountability at all because a lot of people are allergic to that word and scared of it. So when you say it, no, what about this and this scenario and all that? They go through the worst scenarios so they can debunk the whole point of accountability. You know what I'm saying? But them are the people that's going to be still stuck at that it's like, I don't want to, like I said, I'm not trying to say anything to offend nobody, but they're going to be stuck at that mentality where they just, it's like a kid. I don't know how to put it though, but it's like they won't grow. They won't be able to mature because they're stuck there. You know what I'm saying? As long as you keep pointing that finger to somebody else, you're never going to fix that self situation. You just not.
All right, now look, Kev, hear me out. Let's go back to whenever we was kids. Why did you point the finger to other people? Nah. I'm not saying it's right. I ain't saying it's right, but just hear me out. Whenever you was caught doing wrong and you know you did it, but you don't want to get in trouble, you don't want to be held accountable by your parents, what you go do? Try to put it on any and everything else to get it off of you.
Okay.
So the people who be like, oh, you victim blame it. No, you probably did something to like, I ain't saying this, but you probably did something to cause what happened, and you don't want to put that out there to make you look bad. You trying to save face. You get what I'm saying?
A lot of people go to jail that way though, because some people be lying though. That's another thing. They say one side of the story, then the other side always don't never get told. That's why I said I grew up in this world where it was like, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It was like I grew up in like, and I know people remember this though. Believe all women and all that stuff. That's why there was so many men going to jail for no reason. It was so many things. Like I like being fair, right? Because it is. Like I said, some people believe all women is innocent. I understand that though, but that's dangerous. That's freaking dangerous because so many dudes in jail for no reason. You know what I'm saying? And all they got to do, that's why people get questioned, but they don't like to get questioned. So why are you questioning me? You're victim blaming or victim. No, everybody, you can't believe everybody.
We're trying to figure out what happened.
You got to ask questions because if you don't ask questions, one of your sons going to end up in jail because of that situation. Because people are not thinking beyond that. You know what I'm saying? It's young. Whatever, man.
And look, another thing, we be trying to tell them what to do and not to do. Not trying to control them, but this is men telling you how to avoid a man. This is men trying to tell you how to get a man not to look at you in the only sexual way. This is men telling you this. Like, and y'all don't want to take the advice? But then y'all get mad whenever y'all try to give us the advice and we don't want to take y'all advice. But it's like, how y'all expect us to do something y'all not doing? Come on, man. That don't rock like that. Now, even though we go take it, we ain't to forget it. But they don't want to hear it. Like, it's to go in one ear and out the other.
They don't. You can't be feelings though nowadays.
And it's like, that be the point that be driving me. I be like, bro, if we actually sitting here listening to y'all, asking questions about what happened, it's because we care, bro.
We care.
We not dogging y'all. We not talking bad about y'all. We sitting here listening to this. And, bro, what man want to hear a story like that? We don't, because one, we not involved in that. And we don't want to hear that, but two, we rock with y'all. We y'all friend. We are actually y'all friend. Cause if not, we wouldn't even, the phone work on the truth all the time. Like, we wouldn't even be here listening to the BS. I don't want to say BS, but we wouldn't be here listening to the BS. Like, well, hold on.
Like I said, at the end of the day, some people just don't like what they hear sometimes, man, and they don't know a person who that really love them for real, or who really care about them. They would never notice
Facts.
that because you're not saying what they want to hear, right?
And look,
Because when it comes
you
to
want
a
to know why?
need, huh?
You want to know why it's like that, bro? They never actually experienced real, genuine love from somebody who actually don't want nothing from them.
Mm,
Like bro, like me and you rock with the same people on here. You know, you got your crew, I got my crew. But it's like we rock with the same people. But it's like we really don't want, like, we don't look at them in no sexual way. Like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Trap, she beautiful. I like Trap, but I don't look at her in a sexual way. Like, I don't, because I don't know her like that. And really, bro, I wanted to join your live last night. I don't know why I didn't, but bro, I've been celibate for the last 18 months. You feel me? For the last
yeah,
18 months. And like, how that helped me, bro? I don't look at women in a sexual way, bro. Now, not saying
right.
I never did, but bro, I used to be a hoe. You feel me? I used to be a
Mm.
hoe. But it's like, now it's like, I don't, like, it's like, that gave me my power back with women. They can't hold that against me no more. You feel me?
Right. Facts. People don't know that one right
And
there.
it's,
But I'm gonna let my man's King talk. I know he been up here for a minute, man.
yeah,
Cause this about
lead up
to,
there.
I'm telling you, I'm about to be talking. I got some time today. What's up, my brother? Welcome to the live, man.
Hey, what's up, spiritual? What's up, Kev? No, but I was definitely in that last live because usually I support trap, but I do feel
Yeah.
like they was
I
coming
still
at
love
you,
her though,
bro.
man. It's just
Yeah,
I'm gonna talk to her when I get the chance.
but they was coming at you, bro. I'm not gonna cap, And I was like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, the brother just stating his opinion about certain things, which was true and factual, and they didn't like the fact that you were saying that and stating that. And then the
Mm-hmm.
one sister came on and she told her story. And the fact of the matter that she was saying that she was 15 years old and her parents told her not to do nothing when she was getting, groped
Yeah,
by a man.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You got to blame that on your parents because your parents are already acknowledging the situation. They see it as
mm,
happening.
mm.
And she was coming up there. I feel like a lot of trauma dumping was happening and stuff. And I'm just like, I was thinking to myself, like, what's going on with Trap TikTok Live, bro? Like,
It
I don't know.
shifted. It shifted,
A lot of people in the panel start taking over, and I'm like, what's going
bro.
on, bro? So I
Bro,
just like,
I thought I was the only one that seen it. That's all I seen it. I seen it coming too.
bro,
That's the thing. The whole stuff shifted. Like I said, that's how you get to, and that's what I'm saying with the topic right here. That's how manipulation works. All they got to do
yep,
is they get to your feelings, and you seen that shift because I was trying to.
yep,
That's why I was trying to get her before it got too far. I was like, man, I'm trying to get you before the situation happened because
I
it's
saw
starting
that
to
in the
shift
comments.
over.
Yep. And I'm just like, you know what? That's why I was like, I don't come up there so much because Trap
Yeah,
non supportive. But I don't go up
mm,
there and say much because I feel like it's gonna get twisted. My words gonna get twisted. Some people gonna feel like they getting attacked, and we up here
facts.
conversing, and then conversing turned into a debate, and our debate turned into an argument. You got
You
all
right.
these mods. Now these mods want to block you. Mutual
Yeah,
comments. I'm like, I ain't got time. I was like,
you right. And that was a smart move. That was smart though, because yeah, once it get too emotional, that's why I didn't really care. I only stayed there so long because me and her homies and stuff. She have been supporting me a lot, so I knew that. I mean, she probably wasn't gonna block me as fast as everybody else. It's just
right,
I
right.
wanted to see if I can get to her before they did. But I
Now she
mean,
had
whatever,
yes men
man.
around her. That wasn't gonna happen.
Huh?
She had buku yes men around her. That wasn't gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, it was a wrap, and I already see like that one dude that in the corner. It's like three people that was in there
Yeah,
that I knew. I'm like, oh, they about to end up because
it
I
had
know
one
how them
dude in the
people
chat
are.
who
They
was
don't like that accountability stuff at all. One dude is already like he's one of them people that I'm trying to see make sure I don't get banana on here. But the imps, right? He one of the ones that always when it comes to the field, you just gotta hear them out and he try to sound so professional and all this other stuff, right? But that's how he always get the win. He always get them like that. And I'm like, bro, oh man, he about to try to get some of
he
them in here.
manipulated their feelings.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's how manipulation work. It's through the feelings, and people don't know it because like they don't understand it because it's like it's all you gotta do is say all the right things to them, right? That's
Right,
validating the way they feel at the moment. And they're not trying to hear anything else but that. You know what I'm saying?
right.
That's dangerous.
Yep. That's the truth,
And look,
man.
And look, back to what you said earlier when you said about the women is right thing. Yeah, you, like that's cool. But once the women realize that they got that power, that whatever they say is right, man, that's dangerous, bruh. Like that's really dangerous.
I was being funny when I was saying that. I was just saying in that
No,
room it is.
no. But look, think about it, bro. Think about it. Like, think about it. Once, like, let's say we had that power as men. Anything we say was right in the law eyes, bro. Think about once, like, not our generation, but the generation under us, our descendants. Once they realize, like, hold on, we can say anything, and y'all go take, like, y'all go say it's right. But that's dangerous, bro.
Yeah. They know they power they
Like,
got. A lot
that's
of them got that power. They know the power. All you gotta do is,
exactly like.
yeah, it's the power. This is crazy, man. At the end of the day, like I said, and that's the reason why I'm not scared to challenge no adults, because all this message is just trying to get to the kids, but the adults that's trying to listen. Because, like I said, once the adults go through their stuff that they go through, they only think about them in their life anyways. They don't think about prevention. They just rather, like I said, they rather say, hey, I went through this and we need to talk about the way I feel now. I don't know the solution to the problem, but all I know, I just went through this and all that, whatever. But it's like, at the end of the day, you're still going to have to face it. You can't avoid it because,
But look,
but some people go to the
they
grave
don't
with it.
never
That's
let
what it
this.
is.
But look, they don't never let themselves get to a solution, bro. It's like when somebody
No.
come try to, come with like, like a different way to the same destination, though, that's when they want to cut it off and then they want to start fussing and then they want to complain about, well, can we get to a solution? Yes. If y'all let a solution come up and we just keep on talking, but y'all want to stop the conversation and fuss about BS.
You think women or men are more easily? We already know that answer, Penny, man. Don't set me up like that. But we know who is. I would just say
But
the more
really, both
emotional
of
ones
them.
are.
It's
That's how
50-50.
manipulation works. So I'm just putting it in that
It's
way.
it's 50-50. It all depends on who the person is, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
You know me, I'm gonna be honest. It's 50-50. It all depends on who the person is.
yeah,
And
but
it just
yeah, I feel you.
it just people have a way. It's like women have a way to find the weak men, and men have a way to find the weak
You're
women.
right. You're
Why
right.
it's like that?
You got a
I
valid
don't know.
point.
But
Then you got me with that.
all
I
I
thought
know
about that because men get manipulated in a
is
different way too.
narcissism and it's empaths. It's like
You're
I don't know
right.
how narcissists find
I was ready
empaths.
to
But see me,
fight
I'm
that
an
too, but you
empath.
hit me with something. That was a good
But
one though.
but
I didn't think about that.
But I see me, I'm like an ultra empath, right? But I got narcissistic tendencies. Like I gotta catch myself from actually not being a narcissist, but I'm a full empath. So it's like I'm both. So it's like people look at me like, nigga, what the fuck wrong with you? Nothing. I can just
Hmm.
see both sides clearly. Now, how do a narcissist find an empath? They just you can just tell when you talk to enough women, bro. You can tell a woman that's not fully healed, a woman that's not fully there mentally. It's easy because they will be more open to explaining what happened or talking about what happened. But it's like a person who healed, a person who is truly healed, bro. They don't want to bring up their trauma because why?
Yeah.
They healed. It's behind them. They ain't gonna bring it back up. But if they still
No, no, no,
bringing
no,
it
no.
back up, oh,
Okay, that's the only thing I'm gonna put on that, right? A person that no, I think a person
what's
that's
up?
fully healed don't mind talking about the things they went through. They because they already faced it already. That's one thing I had
That is
learned.
a form of
You got a
manipulation,
point,
though. That is
yeah.
a form of
Yeah,
manipulation,
I
though.
had learned that
Like
a
that.
while ago.
There's a form.
You
That's
got
a
a
form of
point.
manipulation, though. You can make me feel. I can make you feel sorry for me. That's why some people are so hard nowadays and don't care anymore. Is because like you tell them the sob story, they know it could be a bait. Just like a homeless person, they can bait with that side sob story and get
Right,
that money out of you.
right.
It play on the empathy and the
So
sympathy.
Savvy, what's up?
yes,
Yeah, and people get and they get manipulated in that way because they fall for the sorrow because it sounds very sad and all that stuff. Then they submitted everybody's siding on that and not realizing that they getting played. You know what I'm saying? That's when I be trying to let people at least. I mean, we can listen and hear out everybody's story. We can do that, but it's just like you have to be selective because you don't know who's genuine and who's not. We
Boom.
gotta be
That's what
real
I
with
was
that.
gonna
I mean, we
say.
just gotta notice that, and it's real. We
I
can't
believe
trust
that
That's what I
most
was
everybody.
gonna say.
forms of. I believe that most forms of communication is manipulation. Anything from like job interviews to like they're trying to manipulate the job person to like why they should employ you. You know, like everything's kind of manipulation to a certain extent.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I get you. Yeah.
Yep.
Or
But
persuasion,
like
or yeah,
people,
Yep. Correct. Yep.
but like people do that because they're not honest with their own self, though.
yeah. Uh,
And it's like
I
if
feel
you
you,
been
People
honest
but
that
with your
but
I
own
but
can give
but
you
self, how you
Applejack,
gonna
an
be honest
example
with
on
somebody
TikTok,
oh,
else?
right? I can give an example on TikTok. A lot of these people have debates, right? And they act like they care, right? They don't care. They want that money. That's the most consensus under this kind of underlying
Right.
guideline.
Right.
So it's manipulation. They have the front of, oh, I care, and they don't.
Apple, I want to say this real quick. You right. But some things are, and I learned there's a difference between manipulation and persuasion. Persuasion is more better to, it's like a positive thing, right? I don't think everything is a manipulation. But some people do have to be persuaded to, and it's a good thing, right? That because it's like more of a uplift or encouraging. Manipulation usually be for like a self thing where, you like it's a hidden agenda behind it, right? Or you want something. It's usually a negative thing. So yeah, some stuff. It's like a thin line between the manipulation and persuasion.
Anything that's selfish. So persuasion, like let's say alcoholic, we can all agree being an alcoholic is bad. It can be bad for your health and stuff like that. So if you want to manipulate or persuade, as you basically say, that person to try to get them out of that, I can see that as being like the healthier, positive stuff like that. But yes, manipulation is a self-interest at the end of the day.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yep.
I can honestly say the good fucked it up. Well, the bad fucked it up for the good. Like the bad people who know that they fully healed, but know that they can play on people's feelings and emotions by telling their stories still, they mess it up for the people who are actually genuine. Just like the bad niggas fucked it up for the good niggas. Like,
yeah, they did.
The good must suffer for the bad. That's why they tell us that as kids. Like think about it, Kev. A lot of things that we heard as kids is playing out now. Like the good suffer for the bad. Like they told us that young. They also told us that the truth hurts. And I put it like this: if the truth, if it ain't the truth, if it don't apply, let it fly. If it hurt you, it hurt. Why is it hurting you? That's the question. Why is it hurting you?
I was just on a debate, actually. I was actually just on a debate, and I can tell that they were using it for clout or kind of selfish gains. We were talking about essay kind of things, and I asked them a question about women and how they can eventually they can actually push off, and they stop acting like you're this weak little infertile woman. And they didn't like that, and they started like kicking me and just started like calling me names and all that stuff. Why? Like that's a time of manipulation. They wanted there's an agenda there at the end of the day. There's some kind of agenda there, because like he said, the truth hurts. So when you throw out the truth to a little bit of degree, if they revolt back with anger or anything like that, what I'm saying, it's usually a sign of there's something underlining they're trying to achieve.
You see, and that's all. I think you kind of mentioned that's kind of like what happened earlier and stuff, right? Because I'll be like, that's what I'm saying though. When people always want to go to extreme to prove a point, to shut something else down, you know what I'm saying? That's not right. That's not right at all. And that's you only caring about you at the moment, because you're not caring about like the other situations. So you rather have everybody side with you and fall, because it's easy for some people to fall for that. Man, that do sound sad. I can't believe it. As soon as you say something the opposite to that, then all of a sudden you becomes the enemy. You know what I'm saying? Right. A lot of us just gotta be smarter than this. It's too many. We get manipulated too many times in life to not learn from it. But like I said, some people will go to the grave still being gullible, still listening to, you know what I'm saying? Some people just like that. And it's sad to say like that. It's sad to say, but I can only try to save the ones, that's least trying to hear another side besides themselves or the way they feel. That's the only people I notice I can really help. But it's sad. I be wanting to help everybody, but man, I can't.
Oh, you'll slowly get out of that, and you need to start coming into your selfish nature more. I used to be like that when I was like 15 years old. I used to try to like help and be that nice guy. It don't work. You will get ran all over. I promise you.
You gotta be selective. I'm gonna be selective with it though. That's why I build tolerance now.
But it's like
you can't be nice
when
like
that's
that
who you truly is. It's hard to not be that person.
Mm-hmm. You gotta be smart though with it. That's all it is. You gotta just realize some people just ain't, like I said, everybody ain't meant to be on the same boat, no matter how much we want to try. Some people just want to stay in what they feel like. They feel like, you know what I'm saying? Not what it is. But we gotta go always. Feels is reals nowadays for some people.
Look, can I honestly say this? Like, just think about this. And what you say, like, it can help other people. But if you want to talk about it so much, write a book. Write a book, get it out there, make money off it. Don't just.
I'm actually a firm believer.
Just to.
So this is even like I think that's why I kind of come down to like manipulation's everything kind of at the end of the day, because like he says persuasion's to help the benefit of the good, which is still manipulation. So I can give an example like this. I have a girlfriend, right? Let's say she's a little bit overweight. She goes, "Do I look good in this dress?" And if I say yes, and she gets out there and gets bullied by her friends and stuff like that,
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like, at the end of the day, like I lied to her to make her feel secure, to make sure I didn't get blamed for anything or get any yelled at or anything like that. Make myself feel good to
Right.
obviously get her off. So like I think a lot of things are manipulation at the end of the day.
Facts, facts,
Yeah, I feel you. I
facts.
can get you to a certain. Yeah, I get you.
That's
It's just the
big facts
intentions
right
behind it. I
there.
get you though.
It's like they will ask a question and they know they don't want the answer, and we know they don't want the answer. But how men think, if you don't want the real answer, why should you even asking us? Especially if you always tell us you don't want us to lie to you, tell you the truth. But when we tell you the truth and it hurts your feelings, you want to
They
go
lie
left on
about
us.
it.
Like we can't
So,
win for
so
losing.
unfortunately, I'm on the train now that if the woman is going to, bait that and she throws a hissy fit, I leave the woman. So if I say, she goes, "Do I look fat in this?" I say yes, and she gets mad at me and starts yelling, I leave.
Good night. Right.
Don't put up
But
with it anymore.
The
but
truth
look, this is why
hurts.
they asked that. This is why they asking you that because they know that they look fake.
Yeah,
Because think about
that's
it. If
what.
they didn't look
Right.
fat, why would they ask you, do I look fat in this? Why are you asking me if I think you look fat? Do you think you look fat? That's what matters. Because if I think you look fat, somebody else will. But I don't want to
Mm.
lie to you. But what do you think about yourself? Like it's
I'm
self
gonna ask
esteem.
questions we
Self
most of the times know
esteem.
the answer. We are given a chance to be on. Right. Exactly. And you're right about that. That's all part of the game, man. I feel you on
Man,
that
Cat
though.
Williams said this. It is self esteem. How the hell can I feel how you feel about you? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Look, like I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like it's to the point, bro. I'm good being single. Like at this, like I'm 30 now. I want somebody, yeah, I want to get married, but just how things going, bro, I'm good. Like, not say I'm Gucci, I'm Gucci. Like, I
Mm.
don't, we could be friends and all that, but I'm
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I did
And like,
always
I
say
don't
I
want to
choose
deal with
peace over
it.
everything, man, because I really ain't got
Cause,
time. If I took the time to
cause,
heal myself, I can't be with another
So are we
unhealed
talking about
person. That's
women? Are we
hectic.
talking about like women? I can give that to a biological level or primal level if y'all want to hear about women's like manipulative things. So I can
go
simplify it
ahead.
this way, right? So if we go
They
back to the
get a
old,
man through their Peter.
so, so
Oh,
basically look at
what?
it this way. So from the primal age of like when lions and kind of things rule the world, we have no speech to kind of reason with people. We didn't have speech to kind of calm things down, which is why what makes us different from other animals is to be able to reason, right? So if we look at it from the primal stone age thing, from the women and the men and stuff like that. So the men were obviously physically stronger. They can kind of overpower the woman. How was she able to come back, get that man? She had to learn words and learn manipulative tactics to subdue the man that could
Thanks.
overpower her. Do you
They
understand?
yeah.
That's
Body
like the
Yep.
primal
language.
thing of it.
Yeah. I say
Yep.
they got the
It's
I
in their
always say that.
hardwiring, dude. It's in their hardwiring. So I mean,
Yeah,
you
it
can't
is.
hate
I did
women.
say they have the power. And a lot of women don't understand that. You do. They have the power to start wars and end wars. That's just how it is.
Exactly.
Because they
I'll
are the
say
So
voice.
this.
They are mostly our emotions. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. They can make things happen. And I don't know why the world always make it seem like, well, they're weak. No, they more powerful than what we think. Because they can
they
make
are.
another
They
man
are.
do
Well,
something to
They're
you
they're
that you
they're
don't
more
even. You know
strong
what I'm
than we
saying?
think.
They can do that.
telling you,
Women have
Man,
power.
when I say the woman instinct is real, like if we look at in the jungle, whenever the lion go face up another lion, the lioness put her head under the other lion, like under her man head to protect his neck.
Hmm.
So now think about this. She right there with him, but she's also seeing the opponent from a different perspective. So as soon as that muscle twitch to come swipe, she go see it first because a man we looking eye to eye, but she go see that muscle twitch and she go protect it. Like I ain't gonna lie, bro. A woman protective instincts just from being a mother, and even when they ain't a mother, it just in
Yeah,
their
Tony.
DNA, bro. A mother protective instincts is just off the chain, bro. Just
Yeah.
women, period. Like
What animal
they
species
Hey,
protective
was
before y'all get
that?
too
instincts.
deep though, real quick, before y'all get too deep, I want to take a break real quick. I think this is like 20 people in here. If y'all can get me to 5K real quick, people that's not in the box, right? Go on and tap that up and give me the 5K. And if y'all share, can y'all share like 10 people or five or 10 people? How many of y'all got so we can get this going and stuff? Type the FYPs. That'll get me on that For You page quicker and stuff. So yeah, we about to get somewhere tonight.
And like you want to know what I think really, and like, did y'all hear me out? I think the fact that we develop language, because if we look at language, bro, and this is why we can't understand different languages, right? Languages ain't nothing but noise, sound vibrations that we recognize as words. That's
Mhm.
all it is. That's why as a
So
baby, whoever that baby around, that's to be that baby first language. But look at this. Y'all ever heard of the silent forest theory? The silent forest theory is basically we can walk right next to a jungle, right? Like, but in the jungle, we ain't gonna know nothing is around us until it's read up by us. We the only species of animal that make noise, bro. That actually put out our location. Like we the only species on this earth that actually broadcast our location. We are here. We
so
the loudest ones.
So the
Mm.
reason I say that I say like everything's manipulation is you got to understand that the only thing that makes us if I'm gonna throw religion out the door because I'm atheist, but I look by like science biological kind of levels. The only thing that makes us so not quitting to anybody's religion or attacking anything that like that here, but as stated like biologically, the only thing that makes us different because we're an animal species than other animals is they're able to reason. We're able to stop wars. That's why wars have kind of calmed down over from was it like 1180 to like let's say 1480. There was wars like probably every other month. The reason we are able to be okay and languages even developed was to reason to stop the bloodshed and stuff like that. Only thing that makes us different from other animals, we're able to reason.
Mm.
I mean, I this like look, I'm gonna say I agree with you about 95%, but this the 5% that I gotta say no on. At the end of the day, we don't know what them animals think, bro. You feel me?
So at
It's
Yeah,
like I
that's
totally
facts.
agree with you,
so
but at the end
the
of the
only
day, we don't
animals
know what
we
them animals
study
think.
We can only go off behaviors.
So our theories, like in a
Right.
biological kind of sense, is our distant cousins, is that silverback gorilla. That's where we get all our information from the animal kingdom from. We don't look at lions or anything like that because there's different kind of like I guess natural things they do. We look at the silverback gorilla that shows even in signs. They actually have I don't know if you saw the videos of like the gorilla starting out from like making weird noises and stuff like that to actually using like a paddle or a spear to get the fish. So they say in like
Mm-hmm.
let's say a few thousand years, you'll see the gorilla actually be like us, we'll be like normal people, and it shows the evolution of it. So that's where we get our information from is our distant cousin. So be careful when you like look up like how lions act because actually lions the lioness actually hunts and does most of the protecting than the lion. So you got to look at
Actually,
like from our actual primal ancestors, which is the silverback gorilla. If you want to find out anything that's correlating to us.
oh yeah, but look, even in them, cause I do all that research, but like even in them, the women not there because they protecting the children. Now, if you go close to that nest, or bro, the women coming out, and you will see just how many women that they have. You feel me? But like, I'm gonna say this because dolphins are mammals too. Do y'all know that a dolphin brain look just like ours?
They said that was somebody said that that's the closest
A
to our
dolphin
brain.
brain look just like ours, bro. Bro, dolphins are real, real small. But see, dolphins actually started off on land. That's why they can breathe air, and that's why they gotta come up for air, because they can actually breathe oxygen, and they just hold their breath. But in the if you go back to the apes, yeah, we apes too. Like they really, which one is this? The chimp, the chimpanzee, or the bonobo? The chimp. The chimp can actually speak. It's just how they like they larynx or their voice box is like it's wrapped around something to where like the noises can't come out like how ours do. But they can actually speak too. It just
I
they
would have to
don't.
denounce the dolphin theory because you got to understand how evolution is. It's usually to progress. And if a dolphin was on land and then it went to water, its food sources is limited. So I would have to tackle that theory or that like claim to a certain degree because why wouldn't it be on like let's say like a turtle which can go in get its food in the water and then outside of the water too. So I'd have to say that that might be a
I
bogus
don't
kind of
know.
claim from a weird scientist because evolution, the point of it is to make you kind of like the
But
elite kind of person. You progress, you get better at hunting and stuff like that. So it would make no sense for them to be on land where they could get most of their shit and then go have to go into water and have to be only to water. You know what I'm saying?
but but yeah, you're right. But they also said that we came from water. If we go back far enough, it said that like our like if we go back for all our ancestors, we came from water. Like and you know how some people got that little hole by their ears? They say that's our former gills. Now, how far back that true? Like how true that is, I don't know. But we all mean we just said this: the best protein come from seafood. Seafood is healthy.
Not all of it.
Seafood ain't got no fat on it. Seafood ain't gonna put no fat on it. It's gonna just put lean muscle on you if you buy water and you can get it like that. But I know one thing about seafood, fish, all that. It ain't got no fat on it because think about it, they always swim in water. They always moving because they gotta move to to breathe. But it's like they always moving. They don't carry no fat. That's the best meat to eat. It's seafood. That's why it's the highest. It's not cheap.
Hey, Kev, how are you?
Yo, what's the deal? My bad. How you
Well,
feeling?
I just got done with my mental health live with the men.
Hmm.
So, I had a real live therapist on there today.
Oh my. Oh,
Just Solomon. He graced me with his presence, and I was really happy. A black guy, you heard of him? He's here on TikTok.
no, I probably haven't heard them. No, I haven't seen.
If you want me to, I'll share.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll share it with you. So you can see who he is.
Yeah.
But it was a really good live. But I came in because you know me. If I'm around, I'll come in and say hi to you.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right.
And I
Yeah,
still
man.
ain't gonna forgive her.
Dang, got me to it. Beat me to it. One day, but I got hope. I'm still praying on it. It's like, no.
You gonna be praying. You gonna go to your grave. They gonna be like, you had your
It is
last
what it
dying
is,
words.
man.
You gonna be like, I need 60 to forgive.
Hey, I care about people, man. People gonna know. People gonna know, man. I know. And not, well, I ain't just talking about you, but people don't realize when I really care about them, man. That's why I say certain things, whatever, you know what I'm saying. But people will understand later down the line, just in general.
Nah, I
I'm
just
learning that today. I learned that some days I've been learning. But hey, it is what it is, man.
somebody asked me the last time I was in, that I got to speak, because most of the time I come in here and everybody be talking over everybody, and I just be like, I'll leave. But somebody asked me, said, what's going on with you and Kev? That every time one of y'all always talking about that forgiveness thing. I said, it's our little inside joke. And I just left it at that. But
Hmm.
this manipulation tactics, watch out, man. I have not seen more manipulation in my lifetime than I have seen here on TikTok. You know,
Facts.
and there was I ain't gonna call no names because prying eyes and shit.
Yeah,
But
no names, cause this
yeah,
show.
there was a couple of people that it always went to. They get their kicks coming into lives and then trying to make the host back down, right?
Hmm.
And even if they didn't believe in the shit, like say, we all know the sky is blue. We're just giving you that dumb example. And everybody in the world knows the sky is blue. And they would come in and say some dumb shit like the sky is pink. Now they know it's blue too, but they just want to say some dumb crap, right? And then when you don't want to back down, when everybody on the panel and everybody in the comments and the host and everybody's going, the sky is blue, do you need glasses? Do you need contacts? Do you need eye surgery? Right? Then they want to go, oh my God, everybody's picking on me. I just don't see things the way you guys see it. And it's like, are you fucking kidding? Seriously? You really want to go to the tears, right? And women are the biggest manipulators of crap like that, right? So another woman can see that crap. And we're sitting in there going, you do realize, host, this some bullshit. She know this guy pink, blue too. She's just hell bent on making you change your mind, or maybe it's just she just craves the attention, right? And so, with some people, negative attention is just as good as any kind of attention. You know
Right.
that's their reinforcement is just long as I'm the center of attention. I don't care if it's
Mm.
negative. I don't care if y'all all screaming and yelling and telling me I'm the one messed up. I don't care.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't play very well with those kind of people. And then they had the nerve to tell me one day, "You're worse than a man. You have no mercy. You have no nurturing quality." No, I have all
Right.
those things. I just don't tolerate your bullshit.
Exactly. That's what it is. Once you don't understand, or you do understand it though, but once you don't agree with it, you don't have no feelings. You just don't. You know what I'm saying? But dang,
Right.
whatever. That's that
Facts.
manipulation stuff, man. It's either you got to talk like them or you against them. It's one of the two, and I'm not like that, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, and so, why is accountability always countered with victim blaming? Well, here's the thing. For me, what I see, there are very few people that really can take accountability. And okay, so I'm gonna give you an example here. The other day, I went into a live. Now, when I was scrolling through, it's not a live that I even knew nobody. I didn't know the host. I didn't know nobody. But there was a young man on the panel, and what he was talking about, I have information, right? So he was asking, "Hey, I really like this girl. We really don't want to do this whole government get married thing." I'm pretty much saying what he said. So how do we coexist as a married couple without the government's hands knee deep in our pockets? Well, I go in there and I introduced myself. The host led me up on the box and I said, and I started explaining to him how he can achieve that. And here's what came out the host's mouth. "Oh, so you need a man then. You only got married so you could use your
You're gonna
husband."
have to know, Jabri.
No, I didn't get married so I could use my husband. You know what I'm saying? I married my husband because I loved him. But the whole point she was missing was why me and my husband chose that type of marriage. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
She is not looking at, and what young people don't know down the
brother. What's
road,
the deal?
what
My
young
bad.
people, and what I was trying to explain to her, I asked the young man, he was 32. I said, here's the deal. Because he wanted to know why me and my husband did what is called a civil marriage, right? And of course, people who don't know what that is, now they're throwing all this crazy shit into the mix that, of course, I got answers for, right? And so, but the thing was, what got me, Kev, was even though I explained it to her step by step, and I've been in your live and we've talked about civil marriage and the benefits of it and all this, right? And this chick just went straight to, you only married him, so that's not love. That's a contract. No, it's not. Right? I'm not marrying some guy for what he has. And then she said this: "I have my own house, I have my own business, and I have this and I have that, and I don't need a fucking man." And I said, and here's the deal. I need a man. I want a man. I have my husband. I said, and I had all this before. Everything you just named, I had that before I married him. I had a business 10 years before I met him. I had a home 9 years before I met him. I had land 11 years before I met him. So how do you figure I married this man for money? So then it just dawned on me. And because I call myself getting, it's like, why are you arguing with somebody when you know what you know about you and your circumstances? Because what she wasn't trying to hear was that he and I were on the same page. Neither one of us came up with this brand idea and had to convince the other one. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Neither one of us had to say, I don't have to say to you, well, Kev, you say 60, marry me. And I think I'm going to give you a big win, and I don't have to convince you why we should do it civilly versus what they consider legally, the meaning the government knows your business, right? You're agreeing too that you don't want the government in your pockets, and I'm agreeing I don't want the government in my pockets, but we love each other. So how do we both band together to defeat that purpose? She wasn't trying to hear none of that. She just made it be what she wanted it to be.
Can I say something real quick? 'Cause I just
Hang
looked up
on,
what
I'm
a
about
civil
to.
marriage was.
Hang
Because
on,
I
hang
ain't never
on.
heard about it.
I'll tell you about
But
it. Give me a quick second. Let me finish. I'm almost done.
all right,
So
mama.
basically, what I did, Kev, I said, I tell you what, I'm
For
having a
sure, my brother
wonderful
King.
day. I told her, I says, I'm having a wonderful day. Life is good. And I am not about to let you knock me off my square. I'm sorry you don't like men. I'm sorry you think they're pieces of shit. But I'm about to leave your life. Yeah, fuck you. You go ahead and leave, bitch. I mean, she just went. as I'm clicking out of the live and it says confirmed to leave, I can still hear her cursing.
On the way out, he said, "I got something for you."
Yeah, I was like, wow. But yeah, it's the people don't want to have accountabilities for their actions, and they don't want to accept other people's situations, whatever those happen to be. If it ain't theirs, then something's dreadfully wrong with you.
Right. Exactly.
So, what did you want to know, or were you spiritual about?
No,
Um,
I just looked it up, just like the basis of it, and how I'm looking at it, just from what I know from the little information that I do know, a civil marriage is actually a proper marriage because it's two people who love each other and they want to be with each other without any like legal
Hmm.
court work like with it. It's two people, they want to be with each other, they want to get married. You ain't gotta sign no favors in a court. I don't know if y'all do, but like from what I said, read, it's without the court. So I'm like, well, ain't that what marriage used to be like back in the day? Like
It
what true
was.
marriage was when they used to jump over a broom.
yeah, it was.
Hmm.
And the thing about it was, so somebody in the comments said, well, what happens if one of y'all dies? Who get y'all stuff? Well, that's called a will. That's called a trust. That's called put shit in
Mm-hmm.
somebody's name before you ever die. So both y'all names is on it or something. It depends on the trust that you have with that individual, how you're going to proceed to protect your assets should you pass away, or vice versa. And in our case, me and my husband both went and got a will.
Mm.
We
Hey,
both
you know
Yep.
what? I
it's
thought about this too. Well, it's kind of back towards shifting back a little bit towards the topic and stuff. Um, have you ever? This is another thing that's part of like a manipulation thing. I figured out that people that like kind of look for you to walk on eggshells around them, right? Because
yeah.
they know it's like they know what they doing, man, and that's why they voice these
Yep.
things. Don't talk about this, don't talk about that, and I don't want. And if you say this, I'm gonna snap and all that stuff. I feel like that's a manipulation game too. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure y'all done ran into people that's
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
They
And the
like, and
thing
they throw out things, right, for people to get baited. And as soon as you say something, they want to hurry up and turn everybody on you now. Well, you see what made you come out your mouth with that or something like that. That's manipulation games, man. I'm trying to. People gonna see it, man. That's manipulation for real, man. You should
okay,
not have
so
to walk on eggshells with nobody, man. You shouldn't have a closed mouth in areas because I don't want to talk about this, or you should, you know what I'm saying? Nobody forced nobody on here to be unhealed and come on the app and try to, you know, voice your situation. Nobody can't have nothing to say nothing about it.
right now, Miss Penny just said, "How do you file taxes, married, joint, or single?" Well, here's what happens, Miss Penny. Um, who's scratching? Thank you. Thank you very much. Here's what
My
happens.
bad.
In a civil marriage, one of the reasons that well, me and my husband, we agreed to it because the government is taxing us every which way but loose. That's just the way it goes, right? But when you get to be a certain age, certain things you will lose if you marry. So I have two incomes, right? From various sources, whether it's retirement, Social Security, or whatever. He too has that. But the way Social Security is written for women, if I marry, they automatically will take away pieces of things because you're married. They don't care if that guy isn't making a whole lot of money. It's just that. So, do I want to stay in a household with four incomes, with my retirement, his retirement, my Social Security, his Social Security? Absolutely. Why do I want to marry him and now we have three incomes instead of four incomes? The other thing is you fall into a whole different tax bracket, even with young people when you marry legally. If you're making 120,000 and he's making 120,000, that puts y'all in a whole different tax bracket. That's 240 grand. But if y'all civilly married, you're getting taxed for your 120 and he's getting taxed for his 120 and whatever else, however, if y'all got schedule C's and D's and whatever else y'all have to put with y'all income tax returns. It's cheaper that way than to marry, because it changes the dynamics of your finances with the government, right? So young people are opting for civil marriages because they see that benefit. Here's another benefit. There are some things that women qualify for that men don't. So say you and your husband, you're civilly married, you want to start a business. Well, there ain't no grants out there for him or y'all, but there's grants because you're a woman, or there's grants because you're a black woman, you know. So but when you're married, that goes out the window, because the application is going to want to know, are you married? And once you say that, now you don't get the grant. There are certain qualifications for things. So it is best to utilize both parties' strengths, which is another reason to marry civilly. Sometimes getting a mortgage, right? How many times has somebody had good credit and then you marry somebody with bad credit? And their credit affects your credit because you're husband and wife legally. So good luck on getting that big, beautiful house. You know, you want that $400,000 house, and the bank says, okay, we're gonna between the two of y'all, you got the better credit, so we'll give you $130,000 versus that $450,000 that you might have would have qualified for by yourself.
Mhm.
And so because that person's name can't go on that deed because their credit is messed up, what can happen, two things, is when you buy the place, you make them the beneficiary of that property when you die. You make them, they get to own it when you pass away. Or you go a will and says, hey, when I pass away, Billy gets the house. So to me, there's more advantages to a civil marriage or a common law marriage, and people get them confused. And common law marriage, basically, each state, the states that do common law marriage, has a set time of years. Some states it's 5, some states it's 7. I think California, for instance, is 10. And once you live with that person and you cohabitate with that person for that many years, they're considered y'all legally married. Period. End of story. So it just depends on how you want to take it. But we saw the advantages to do a civil marriage. And so that's and anything that you want anybody to have in your lifetime, civil marriage or not, you can always leave it to them in a will. You can always leave it to them in a trust. And nobody can take that away from them. And so a lot of people don't know these things, so they don't know that there's, oh, and then one lady in the comments it said, well, what about if you get sick? Because you ain't legally married, they can't do anything for you in the hospital. Bullshit.
Mhm.
Every hospital on the planet has medical power of attorneys. And what that is, it's a document full of pages, and those pages say, so say I could make Kevin. I don't have to be his girlfriend or nothing. But if Kev says, yes, 60, I will see after you. When I got so sick, they're going to reach out to Kev. He is my medical power of attorney. He knows if I want to be resuscitated, if I die on the operating table. He knows if I want to be given blood transfusions. He knows if I want surgery, you know, or things like this. Medical power of attorneys, anybody can have it. So here again, all these documents out here afford you everything of a marriage without the government in your pocket. So
Yeah,
anyway,
I noticed that people mix that up a lot every time I hear about that, like not when it ain't being legal or something like that. The
right.
whole thing is marriage is not that paper, man. That's one thing I learned. Marriage is not the paper. We always thinking about the benefits. The benefits is not what make it. Like when you do make things, when it's a legalized thing, it's just really you getting. It's for the benefits. You already married prior to that. It's right. It's literally a bond, and it's a bond and a spiritual bond and a like mental whatever. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that though. But
Mhm.
what's the deal, AJ? But a lot of people, all they think about is the benefits. Benefits don't make the marriage. That's not it. It's, of course, you will want the benefits, right? Because we live in America, so of course we're gonna want it. But that's not really that's why I'm saying a lot of people get married thinking that, or legally married, and they're not really spiritually married to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like they just got the
Exactly.
title,
Facts.
but they not really, so a lot of people mix that up. If you got this mentality to think that marriage is the paper, that's a problem already. Or if you think that as soon as I sign this paper, I'm a better person, we are really connected. No, it don't work like that. You should be connected before you even sign the paper. That's how I look at it.
Y'all
Right.
gotta
But I
be
think a lot of
married
people
before
hate
you
when
get
I say
married.
that stuff because they looking like, oh man, not that. But it's just that's what it's that brainwash stuff, man. Because
Right.
it's deep. It got to be deeper than that. We never go back to the beginning of time. Like, did they have to have America sign a paper before I could do this? No, I don't think it was like that. You know what I'm saying? We talking about real marriage. It was between two people and the creator, whoever. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think a marriage originated from, because it wasn't no third. I
Mm-hmm.
always ask, like, where's the third person? Why take a third person to make two people come together? You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm talking about human
Right.
person, right?
Right.
Not
Right.
so
Miss
I'll be
Penny,
thinking
you're
about
right.
stuff like
It
that.
is a legal document, and you do it ahead of time. That's the point. When you realize you love somebody and you enter into a civil marriage, you set the things in motion immediately. You go get a will done or set up a trust for that person. You do your medical power of attorney. You do those things. You don't put them off
You put
because
the effort in.
you don't, because anything is happening every day. There are people that go to the grocery store that when they walked out their door, they didn't know they weren't going to come back home. Right. So those are things you set into place. Now, the wonderful thing about being married by the government's eyes is the minute y'all sign that piece of paper, all those, you don't have to get those documents. It's just inherent because you became married. And so those benefits are all built in, they're rolled in. But you also brought up the point about what about your stuff with civil marriage. With civil marriage, one of the things I would say the biggest piece is you need to know the person you're with. And that what I mean by that is you need to know that you can trust them, that they have your best interest at heart. So short of a lot of things that we all know aren't tolerated, cheating, baby by another man, those kind of things. Um, sometimes people just grow out of love, right? But with a
Mm.
civil marriage, basically, it's and we're gonna use me and Kevin again. Basically, I trust him that anything he bought me, and he trusts me that anything I bought him, should we split, he can take that. I'm not gonna be, well, nigga, that 65-inch TV I bought you to watch football on, I'm keeping that. No. It's inherent that it was his Christmas gift or his birthday gift. So if he wants to leave, he can leave. The other thing about a civil marriage is y'all dictate the terms of that. Y'all write it down. He says, hey, we're going to the only thing that's going to split us up is cheating, outside babies. Maybe some people, it may be medical. If you become incapacitated and I can't get the coochie, I'm out. Or I can't get the D, I'm out. If that's what y'all believe, then that's what y'all believe, then that's what goes in the contract, right? If you can't seem to work through those things. But generally, the bottom line is those contracts are adhered to by both of you. And that means I had to have vetted him very carefully. That means I know that he believes the way I believe, and I believe the way he believes. That's a big component of a civil marriage too, is the trust in the person. Now, and so that it can be tested in a court of law, and some of them have been. But the ones that have been, that the court reviewed them, that the Supreme Court reviewed them, was two things specific: cheating and outside babies. Whether he got an outside baby by another chick that the wife found out about, or the wife cheated and come home pregnant trying to pin a kid on him, or he finds out that through DNA that ain't his child. Those two types of cases, has been tried and tested in the Supreme Court, and they ruled on them, and they're no different than any other court, whether legally married or not. That's just most people aren't having that kind of crap in their life. But at the end of the day, the person only gets what they brought into the marriage and what was purchased for them. Even with those cases, the assets were what did you come in with? Well, I came in with 2 horses, a horse trailer, and a swimming pool. Well, you get to take that shit right back out the door. What did he come in with? So that's basically what you're saying, is what we came in with is what we leave with, barring the stuff that we purchase for each other as gifts or whatever. So Kevin, you behind on your child support, come to think about it.
Dang, my bad. My bad. I thought I could get away and escape for a minute.
Look, I'll take 3 doses of flea and tick and doggy food, a 40-pound bag.
I got you, man. It's gonna be coming in the mail real soon. I might get the Amazon version, you know? It's a little quicker.
And they now eat kibbles and bits, so you know.
Oh my, they didn't got that big?
Yeah, they done got that big, so we need kibbles and bits now.
Oh my. He said ain't begging. Begging.
Now, if you want to throw in some treats, they like bacon strips.
I know, that's a whole nother level. Maybe I might have to owe them from this point on that. 3 as some. Let me see. As someone who almost got essay, I agree. I'm not getting into it 100%. Avoid the yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you said that too, because a lot of people like mentioning that and they not ready. And I'm glad you said that. And I understand that's a messed up situation, but it's like sometimes this stuff can't really get voiced on it because people are not going to tell you, especially with what you just said, the essay situation, right? People are not going to end up saying the right things for you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's some people that do that, but then again, you got to realize when it's an open platform, it's gonna be some other stuff. It's gonna be some trolls on here. It's gonna be all that. So I would never recommend a app unless it's a private room to speak on stuff you're not comfortable on, because you would not like. That's what I was mentioning earlier. The world don't revolve around just our feelings only. It's just not how it is.
Right.
We can't, and it's only for your safety. You know what I'm saying? It's no safe spaces on here. It's literally no safe spaces for real, unless they make their room private. But a lot of people be like, this is a safe space, and you can block so many people for so many times and stuff. But then again, you think like I said, people be thinking they stress their own selves out when it don't go the way they want it to go. You know what I'm saying? That it don't work. I could want the live to go a certain way I want it to, but I'm living in reality. I know it don't work like that. You see what I'm saying? If your feelings can't handle this app, don't get on here when it's gonna make you worse than when you came out. That's just how it is. But I love how you said that though. Yes, like you shouldn't mention things things that you're not even comfortable, because when you actually heal this stuff, you could tell your story. I had plenty of people that had essay stories and all that stuff, but they found a way to basically escape that chain that they had on them, because they realized, they just had some realizations in life. They ready to speak on it. They're not using it to victimize themselves, and because they are survivors, not victims anymore. That's when you realize you are a survivor. What's the deal, my brother? Real. But it's like, it's all in the mentality though. But if you think that somebody's going to fit you because, oh man, I need you to feel sad for me, you know what I'm saying? That can only go so far. And if you go with that intention, then you're going to hurt yourself worse, because everybody's not going to they're going to ask the wrong things for you to get back re-triggered or hurt. You know what I'm saying? So that's the safe thing to do. You know what I'm saying?
And cause me and you the same age, can we both just say this? When has the internet ever been a safe place?
Probably never.
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 Because I remember a world without the internet, and I was about 10, 11, 12 whenever like the internet actually started popping. Like, I'm talking about MySpace, like creating our own page, like the early MySpace. Yeah, that early. The internet was never a safe place. Y'all remember what that website was? Not bad page. What that website was where the people used to go like sell things at, but they had like a little back page thing on there if you wanted to to get sexual favors. That was like not Craigslist, but that was like
Moco?
Huh?
I thought it was eBay.
No, not eBay. it's before
Say
eBay, but it
Craigslist.
was this
Whoa.
website. Was it Craigslist? Get down, Craigslist. That. Now, remember they was like they were trying to warn the females like, hey, don't be trying to meet nobody off of Craigslist. Like the internet was never safe. Like,
Never
and
say.
and they told us this in the early internet. Whatever you put on here stays on here.
Mm-hmm. I remember the
Like,
They
first
do.
time I
But
saw an
hold on
article.
real quick. I'm gonna let AJ because I think AJ been trying to say something for a second. She had her hands up. Go ahead, AJ.
Hey, what up?
Hey,
What's the
AJ!
news?
Hey. Kev, I'm just gonna start calling this series "Burn It Down Sundays" because your topic's on the Sundays. I'm telling you, it's gonna be Burn It Down Sunday.
Some stirred this up, man. I don't know if you know the. I mean, you don't know the backstory what went down earlier though, but some started up and it had to get talked about. So yeah,
No,
I guess
I
it
get it.
is.
I get it. I get it. Trust me, I get it.
Yeah, burn it down. Can I use that, Miss AJ? I gotta
Yeah,
Absolutely,
you
have
gotta
burn
ask
it down
AJ for that when she
Sundays.
did it. That was
the
cold though.
line talking about it's burn it down Tuesday or whatever.
Burn it down, like so. A lot of this topic stuff, right, is really coming from like, and y'all can agree with me, you can disagree with me. I blame it on the whole "I'm the main character" mentality bullshit.
Ooh.
That is what I blame it on. Number one, if you're talking to people, first off, the internet is not a safe place. People do not have to be a safe place for you, right? It took me a long time to realize that the people I was venting to, just like vents in a house, vent to other rooms. So my stuff was never secret anyway. They went and told other people.
Oh.
So at the end of the day, think about it that way. Right now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't talk about whatever it is that you need to talk. If you need to get it off your chest, get it off your chest. But there are paid professionals for that, right? Not everybody has to be in the mindset, or should you expect everybody to be in the mindset to handle your business and your bullshit? Some people just may not have the mental capacity.
You should,
Oh, no,
you
no, no,
should,
no,
you
no.
know,
No.
you're victim blaming. You gotta
What's
stop
it do,
that,
Toby?
Miss AJ.
Well, but that's the
People should
problem,
listen
right?
to me.
So that's the problem, right? If we sit here and we talk about, okay, let's take the whole victim blaming thing. Are there situations where yes, people are victim blaming? Yes, right? But you could tell the difference. If I need to be held accountable for something, say all of us are sitting in a room and I walk up and I smack Kev in the back of the head real hard. He says something to me,
You go, girl.
right? And as he's talking to me, I'm sitting there and I'm Kev, I don't even know why you tripping. I didn't even hit you that hard. Yeah, okay, I can see that being victim blaming to a degree. But if they're gonna sit there, right, and Kevin's like, "Why'd you hit me in the back of the head? Please don't do that." And I turn around and say, "Hey, it's because I have trauma." That's a whole other situation. And too many of y'all do this on here, and I'm sick of it.
Oh,
I'm fucking
girl.
sick of it.
Thank you.
Facts.
AJ,
Facts.
you gonna be
Right.
my new best friend.
No, I already got AJ. Get on, get on.
Right.
You can have
Right.
more than one best friend.
I'm not sharing her.
That's true. That's true.
She my
But
Okay,
fire in the
AJ,
room.
we gonna frequently be new best friends. We just ain't gonna tell Kev.
it's like
absolutely.
it's like people get
Everybody
it's
would have
like
still
people get on
AJ
this
from me,
app.
man. They've been
But
like that since
as
the
far
beginning
as
of the time.
now,
Until
as
they
far
feel
It's
as
the
like people
full
get on this
version of
app
AJ.
and
They can't
like
take it with that.
yeah, the as far as the manipulations go, right?
Yeah.
That has to do with a lot of things, right? A lot of y'all on here being manipulative and know you're being manipulative, but you don't want to admit it, right? Instead,
Hmm.
you want to gaslight, do everything else, right? And this is why I blame the whole "I'm the main character" mentality. At the end of the day, let's call it for what it is. You're narcissistic, as much as y'all like to throw that word around. That is narcissistic behavior at best. If you think you are the main character, at the end of the day, I'm gonna say it. There ain't nothing more special about you than the person standing next to you. You're not gonna be more
right.
powerful. You're not anything. You're not anything.
You you're only the main character within your story, within your reality, but to another person, you just a side character. You don't even matter.
Well, not
Facts.
even that. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Even in my own story, I'm not the main character because I have other people in my life. I can
Facts.
Oh,
Hey,
prioritize
I
other
like how you
people.
worded that.
I like all the twists.
I
Like
like
I
how you
like that.
worded it.
See, but y'all both was
Yeah.
Here's my
on to
thing.
something
Here's
though. I
my
like
thing.
it.
Here's
Both
my
y'all was
thing.
right in
Here's
a
my
way, but I
thing. Here's
like how
my
y'all twisted
example.
it though.
So here's my example, right? If you have children,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to be able to be
Yep.
the main character all the time? No. Sometimes your kids got to
Mm,
take the front seat.
Yep.
If you married,
facts.
That's
your
what I was
husband
Facts.
thinking
may
about.
have to, your husband or your wife or whoever you're married to may have to take the front seat. If you are not able to do those things,
Hmm.
then just admit you're still in your selfish era. You're in your main character teenage era. All right. I ain't been the main character in my story since I was a teenager. Right.
AJ,
I'm
real quick.
31
Can I say
years
something?
old. Go ahead.
Let's say this real quick. You made me think about the people that call themselves this empath thing, right? I it, I never
Oh Lord, don't
understood,
get
and
me
I asked
started.
somebody the question before about how can you be an empath and selfish at the same time? Is that
Well,
just a
Right.
word
because
they just
being
tossing
fair,
around, right? Just to, I guess,
Because
to
the
Yes,
toss it,
problem,
yes,
because them
yes,
are the most
look,
selfish
yes.
people I've been seeing lately.
It sounds
at the end of
good,
the
but they're
day,
not really
here's the thing.
empathic. 'Cause look, a real empath ain't gonna tell you they're an empath because they don't want nobody to know.
I'm trying to get somewhere.
That's the whole, but no, but that is the truth, right? Like there are people who do have that, but they ain't gonna tell people, right?
Facts.
They're not gonna tell other people that, right? And that's the thing. The problem is that everybody wants to be special, right? I want to be special, so I got to be an empath. How many people are running around thinking they have ADHD on this app right now? How many
a
people are
lot
running
of
around
them.
thinking that they have this or that? This is the reason why I was saying a couple weeks ago. I think it was like a couple Sundays ago. I said it in the comments. The problem with society now is everybody wants to be the main character. And the problem is that when everybody's the main character, we don't get nowhere,
Right.
right? We have all these
Facts.
issues in the world that are affecting us, right? And everybody want to sit here and have panels. Let's talk about solutions, talk about solutions. Really listen to their solutions. Because if your solution is to tell somebody else how to live to fix the solution, ask yourself this: what are you doing to contribute to the problem? Right there.
Bam, dog. Bam is annoying, bro.
That's my question. We are
And
all
look,
the main
another
character.
thing is,
I'm done with
it's
you.
like they come on these apps and they expect complete strangers to have some sympathy and empathy for 'em. Like you don't even know who you're talking to half the time.
At the end of the day, well,
Like,
that's the problem, right? And this is the reason why so many people keep running into these rooms talking about their trauma. What y'all don't realize, right, is there's a lot of people, I call them trauma baiters, right? They are looking for a motherfucker with trauma so they can try to
so they can
steal
manipulate
aspects of
them.
your story, do whatever, because we now live in a society where everybody has to have a diagnosis for something. You can't just be going through some shit. Like sometimes in life, right, you're going to have your ups and your downs. That's natural. Everybody goes through that. That doesn't mean that you have something wrong with you. But right now, you have tons
Right.
of people baiting people, right? And that's where the manipulation comes in. How do I win the trauma
Facts.
Olympics? How do I win that? If
And
Kevin
that's
over
what I
here
don't
talking about
like.
his trauma, everybody else talking about their trauma, let me listen in, right? This is where the gaslighting comes in. It's been happening to me lately, and people have been getting cut off because AJ ain't playing that game, right? I've had somebody literally come up to me and ask me, AJ, right? They was having a problem. They were having their own issue. They wanted to come talk to me about it. Instead of just saying, hey, I got an issue, they switched it around on me. AJ, you're so guarded. AJ, what's going on? AJ, why won't you just tell me something? Why are you manipulating me into saying some shit? I'm fine. What you mean?
It's like they'll tell us something, but they won't tell their partner something. Like they'll tell us what they won't tell their partner.
Again, because everybody thinks it's a communal thing. At the end of the day, your triggers are your triggers. Your feelings are your feelings. It's not up to other people
I
to
hate to
manage
hear
your
that. They
feelings,
hate.
manage your triggers, manage the
Look,
shit that's going on with you. They don't have to give a shit at the end of the day, and people don't have to listen to you. I don't know where everybody's got this notion that everybody's got to listen to me. I got to tell you, and y'all get mad when you give people advice and they don't listen to you. At the end of the day, that is the most disingenuous shit I've ever heard. You ain't really trying to help
right.
people.
And then
Because
the
if you
other
were,
one
you'd
is,
understand that.
yeah, the other one is AJ. You know, you might have said it, and I might have missed it, but the one where when you don't give them what they're looking for, right? And
Oh yeah.
so
You
when you
see how
don't give
quick
them
he
what
gets
they're
the called
looking
names?
for, then they want to turn on you like you're the bad guy. But the other one, there's one more. There's the people who, let's say we're talking about boats in this live. You will get 3 people that will come in here and want to talk about motorcycles and then be mad and say we're discriminating against them for whatever
Again,
reason, or y'all
because
just
we
don't
live.
care. This is a live
Yep.
about boats. We don't
Because
have
we.
to let
Mm-hmm.
you
Yep.
in
Because
here.
we live in a time, right, where if everybody's playing the main character, then everybody can change the narrative at any time. See how we go nowhere, right? We
It's
like
like
you
they would
said, we
tell
just talked
people all
about
their
both.
triggers
We're
and
talking about
then get
motorcycles.
mad whenever somebody used their trigger against them.
It's not even necessarily about using their trigger against them. What I've noticed is when I put up a boundary, right, and I say, no, I'm not this person. Do not come over here, try to trauma bait me. Get away from me. Right? I'm out here on my pursuit of happiness. You know what I mean? So on and so forth. Yeah, am I gonna get people who are gonna try to test that? Of course. But what's the funny part is, right? Is it's always those people who are really quick to turn around and call me a narcissist, call me every other, give me 5 million other diagnoses, and I call them nonsense. So on and so forth. At the end of the day, I don't
Another new
need your
word.
TikTok
Look,
university psychology degree to come tell me what's wrong with me. That ain't even your responsibility. That's my responsibility to figure
look,
out what's wrong with me. You need to figure out what's wrong
I
with you.
say this.
Hold on, we're not going. We're
If
not
somebody
going
call
to
you a
psychology.
narcissist, it take a narcissist to know a narcissist. So
I
if you
already
calling
know he about
somebody a
to say
narcissist, you probably a narcissist because you know
her
exactly what it
psychology.
takes to be a narcissist. You feel
Nah,
me?
nah, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it comes to narcissists, I'm gonna say this right now. You cannot, and I need everybody in the back to listen. You cannot diagnose a narcissist on the internet. You
Facts.
cannot diagnose a narcissist on the internet. You do not have the credentials. You do not have the ability. At the end of the day, everybody sitting in this panel, everybody sitting in this room, you all have narcissistic tendencies. That's
Tendencies,
what
yeah.
makes you human.
Facts.
Work on those. That don't mean that
Mm-hmm.
person's a narcissist.
Can I
You're
can I
Mm-hmm.
can
stupid.
I talk about the biggest
Facts.
narcissistic tendency
Yeah, go ahead,
that
Bam. Go
that
ahead.
you were just
My
talking
bad.
about? It ain't that everybody wants to be the main character. The problem is this: people sympathize with their own trauma, their own trigger responses. But when
Facts.
other people have trigger responses, they demonize them. And that's the biggest issue. That's why I'm always saying, like, look, we got to universally forgive everybody for being conditioned. We are all conditioned. The problem comes in where you only see other people's conditioning as the problem and you don't understand your own. But you'll look at
Facts.
your history. Oh well, a person who conditioned, they'll tell you that. Anytime somebody got a trauma, oh well, you know this came from such and such and such and such. Okay, so where did that person trauma come from? You'll
Mm.
sympathize with your own. You'll sympathize with where your own trauma came from. But when somebody else has a trauma response, you demonize that shit. That's the problem. Ain't nobody functioning like the main character. Everybody's functioning like they're affected by the main character.
But then I guess I got this question then, and Kev had this on his panel and a few other people. How long are you going to hold on to your damn trauma?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
How,
Oh,
that
The
was
hell?
somebody. How
we
long are
good.
you
We good. We
gonna
good.
hold? How long are you going to hold on to your trauma? How long is that going to be an excuse for you?
Well, you
Facts.
can't
Some
heal
people
your
go to the
trauma
grave
unless
with it.
you identify. But nobody's identifying their trauma. They're excusing their trauma. So the moment that you identify, like when people talk about going to therapy, the first thing that they're going to do when you go to therapy is identify your trauma and identify the root. This is why they start talking about your past and your childhood, because they want to identify the root of it so that you can acknowledge it. It's subconscious. That's the difference between trigger responses, right? Trigger responses are
Facts.
subconscious. Until you make that conscious, you're going to react in a way that you can't even control. So if everybody want to go out here and not pay attention to their own trigger responses and use them as excuses, oh, well, this happened because, okay, that's a trigger response. Identify that shit and then work on it. But you can't see other people going through their trigger responses and then demonize everybody else's, but you going to baby and pamper yours.
Mm-hmm.
I could say this, like, based off what you
Facts.
just said, it made me think like this because, I think on the left side, a lot of people don't want to do that because at the end of the day, ain't nothing wrong with them. It's fake trauma. Most of it be fake trauma because think about it. Who want to hold on to that, bro? Like, who want to hold on to it?
So,
You you're supposed to want to get over it. 'Cause why would you want to hold on to that, bro? 'Cause, like people who actually been through trauma,
Beneficial.
man, we don't want to
It's
hold on to
hold
benefiting.
that.
up, hold up,
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
up,
but
hold
I'm
up.
with
they
you on
using
that
it
So
one,
as a
here's,
Cuervo.
pampering for their bad behavior. They
so
hold on
Right.
to it
here's,
to
Beneficial.
excuse their bad behavior. I don't have to not have this bad behavior if I can give you an excuse that, oh, when I was younger, I went through a whole bunch of trauma. That's why I slap people. So that's why people hold on to that shit. That's why they don't want to acknowledge it. Because if I acknowledge it, then I can't use it as an excuse.
so here's the thing. When it comes to trauma, right? You can't put a timeline on when somebody's supposed to heal. However, right, if we practice this thing called mindfulness, right, we're mindful to the other people around us. You don't have to affect other people with it. It's called being self-aware. I'm tired of everybody talking about self-aware. Oh, I'm so self-aware. No, you're not. right? Everybody has trauma. Everybody has something going on with them. Everybody. There's those of us who choose not to make it affect other people, and there's other people who sit there and use it as an excuse for shit. And that is how that's how you know you're being manipulative. That's why I'm saying there's some people who know they're being manipulative, and there's some people who are doing it and probably aren't aware of it because ain't nobody calling them out on it.
Facts.
Like that's
Facts.
that's really where it's at. Right now, do I agree with Bam? Yeah, of course we're gonna be, sensitive, and we're gonna relate to, somebody has a similar trauma to us, of course. But this is where I ask for the challenge then. Stop trauma bonding. Can you make a friendship with somebody and not trauma bond with them? Because I can honestly do that. I have not trauma bonded with not one person in this room, and I consider just about everybody in here my homie. At the end of the day, I ain't trauma bonded with not one of you.
What about me?
I ain't trauma bonded with you, Kev, with your big ass.
This the funny thing. This the funny thing about that though, AJ. A lot of times when you are self-aware, or especially people who are empaths, I'm an empath, you find that people try to use you the most, right? And what they'll use you for is for your explosion, right? Have you ever been, if you're a self-aware person, you're the kind of person that'll be like, okay, before I explode, I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself from this. Somebody who acknowledges that you're self-aware, they will chase you down so you can explode. Oh, you running from the problem. You're like, no, I'm not running from the problem. I'm trying to remove myself before I snap the fuck out on you because I understand.
Brandon, what's good, brother?
You see what I'm saying? So when you acknowledge that you're about to get triggered, that's when they want to press your buttons the most.
But the thing,
Hey, man, can I ask what?
Hey, hold on real quick. Hey, hold on real quick, y'all. I'm actually go real quick, and then Brandon, I want you to come up though, because this topic is kind of revolving around a situation that was dealing with you in a way though, because one of my friends was in your room, I guess. But go ahead, real.
I'm trying to figure out all the goddamn terminology that's been brought up. What the hell is an empath, bro?
You said what?
What is an empath?
Empath is somebody like they have the ability to feel what you feel, know, like they have the ability to feel what you feel, know what you know, and like when you tell them like a story, like they have the ability to like see it from your perspective, kind of. Like they don't look at things just one way; they look at things from multiple perspectives, and like they try to be as genuine as they can. They don't try to do wrong. It's like it's a real genuine person. You feel me?
Right on. How about the folks that get triggered that go in these different down spaces? Stay y'all ass out of them. Go have your own goddamn live, and then go. That way you can kick them people out that done triggered your ass. Like weak ass, that shit weak as hell. Ain't no way.
What was you saying though?
Yeah, Brandon. Yeah, what's up, my brother? I just wanted to know, like, because I don't know what happened. I guess I was lost. I was talking to one of my friends and stuff, I guess, and she got her own live, now that's going on. And I don't really know what happened. And then I guess I caught the wrong end of it. And I be trying to explain that sometimes it's two ways to certain situations. And I realize it's like when it comes to, because I seen your situation, man. It was like you start becoming more understanding of different things and stuff. But I think it's like they feel like soon as you talk about, because you could talk about one thing one day, because I know you probably at this point you probably hold both sides accountable and stuff. But it's like soon as you hold one side accountable, then it becomes a problem. They feel like it's so-called bashing or whatever the stuff is or whatever. And I was just trying to see what was the problem, why they have a problem with it. And then as soon as it seemed like, and I'm like, I wasn't even taken up, but I'm like,
who was it? Who was it? Put a name on it.
Yeah, you already know. I think you know the name. You always talk more for a minute though, but
Who?
Trap.
Who that dude? He was barking at roof.
I ain't say nothing about Trap Fairy. Trap Fairy.
Yeah, I know you did.
Trap Fairy was going at it with everybody else on my panel. And the problem that Trap Fairy has is that the live that I hosted today was, how do we help our women realize that we are not the enemy and we mean no harm? So when you come up on a panel, and I fuck with Trap Fairy, don't get it twisted. Trap Fairy,
right, me too.
So, and I told her, like, you can't take things like this personal, because you can't be upset when somebody states their opinion and their feelings towards a particular issue within your own community. You have to understand that although you disrespect somebody, you can't be mad when they meet you at the front door with the same disrespect. So I guess she kind of got a little, it got heated for a moment, bro. I'm not gonna lie, it got heated. And it ended up turning around that one of my moderators had dropped her. Didn't even know what happened. Didn't even know what happened. But at the end of the day, like I can't be responsible for everybody's triggers.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? And I said this earlier today. If you're gonna come into certain spaces, you as a person need to own up to it. When you walk into these spaces, if you're not comfortable with certain things that people are saying, just like I have the ability to scroll the fuck up, you have the same equal and opposite ability, or hit the X button, because there's going to be another live and another live and another live. It don't have to be problematic unless you make it that way. If somebody's opinions is that they believe this is going on with the black community, this is how we fix the issue with the black community, and we gonna move forward like that. If you don't stand on that and you become the outlier, that is on you. You brought yourself willingly up on the panel, so she got mad at Black Guru.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I already know because that's what I learned that some people just can't take some people's delivery and all that stuff too. So I can get it. I can understand though.
But that's the thing. It's like I didn't feel Black Guru said anything that Black Guru wouldn't say, even if he was on his own panel. And if you know the character of somebody, if you don't like that person, why go around them? That's like me saying, damn, they shooting down the streets. Let me go see what that's about. Why walk into the battlefield if you ain't got the artillery with you to protect yourself? So it's like I rock with Trap Fairy to the fullest extent. She a cool woman. I love her mindset. I love how she talk. I think she's awesome. But like I told everybody else, and it was more people coming up on the panel that was still getting offended. You know, Black Guru was up there. I'm trying to think who else was. It was a lot of people up there, dog. So how are we gonna have these lives if we're trying to find out resolutions, but you attacking the man that ain't even talking about the black women the way that you say he talking about the black women in this very moment? He's trying to help us find a resolution.
Because they don't want a solution. They just want to stay in the problem because women love mess.
Exactly. So that's my thing. Why are you coming up on a panel where we're trying to find solutions and bringing up somebody's issue that you have with them from post-traumatic stress TikTok disorder of extra lives that you've been in or seen him in or interacted with him in, and he not even talking about those lives, but you bringing up the point. And when you keep attacking a man, you think he's gonna sit there and just let you keep slapping him in the face and slapping him in the face and slapping him in the face? Eventually you gonna poke the bear, and when they turn around and claw you, don't be mad, because you equally deserve that reaction. That's why I don't come up with people who I don't get along with, because if I come up with you and I don't see eye to eye with you, and you say something and I feel like I know I'm gonna be like, yo, I gotta have some pushback on that, and I know it's gonna be coming back and forth, why am I gonna entertain the idea of joining the circus if I don't agree with a clown?
Fetch. Hey, I got one question.
What I learned out there, because it got so deep, right? It got so deep that she done minded me and all type of stuff, because it's like, I think the people that was in her room was kind of enabling her more and more. And I'm just trying to let her know, like, man, you can't keep falling for people that's like that. They're going to use the deepest stories to manipulate. That's why my topic is about manipulation, because I've seen what went down.
But see, right? Here's the thing, right? Listen, nobody manipulated her to come up to the platform. I didn't call her out from the box and say, hey, come up there. You sent the request button. You requested the gate code. I just let you in.
Yeah. I feel you on that. I was talking about in her room. In her room, that's how I end up, me and her kind of got into it, because she did get manipulated, but she ain't like that. I was stating that though, because it was people that was playing like this sorrow game with her and stuff. And then like, even with some of the stuff, because I know I can come off harsh sometimes on different things or whatever, but it's just like, she was not trying to hear it, because everybody kept coming up with this, well, what about this and what about that, and let me victim blame and all this stuff. But I'm like, man, we got to
Let me ask
stop
you a
doing stuff
question.
like that because we derailing the
Was she
whole
hosting this
solution we
live
trying to
about
get
me?
to.
Was she
You see what I'm
hosting
saying?
this live about the interaction she had with me, or
No,
on my platform?
no.
So she just been like, listen. This is the thing, bro. Usually when people have big egos, if their egos get like, you know, you was motherfucking in cloud nine and now you back on the hard surface with the rest of us. If you think that because your opinion should be valued more than the other person's opinion, you're no better than the people who you call bigots, or people that you call racist, or people that you call homophobic and transphobic and all these other terminologies, or the people that you say uphold the patriarchy. Because what you're doing right now is, if you're feeling like people are bashing you, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, because if you start doing that type of shit and then you want to host these platforms and then you still in your feelings and emotions about the last live you was in, and then you want to take it to the next level and then you host your own live but your emotions ain't in check. That's why I still believe women don't want emotionally intelligent men, because emotionally intelligent motherfuckers gonna walk away from you, and then you gonna carry that trauma over into the next relationship, because all you gonna do is start projecting the shit that that man did on you to somebody else. And that's exactly what happened. She was still in her feelings from the live she was in this morning. She came over, started her own live, and then when she started her own live and you came over there, she projected some shit onto you that you had
Yeah,
absolutely nothing to do with. And then she took even more. She took it even a further step, because she know she rock with you and she know you rock with her. So then why the fuck she unmod you? Motherfuckers gotta really get their hormones and emotions in check, because if you really want to host lives and do shit like this on TikTok, you ain't even been through half the shit I done been through. You ain't
yeah.
got doxxed. You ain't had motherfuckers reach out to your employer. You ain't had motherfuckers do research on you or background talking. You ain't had none of that shit. Motherfuckers is real gritty and grimy on the internet, but you know what I learned? I got power from those motherfuckers talking about me. Because if they keep talking about me, they going to bring people over to my platform to hear what I got to say. And they going to genuinely rock with me. And most of these people going to rock with my change off of the fucking strength that I stand on. And I stand on everything that I said, 10 toes.
Yeah.
And Trap is a good woman. I love her to death. I think she an awesome person. You know what I'm saying? Every time we talk, it's a genuine conversation. But she cannot let her emotions get the best of her. And that's why I
That's all I
said,
was asking. That's all I was asking, man. But that's because like I said, I do gotta like I said, she looked out for me, all type of stuff. She be support me and everything, and that's all I was trying to tell her is like, man, just don't let your feelings, get the best of you, man. You're gonna end up hanging with because it's a few people that's in there that's just not for it, and they got a hidden agenda. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just
bro,
like, I can't really save her. I'm like, man.
here's the piece of advice that I'm gonna just say right now, is because I learned to stop doing that shit too. I learned it's two things you can't do with women. You can't point to a woman when she's in her fucking feelings or emotions, or she's just thinking outside clearly, unclear and wrong or unjust. And two, you cannot tell a woman to be accountable, because a woman gonna do
That's where I messed up
two
at.
things. Those are the two things, right? Those are the two things you can never tell a woman. Be accountable and get your feelings in check. Because no matter what you do, she gonna turn around, and then it's gonna turn into a scene from Law and Order SVU. All of a sudden, we got victims everywhere, my nigga.
Not
Victims
all women are
everywhere.
like that.
We didn't say, oh man,
I ain't say
if it don't
all
apply, let
women.
it fly.
We gonna have victims everywhere, and motherfuckers' emotions gonna be rampant, and then it's gonna be some bunch of shit that's said that she gonna end up, I promise you, she gonna end up regretting it and
Kev,
saying,
how
you
do I
know
know
what,
you
I
were
was
talking
in
about
my
trap?
feelings,
That's
I
crazy.
apologize, I'm sorry.
I,
And then
it's
you
crazy.
probably gonna
There's
be
another.
like,
I got a situation too. When Buddy finish, I'm gonna tell you. It's crazy.
but that's just how it is, bro. Like, you can't expect a woman to like sit there and understand where you're coming from, even though it's for the betterment of her mindset at that point in time. Because we know, as men, we know when a woman is going through some shit. So we got to sit here and we got to think like, okay, so how can I help her de-escalate?
What
But
we're
as of
doing,
right now,
bro,
bro, I'm
as
telling you,
men.
stop doing that shit, because it's not going to work out in our favor at all, because we're going to be looked at as a villain because we're a man. And that's just how it is.
Yeah,
Then what
that's facts.
happened
That's
though?
facts. I ain't gonna even lie,
What
that was
You
facts.
was all against
Brandon,
trap
bro?
shit the
I
other
ain't
day.
never.
You was riding with her. What
Huh?
happened?
What you say, real?
No, I'm saying
Brandon
Kevin.
tripping me out right now, bro. Cause, bro, what happened? What changed?
I told.
Tell you,
I'm
hey,
trying to
real,
tell people he
Just
changed.
saying,
He ain't the
cuz
real.
same
live
Brandon.
I'm gonna tell you.
No,
I'm gonna
3
tell you
bro.
weeks
what
ago, I
changed, bro.
believe.
Man,
I
hey,
was
I ain't
on
gonna
this
lie, boy.
platform,
Brandon
real. If
live
you know,
chat
Dude,
is
I'm
toxic as
listening to
hell,
chat
bro.
time
hold on,
about we riding.
wait.
Hold
Real,
on.
what changed is you know who I am, and me and you, we done had a conversation before, and a lot of people done looked at me like, "Damn, Brandon, what the hell? Like you simping and doing all this other shit." But then this is the problem with it, and I'm creating a T-shirt about it. Simping ain't easy until it blow up in your face. And the problem with that is when you keep protecting people who don't
Right.
appreciate your protection, that's not deserving of the protection,
Right.
that's when you fucked up because you're just condoning everything that a woman does. So what I learned is what I did one day, I had
You
created a
woke
fake
up.
account. I created a fake account, right? And I just
Right.
started scrolling TikTok lives. And then I started hearing shit like it's all men until it's no men,
Mm.
unalive black fetuses, black male fetuses, and all this other harmful rhetoric. Black men are the most messed up men because they impregnate women and trick them and this, and that. And then I'm like, damn. And a lot of the women that was saying this shit was some of the women that I protected.
Mm.
Dang, that's crazy,
So
bro. I
then
mean,
when
That
I
was a
yeah.
wake up, and that's crazy that hit him like that. And I did not see that.
No,
That's why I
me
said I
too.
got
Cause I
caught off
used to
guard.
hear,
But I'm glad you woke up. You know what I'm saying?
like, I
I'm
used to
glad you
hear
did
Brandon,
because,
like
Brandon
bro,
talk
and I
about.
can understand why you had to do why you
this
did
is
what
how
you
you
did and stuff
know.
because it's a protection thing.
But
It's
this
a
is
lot
how
of
you
people are
know,
going through
Kev.
things.
This is how you know, Kev. People started seeing a change when they started seeing different people coming up on my platform, and then me and them people making amends. Like, bro, who would have
Yeah.
fucking thought? Who would have thought that I ever make amends with Omega?
Nah,
Who
Right.
would
that's
have
what
thought?
I'm talking about. That's
Who would have
exactly what
thought
I'm
that I
talking
ever
about.
made amends with Black Guru?
Black G. Right. I did not
Who would
see
have
that.
thought
When
that
I
I would have made amends with Black Jesus? And when those people started seeing who I was and embracing me, and they would just come up and say, I know we had our issues in the bro, me and them men apologize to one another. Bro, me and Black Jesus have phone calls on the phone like damn near every other day. Black Jesus is literally the big bro. So for me right now, it's like I gotta understand that the position that I'm in and the change that I see and the way that I'm standing 10 toes on what I'm saying and motherfuckers is unfollowing me, guess what? It's people that's meant to be in your life and it's people that's not.
facts.
And if you see an issue with the behavior of a community and you point it out, you're a problem. You're anti-black, you're this, you're that. But the biggest issue that I see is the people that just want to be stubborn, naive, destructive, and delusional that live within inside of our society and don't care to look otherwise. They want to be problems. They don't want solutions.
Facts.
And that's why I told you, bro, sometimes you're gonna have to let these people, you know what I'm saying? Like Jay-Z said, I let them hang they self, I just kick away the chair.
Then some people got to learn the hard way. Some people never learn. You got that right for sure. For
Yeah,
sure,
That's
man.
crazy.
yeah,
We
I
was just
definitely
saying
see that
trap
too.
Hey, that's
live
a
a few weeks ago.
testimony though. Like real talk right there.
Yeah, I
People
mean,
kind of probably might have missed that, but that's a testimony right
nah,
there,
bro.
man.
Cause when I
Because
seen,
We
no, I
know
Can I
thought
I
I
was
was
say
listening to
tripping
trap
out
a
something?
one
few
day.
weeks ago.
God.
Y'all beef with it. Like, what
I thought
happened?
I was really tripping out one day when I seen Brandon up there talking
Damn.
on one of them guys live, and I was like, man, say I know doggone well this ain't the same cat that I'm seeing. But I mean, I say, but I mean, I get that, bro. You protected a lot of folks, and then they turned their back and stabbed you. You know what I'm talking about? I get that.
Like, bro, like it's
But
like
other than that,
Can I
yeah,
some of
say
that shit.
something? I'm the
yes,
only
ma'am.
woman
Go
on the
right ahead.
panel.
go,
Can I
go ahead,
say
walk. Go ahead, walk. I
something?
know you've been trying to say what's up.
Um, I will, my friends ever since junior high were always males. Even to this day, my best friend is a male. And
Red
so,
flag.
I don't know
Facts.
what it is. Like, I got three sons, they all grown, and then they friends is male. So I'm always around a lot of males. And I really enjoyed the man's company because it's not, all men are not fun, but the majority of them that I've been around are. And it's just such a pleasure to be around men. It's so much fun. The conversation flows so good. I ain't got to
Red
worry
flag.
about being, how women can be, they want to be in competition and I can't, they drive me crazy. I'm not gonna say all women, but
Have any of your male friends tried to smash you?
some of the women out there, and And
She
so,
gonna
no,
lie.
none of them have because, they know what type of woman. You know what? I'm going
They
to
ain't
tell
I
you,
tried to make
fucking
no
knew
Mello,
it.
as
Shit,
comparisons.
lost
damn,
souls. That's, well, okay, don't start, like the thing about it is
it's not
y'all be
funny
talking
to
about women that is whack, and then when you get a woman to come and try to be real with you, you get to talking shit. And then when I cuss your bitch ass out, you want to click me off the live. Okay,
Who she
I
talking
can
to?
get crazy too, but I'm just basically saying is that trying
Don't
to
let her
tell
off
you
yet.
what
Don't let
I
her.
have experienced when it comes to being around men, and I think that some of the women,
Yeah, that
not
was
all
the
the women,
son.
that have high body count, they were man after man after man after man after
Hey,
man
can
after man,
somebody cut her
and I mean
Wi-Fi
that is
connection?
kind of crazy. And then what they do,
Somebody cut her Wi-Fi connection.
Hey, hold on, my
they
brother. Just
turn.
let her finish real quick. I'm just trying to get her to finish.
Because you know what, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna bounce because this little bitch, I'm gonna cuss him out because he probably sucked dick.
No,
Who
no,
she
Oh
you
talking
my
can
about?
you
god.
Okay.
can
Who
make
she
your point
talking
of
about?
Yeah.
view.
Okay. Let me bounce then, cause this bitch is.
Who she
Yeah, she
talking
about to go
about?
Yes,
too
yes,
Okay,
crazy
yes.
now
right
see,
now.
now
Be
see,
serious.
now
Also,
see. I'm gonna sit
Yeah,
up
I ain't
there
trying to
and
get my
say
live
this.
shut down.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know
sit up
what's
there and
happening.
say. I'm gonna sit
I
up there and
think I
say.
was
Now
a
that type
troller,
of
bro. I
behavior,
ain't gonna lie.
yes,
I don't
I
know
sit
what
up
just
there.
happened.
What?
That shit went left real quick.
It
Hey, but what
always
happened
do.
with Trap though, G? We was just
It
fucking
always do.
beefing with her.
Y'all some motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That type of behavior, hell yeah, call
What
out
was
all
that all
day.
about? Like, and that's another
Yeah.
thing. Like, you want to talk
Who
about
you
respect,
think?
and you just call this man all out of his name and talk about you love black men, but then you're gonna turn around and just in the same breath disrespect this man.
It's
That's crazy
confusing.
as
It's
hell,
just
Yeah,
G.
because
that's
of
weird.
the
That's
simple fact
weird.
that
I
she
ain't even
got
gonna hold you.
that people
I
are
ain't
saying
even gonna
little
lie.
things.
Like I don't even feel disrespected. I can't
Nah, me
feel
either. Like that stuff,
disrespected.
I didn't feel disrespected at all.
I can't never get disrespected by a bitch who sound like her pH balance off every day.
God damn.
I'm sorry, that can't
This
happen.
Like
is
when it comes to
we
women
talking
talking
about
about,
something, right? And then somebody would come into the live and do exactly what we just said, and we'd be like, "What the hell?" Like that'd be
nah,
so shocking to me.
I don't sit up there and trip on it. When it comes to women talking about unaliving black men or whoop whoop this and that, that shit don't pertain to me. I don't get in my feelings
I
about
ain't
none of
gonna
that
lie,
crap.
like half of
It
these
really
people
don't.
I've never
That is
met.
crazy though.
Hey, yo,
Unaliving
look,
black man, you
hey,
being
That
yo,
black.
shit don't.
That's
let's
That
check
shit
this
that
out.
don't hurt
I
me,
Let's
have
check
bro.
this out
not
for a
met
second.
people
Listen,
like
then,
this. Like
if you're
this
not
is
what she's talking about, then it doesn't affect you. If you're not the type of man she's talking about, it shouldn't bother you
I
Exactly
only
what
ever
Darth Vader
seen.
just said. It
because
shouldn't.
you
It just
place
shouldn't
yourself
be
in that
impacted.
bracket the moment you let it affect you. The moment you allow her to put you in a bracket, she defined your worth and told you you was less. Instead of you realizing your own worth, you let her belittle you by a couple of words.
Right,
Mental
right.
discipline and self mastery is your friend. Learn it, master it. Nobody can make you doubt your reality. How do you know somebody is being manipulated? When they start over explaining themselves constantly. If you know what your truth is, if you know exactly what you said and stand down on what you said, no one convinced you that you may otherwise. Now you let yourself fall for those lies on top, and when you actually start to doubt yourself, that means that everything started with you. You weren't solid with yourself. You became flexible because somebody else's needs were more important than your own. You allowed yourself to bend when you should have just been straight.
Yeah.
Brother, I ain't gonna even stunt. You sound like an evil villain. But I'm that right there. You right. That
Hell
is absolutely
no,
right.
an evil
So
villain
treat
is
every
Hey, can
crazy.
woman
y'all
with a
hear
new
me?
experience,
Cuz
my brother. Treat every woman with a new experience
that
because I
nigga
do not
said,
know
cuz
that
sound like
woman that
evil
just was in the
villain.
box.
Right,
I can
right,
only
right.
speak for the women that I know. I'm creating a new experience with another one. I can't place that negativity on her because then I'm seeing her in that bad image that I last experienced, but they are not the same. Because if I'm thinking it, I'm the one giving it a reality to exist. If I want a good woman, I have to picture that's what I want. I have to vision that's what I want. And for me to achieve what I want, I have to become him. That's
Can
how
you
you
say,
attract her.
Luke, I am your father one time?
Nah, just one time, please.
I
Tell
swear,
him,
hey,
y'all leave
for the
him
room,
alone,
cuz.
bro.
Come on now,
Bro, I
cuz.
just
Sound like you about
wanted
to take over the
I
world.
wanted
G,
to
you got a
ask, bro,
master
what
plan.
ship do you command? Please let us know. Like for real.
That is the captain for real, G.
Here's the thing, like I could agree to what you're saying about if that doesn't speak on your character, but at the end of the day, eventually Like, for example, let's talk about the statement about all black men till it's no black men, right? Like, how you feel when that
Okay,
happened,
let's
right?
entertain
I
it.
looked at all the black women that was saying that shit like, oh, damn, my bad. I forgot you got a black daddy or a brother or a fucking son. Let's talk about that part. So if it's all
Okay.
black men till it's no black man, was you keeping that same energy for those immediate family members, or were you just being deliberately ignorant? That's the problem.
I call deliberate ignorance on that. Real quick,
Yes.
I'm in a jump nobody,
Speak for that
but I got
themselves.
kind of kicked off by my battery earlier. My bad for cutting you off there, bro. We got to stop trying to understand, fellas. I want you to just really consider this, what I'm about to say, and they got to stop trying to understand us. I think that we men, they women, it's not about trying to understand. It's about coming to an understanding. We can't go around here and be trying to understand them. We have to just come to an understanding. You got a problem, and all I could do is accept your problem and the way you experiencing it and assist you. We got to stop trying to understand them, bro. And we just got to like listen to them straight up. Like validate whatever they're going through, whether you believe it or what, or it's not for us to verify. I can't verify a woman.
Listen,
Hold
I'm not going to validate none of that shit because if you come
Hold
to
on,
me,
hold on, bro. Hold on. I promise, man. Look, you can look. Just what I mean by validate is not agree. I just mean accept that they experienced it in their way. I can't verify that somebody's toe hurts more than my headache. And that's what we're doing with women. You feel what I'm saying? I can't verify that somebody like we can't verify their pain, bro. And we can't go through the system trying to verify what they go through. And they can't verify us. The difference is is that most of the time when we're talking to them, they're trying to tell us like they're womanscaping and then accuse us of manscaping. They're trying to tell us how we feel. And that's the problem that I be having a lot of times when I go on certain lives. But I just listen. I don't try to verify their pain, but I do validate it. And I say, you know what? You experienced that, and I can't take that away from you. But let me just ask you, what can I do? If you want to hear my experience, then let me give you my experience. But let me tell you what happens when we give them our experience. They try to verify our experience. And so what I'm really calling as a calling to response is this. I'm not trying to understand no black woman or no group of black women, bro. I ain't doing it. But what I will do is I will accept what you've been going through, and I will ask you, how can I assist? And I will take directives and requests from you. I'm tired of hearing, excuse my French, I'm tired of hearing bitches complain, bro. I don't want to hear it no more. All I want to hear is, what can I do? Tell me what to do. Make your request, because that's how queens speak. Queens don't go around here complaining. Queens make requests, and that's it. And kings just get the shit done. And it's the same way with kings. The way we speak is we make requests. We can't be going around here complaining. Now, we can bring light to the situation, but we cannot expect an emotional creature to always validate us. Our safe space is within our zones. It's within ourselves. We gotta create our own safe spaces and invite them in when they qualify. If they don't qualify, you ain't invited, because you got to follow the rules up in here, because this is
That
where I feel safe. You know what I'm saying?
Let buddy cook,
so
bro.
but see, I see what you're saying now. But
Yeah.
I feel like here's the thing, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, but don't nobody turn into a motherfucking detective, private detective investigator more than a bitter woman, and that's a fact. A woman gonna find out everything about you within the first 15 minutes of knowing your full government name.
Yeah, if you talking a lot.
That's true.
I understand, bro. Look, most of us have experienced women in different ways, but we know some total overall truths that we can all agree with. And we all know that women are investigative. We all know that women are twice as vengeful and calculated as some men, as most men. We all know, like, we can all agree to certain facts. But when it comes to them and what they experience in their pains or whatever, we can't be trying to verify it with our own experiences. Like I said before, I can't tell you that your toe hurt more than my headache. I can't do that. All I can do is say, you know what? I accept that you went through that. And how you said you went through it, I get it. You know what I'm saying? All I can say is I understand pain. I just understand pain. That's it. If you say it hurts, then damn it, it hurts. Now, how can I assist you? Because if you keep want me to understand, then you need to be talking to somebody else. You need to be talking to a therapist or a counselor or something, because maybe they will help to break down the different constraints and how that got done and all of this and all this victim mentality. I can't do that. But what I can do, is I can assist you in wherever you want me. Most of them got more problems than they got requests. They got more, like I'm telling you, bro, like that's the problem in our community. In our community, women complain, but they don't have any solutions. And then when they get tired, like they'll talk to you and think they talking to me. Does that make sense?
Brother, I don't think it's more problems than they have requests. I honestly and genuinely, truthfully believe that their expectations are higher, or sorry, their expectations are higher than their standards. Because at the end of the day, if you expect a man who just met you to go out on the first date and spend $300 on you, I'm sorry, man, you're a red flag and a liability.
I mean facts, right? Okay, like the way I see it is like this, right? The way I see it is like this. Your standards are the manufacturer of your life. My standards are for me. They not for you. A lot of women will mask their price for their preference.
I like that.
You understand what I'm saying? So like my standards are how I live. And literally I just want you to either welcome them or let me be the extension of how you live. That's how I understand standards. My boundaries are what protects my standards. You understand what I'm saying? You can't cross this, because then you're going to interfere with how I live. So that's the way that I that's the way I organize my life. When it comes to expectations and standards, I think you're absolutely right, bro. You can't see the word deserve, and I think I've been in some brothers' lives, or some brothers have been in lives with me before. The word deserve is so often used as a passive aggressive word when it's faced brothers, right? When it's faced men, period. A lot of women feel like because of prettiness or because of whatever, that they just deserve something. Well, you deserve to men means you earned it. If you ain't done shit, if you ain't been here, if you ain't, like the song say, you wasn't with me when I was shooting in the gym. You know what I'm saying? So you don't deserve nothing you didn't put in on, homie. You can't get none of this.
But the reason they're not getting what they think they deserve is because here's the big. I'm gonna give the cheat code right now. A man is not gonna value you as a woman until you value yourself first, because your self-worth should be speaking volumes. You're supposed to be a reflection of who you are, what you want to be, and the man that you want to attract. So that way, when I walk with my woman is going to be reflections of her. And she's also going to have a reflection of me, because the standard that I carry myself to, she should be able to walk within.
But you say self-worth, so how does the self-worth measure when that person's self-worth is lower spiritually?
Yeah, I'm rocking with both of y'all. The idea behind expectations.
Everybody preaching up here. Ain't nobody wrong.
Like the
ideas behind expectations, bros.
If you low spiritually, how's it going to elevate?
Oh, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. See, the idea behind expectations is that they lead to disappointment, because they're supposed to be directly associated with your standards.
Nothing. Expect nothing from the jump. They will show you who they are.
But they walk in with expectations. They walk in with expectations because they have a misunderstanding or a misassociation with worth and value. Value is your service.
Leads to disappointment.
I think we were just talking about that yesterday about the princess treatment a lot of women distilling to their daughters without even realizing it.
I'm telling you, it's crazy to me that it's only 32 people in this live. And the reason I say that, right, is because think about the lives that I hosted. I told women that we love you in your natural form. We don't need all the wigs, the lashes, the makeup, and all that shit. We didn't need that. I was telling people positive shit. But guess what? They came up and they was like, so you saying we ugly? You saying we look ugly with it? You saying we look
bro, listen. What it is you got to understand how women think, right? Okay, look. If you ask the average woman, what she wants to eat, she's gonna begin to tell you what she doesn't want to eat. It's
Mm.
just they think in deficit, bro. In deficit. They have to disqualify
Okay.
shit before they qualify. And most of the time, by the time they get to what qualifies, it's not necessarily what they want, it's just what's left.
Mm.
Because
Oh.
because in real life, they think life is plentiful.
That's
Men can decide what they want in most cases because our life is more of a scarce life. We live by consequence. If you don't pick the food right now, it ain't gonna be no food. You understand what I'm
Mm.
saying? So that's the way we operate. But the way that they operate is in this
fine.
plentiful mindset. It's
Basic
plentiful, bro.
instinct.
I think
Instinct.
yeah.
We
I
live
think
by the right
spiritual
side
wanted to
of
go
God.
real quick. Let me go ahead, Spurs. I think you wanted to say something. Who just dropped? Somebody dropped.
Yeah,
It's me. I was talking. Can I make a point?
yeah, go
I
ahead,
was
bro.
saying, man,
Go ahead, then I can let
in
spiritual go. Cause they preach too much. They everybody ain't, can't even share the goal real
yeah,
quick.
I was listening to the men, and they really speak a lot of gems right here. And my point is that men live on the right side of their brain. They think on the hunting instinct.
All right,
They
real.
think about survival, and we live in a world that if we don't go out to make our bread, nobody's not going to give our bread. And a female live in a world that mother's going to be always there. She will always spoil me, and daddy will cuddle me. That's the way a female thinks it is. And I and I give it to other person who want to rebut my
Mm.
statement.
I don't think nobody rebutting that. I can see it coming from that angle too, though.
Anything wanted to speak, I'm gonna be quiet though.
Yeah,
Cool.
I just wanted to
Go
say this. Like, somebody about to say something? Okay.
ahead, Spurs. Go ahead.
I look. Just listen. When something doesn't meet our expectations, many of us operate with the assumption, when in doubt, it must be somebody else's fault. You can see this assumption in action almost everywhere you look. This type of blaming thinking has become extremely common in our culture. On a, on a personal level, it has led us to believe that we are never completely responsible for our actions, problems, or happiness. In terms of personal happiness, you cannot be peaceful while at the same time blaming others. Blaming others takes an enormous amount of mental energy. Blaming makes
Mm.
you feel powerless over your own life because your happiness is contingent on the actions and behaviors of others, which you can't control. When you stop blaming others, you will regain your sense of personal power. You will see yourself as a choice maker. That's it.
Mm. Who else next, man? Y'all on a hot streak right now.
Like, see, I'm gonna just say this, and then I'm doing laundry, bro. So keep
Hmm.
me right. Um, here's the thing, right? I'm not saying that there are bad women everywhere.
No.
That never came out of my mouth. But I feel like the resolutions that we try to create, a lot of people try to make that into something that's, oh, you're anti-black, you're harmful against the black community, you guys are misogynistic, you guys are upholding the patriarchy. How the fuck I'm upholding something that is not designed for me to be a beneficiary from? Like, that is for the white man only, ma'am. I'm not getting no pigmentation reduction or none of that done to look more like a white man. I still walk this earth, and the police officer's gonna look at me every day as if I'm black. So here's the problem with that, right? I feel like the patriarchy is upheld more by black women than it is by black men. And the reason
Mm.
that's is because they use every sense of white supremacy to shame, bash, belittle, degrade, and demean black men all over this app by saying that we're the highest amount of baby daddies and all these other harshful rhetorics. But when it comes to that, it's never anti-black. It's just we state in the truth, we state in the facts. But when a man brings stats into a conversation, you want to not believe them, you want to disbelieve them. But Google is a free search engine that everybody can use right at the tip of your motherfucking fingers. So this is how I look at that shit. Right? I look at that shit as if it's crazy. I look at that shit as if it's blasphemy. And You can't argue with the truth, whether it's off of the FBI site or the CDC site. And the craziest part is that 52% of a divorce rate for black men and black women, right? But if you think about black women marrying women or women marrying women in general, the divorce rate is at a 72% rate. So
Oh
what does
my.
that tell you? That the women are just genuinely not satisfied with whoever they pick because their
We.
standards outweigh their expectations, or their expectations outweigh their standards. And that's the harm part. So when men want to choose you, they're not going to choose you, like I said, once again, if you don't value yourself. If you carry yourself a certain way, we treating you just like the police officers treat us. We're going to judge you by the company you keep. So please,
Facts.
stop the bullshit, stop the cap, stop the Dom Cappuccino. Wake up, pour yourself a cup of the strongest coffee you can find, and genuinely have an adult conversation.
Facts. Man. Boy, yeah, this panel on fire for when. Oh boy.
You know what, Kev? It's like trying to it's like trying to detox feminism from them while they're still exposed to feminism.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be one of the toughest things you could do. They they're not willing to separate themselves from it long enough to get well enough to see that that wasn't the way. It's like they have to stay out there in their face, hearing it from their friends and family members and that type of stuff. I know once I started seeking the truth, it welcomed me in, but I got out of the BS long enough to see that the BS I was in was not the place to be. I used to coddle that madness.
Mm.
And I had to just stop coddling enough. I mean, really, the pain, I never got used to the pain. And I made it a point not to. And that's what was, and that was what I used to like keep seeking the truth, you know? So yeah, we gotta be able to remove, they're not gonna do it willingly.
Nah.
Sometimes you just, yeah, you gotta separate them from it.
Yeah.
And
Had to bump their head
hopefully
sometimes on
get,
their own situation.
man,
Sometimes that's what.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the second best thing is every time they come to you with a situation, don't pussyfoot with them. Don't sugarcoat anything. Hit them with the hard truth.
I feel you
You
on
can't
that.
sugarcoat it because that's what they use to. They shake it off. If you sugarcoat it, you gotta hit them with the hard truth every time, and you can't be concerned with their feelings about it. With that, I yield the floor.
And that's out of love too. Like I wish they could understand that, but you gotta do that, man. We have to. You know what I'm saying? Because that babying stuff, you get nowhere with it. You keep babying stuff, you enabling. If people don't realize the danger of enabling, man, they really don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because let me watch out for their feelings. I don't want to hurt them. But the thing is, they hurting themselves more than anything. You know what I'm saying? I would take that risk. I would take that gamble. If I gotta hurt your feelings for you to get better in life, I would rather take that chance. You know what I'm saying? One day you're gonna wake up and realize that I was for you, not against you. That's the thing. But yes, I feel you on that, and that's what I stand strong at, Codified. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to back down because of your feelings. I had to do this work within myself too. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't say none of this stuff out of love. I mean, out of not love. You know what I'm saying? I would if I didn't care, I wouldn't speak on it. I could care less about it and move somewhere else. I could do like, let's see if I can call
Absolutely.
this dude up. I could be like Charles and and move across the seas or something like that. But it's obvious I care. I care about y'all. You know what I'm saying? I care about you, so I'm gonna be forward with the
that's not
situation.
what they're going to see, because what they're going to see is that you're going against the NGO. And,
Mm.
and a lot of people might look at me when I say that crazy, but the New Girl Order. The moment
Oh
you
wow.
say something that jeopardizes everything that they believe in, you're
Mm.
the Antichrist. It's like a whole new cult. I just can't drink from the Kool-Aid. And I'm tired of drinking from cups that ain't full. Like, you know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? It's like I've been pouring into people who don't give a damn about me. So like it's like it was nothing but lessons learned. And the craziest part is I never dealt with these type of fake ass, backstabbing ass individuals in real life, just on the internet, bro. Like that's crazy. Like you hide behind it when you gotta hide behind the phone to project your insecurities on individuals and then make other people believe that you was a victim to some shit. Like for example, the brick incident. I stuck up for that woman. I said this girl didn't deserve that shit and blah 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 blah. And then it turns out all of a sudden that the woman was fucking lying. And then she was out just 2 weeks ago. She was out 2 weeks ago and almost got jumped by 4 black chicks. But
Mm.
now she hosting lives with other people talking about some. They gonna hate on me regardless. They just bringing me money and da 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 da. It's all for publicity stunts. These people, like I said, these people they like the look of being broken.
Yeah, and her new funding source is Patreon. She then got off of that other internet site, and now she doing Patreons. That
Hold on, that's
yeah,
different. She ain't got off. She
she's
got
selling
kicked off.
memberships.
That's a difference.
Right.
Wow.
And y'all wouldn't believe who's hosting her lives
And
now.
it's
It's
funny how
like
y'all saying that.
niggas on there.
This that manipulation stuff I'm talking about. It's the reason why I got this topic up here. This junk is real.
Bro, listen,
Manipulation is is getting through to your feelings, and that's the thing. And people is not understanding what's going on with this.
that's
Just
crazy
because
because
somebody sound good to you, that don't mean that they. I'm telling you, they don't mean that they for you. That don't mean that.
but Kev,
They really only got their own agenda. At the end of the
it's
day, they can
crazy.
care less.
But Kev, it's crazy because it's a whole group of black women behind her. Like, yeah, Ro, yeah. Yeah, like she a motherfucking leader now. Like all of a sudden,
Mm,
like she a leader.
Yeah, she's the voice of the
yeah.
black women
And
now.
look, this is another thing too. They don't care that she was lying. That's what I noticed that too. She got caught being lying. They still got her back. That's some serious
You
stuff.
know this is the other one. This is the other one. The same shit with the Carly Russell chick. I still stand with Carly Russell. I still
Um,
stand with Carly Russell. She a black woman regardless. Blah
right.
blah 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 blah.
Let me tell y'all
That's
something, man.
sad.
I want to say this to our women out there who is solid. We love you. We appreciate you not being those people. We really do.
Most definitely, man. And I think they
I've
understand
been
too.
telling y'all
Even
the
the women you
sisterhood
talking
joint.
about
They
will
want to talk about
understand.
the
Though.
brotherhood. That
I ain't never
sisterhood
seen
shit is
Doctor on
toxic.
cam
That's the
before.
new wave. But
What's
the
his
fact
name?
that
Here's another crazy fact. Me,
can y'all hear me or am I tweaking?
me and Dr. Sergi used to
Oh,
be cool too. And I think, the craziest part about a lot of the things like that people seeing, there's like, Brandon, what happened? You
Hello?
you different. You different, right? That's what like listen, when I realized that I stopped fucking promoting that black women have a right
Granddaddy.
for their feelings and all that and how they want to feel
Hello?
about their I realized something. You know the stats that we talk about when black women say that black women are unalived at one fourth and every 4.5 seconds and all this other stuff, right? When I brought up this is what caused women to start getting mad at me. The women who I was so called protecting. I said this. I said so. That stat, what percentage of those women were sex workers? They got mad. Why does that matter? That's her job. Damn, I didn't know SWs had W-2s and did tax returns and got tax write-offs for the chonies and all that other shit, right? I didn't know none of that. I didn't know that. But I'm sorry for asking an intelligent question. I'm sorry for that. But one thing that I'm not
Question.
sorry for is me speaking my truth, me seeing the truth, and y'all showing me the truth. So keep exposing the truth. So that way I have more things to realize that you are doing that are problematic, but you just want every man to just basically accommodate to your personal motherfucking feelings. That is crazy. But that's why I said there's no hope, bro.
It
No,
sure is. It sure is.
I'm about to say I got a little bit of hope. That's the only reason why I'm on here for, anyways. But it's a little bit, man. But it's just like I said, everybody don't belong on the same boat and stuff, man. That's all it is. I think Big Wall, you can go ahead and my boy Hormiga. I forgot he was in the body. I forgot he must have got a whole notebook by now. It's over. Go ahead, Big
That's
Wall.
My saying anything.
Huh? What is it?
Mm.
Cut it out, big.
My the lady,
Oh, you said main thing?
she wasn't I'm not, and she wasn't saying anything. I the lady at the top. I'm just saying that she never give her input
Oh
in
no,
our discussion.
she walking her dog for now. She just in my box. She one of my mods and stuff. She just in the box. I know
Okay,
Sergey got
okay.
to go in a minute.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. We hear you. We hear you. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was talking
And
the
then
whole
Armiga next and
time.
Dr. Sergey.
That's crazy. My shit was tweaking hard as hell. But
Good looks Tubbs.
I just wanted to say that two things because we were technically talking about this yesterday about the whole princess treatment, how it was tied in with the single mother situation and the behavior that they basically distill into their kids, and how it may be the same type of behavior they push into the son and the daughter, but has different type of impact. You have the son that grows up into a I hate, like I feel like the type of woman that my mother wanted, the son adapts the behaviors and becomes that, and this is why you have the blue faces. And then when you have the same type of message into the little girl, she's more into the type of woman that will put out them goofy ass lists about, oh yeah, if you take me to Red Lobster, oh, you don't deserve a phone call back. You take me to IHOP, well, your credit score is 150. Whole time you don't got a car. You feel me? So I think that that's funny that we're talking about this now. I think it's a continuous
Good
conversation
looks
of the
next.
whole princess treatment we were talking about yesterday. You feel me? And it's kind of coincidental. And then two, it's crazy that I'm not even gonna bring up the end. I'm not even gonna bring that up, Jen. But it's crazy that when they talk about brothers and stuff like that, they love to point out certain individuals on this app. I don't want to name drop about the toxic brotherhood, but they don't see or highlight the toxic behavior in the sisterhood. The fact that you will openly, blatantly admit that whether a woman is right or wrong, you're going to defend her. You're basically enabling her behavior and saying that's okay. Even if you
Right.
acknowledge personally this is a toxic trait, this is a damaging ripple effect that you're causing, and it's not just hurting you in proximity, but the fact that these individuals be the main ones that have platforms that echo these weird and toxic behavior as it's a good thing, you're hurting a whole minority, a group of women, and you're okay with that because it's a sisterhood. I don't want to climb, or I don't want to trade traumas and feel like just because you match my trauma, you automatically good in my book. That's bullshit. You feel
Yeah.
me? And I think we talked about that too. And it's just, yeah, I'm surprised was it you or the Brandon dude that got into it like with trap? Because we were just in trap live like what, 2 weeks ago? We was all going
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. That's. Yeah. I don't know. I'm telling her she. I mean, she. I'm gonna be able to. I gotta talk to her when she come over here, man. Because like I said, right now it's. I don't know what's going on. She got into it with both of us though, in a way. But it is what it. I really don't want to talk about her for real. But
That's
See,
all
over
good.
there, they undoing everything we doing right now. Like they talking about us bad over there. I'm gonna
Hold
be
on one
honest.
second. Hold on one second.
huh?
She
I wouldn't be
didn't get into
surprised.
it with me, bro. She got into it with
I
somebody
said
that was on my
she talking
panel.
about Black Lives
Oh,
Bad
okay.
over there.
And
Like who?
I guess that fueled her live for her to have some type of feelings towards the scenario or whatever, because like at the end of the day, I preached for a good minute about respecting one another, but then you want to keep coming at this man talking about how, like, look, this is why I say I don't understand how do you sit here and tell somebody, like, look, bro, if you keep attacking people, they're going to attack you back. And that's just where they're at with it, dog. Like, you can't sit here and tone police how somebody is talking, and then you gonna talk to them in the same tone you don't want them to talk to you in. Like, make it make sense.
They don't like that when you match energy. They don't like that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hormiga, then the Stargate after that. I gotta get everybody a chance to talk.
Look, I don't have a lot to say because I'm learning and sharing things in my head. I will tell you that I am in the dating scene right now,
Okay.
and I'm dating very heavy. And it's hard to disagree with a lot of the things that are being said here. Not that I'm changing shit, but you know what I'm saying? But on the truth of the
What?
matter is that every time that I go out, in every situation that I'm in, with whatever female, culture or not, if you understand what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
it ends up being a very common denominator of the unnecessary difficulty. You know what I'm saying? That is caused, and the expectations and the standards. It's like, look, man, I think people are, they try to look further than what their boundaries allow them to do. Part of
Mm-hmm.
part of your boundaries is coming to terms with what you can and can't do, who you really are, like what you are capable of doing, what work you have put in to be able to say that that's where I'm at and those are my limits. Being able to face yourself and say, I don't know how to do that yet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. Being able to admit that's where your boundaries are at. So you're only as strong as the boundaries that protect your standards. And if there's an imbalance and if one of them is weak, then both of them are weak. So you have to work on
Oh.
both standards and boundaries. And they don't work independently. So all I'm gonna say is people here are on the money with what they're saying. Don't be too hard on the females. We gotta love them. Don't be too hard on
Oh,
them.
we
You know
love
what
them
I'm
for
saying?
sure.
You know
For
what I'm saying?
sure, man.
I love them regardless because it's either
Yeah.
that or go all the way left, which that's not happening. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
no.
So all I'm saying is
Cause,
carry on
Oh
with
yeah.
what y'all doing. I
cause,
appreciate you
Oh
guys.
yeah, man.
cause
And I
this
like
cause
that you being understanding, man, because I know this my boy Hermig. I know how he be, but you understanding what's going on, and yeah, we just trying from different. Even though it could be sounding harsh or whatever, but it's like we just trying to get to a certain point, man. We just trying to get everybody to really understand what's really going on for real. But we already know the truth hurts sometimes. That's just what it be.
Let me share a quickie. Let me share a quickie. Yesterday, a person had a birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had a whole bunch of plans, but they already had told me they were going to spend their birthday with me. So I was like, that's cool. But if you want to go and spend, you got tickets here, tickets there, invite here, invite there. I ain't really got nothing for you because you waited so long and you told me about how hypothetical your birthday is going to be with all these invites and all that. I didn't make any plans. So then when it came to me, when I finally got the call at 9:30 at night that I was clear to go to take her somewhere, I said, guess what? Your birthday's going to be real light. Because in order for you to receive the birthday that you was expecting, it takes time to plan all that. And I ain't gonna be planning shit for nothing. She ended up telling me,
exactly.
she ended up telling me it was kind of one of the worst birthdays in my life. And I'm like, why? I said, because I decided to be with you and you ain't had nothing planned for me. I said, thank you very much for validating
That's
exactly what these men have
gaslighting.
just been talking about right here. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying? So we talked about it and I explained to her what happened. She says, you know what? I got to give it to you. You have a lot of patience because a lot of men would have flipped out on me. And given that, that's why I think we should continue to talk because you was honest with me and straight to the point. I'm not here to entertain a circus. I am not a ringleader. So that's not one of my skill sets. And I'll just leave it right there. Carry on, man.
I just
Mm-hmm.
want to say I
So
like
after after
the analogy
after
you made about boundaries. That's good. I like what you
after
said.
Sergey, then it's gonna be open panel again, man, because I know everybody got some stuff. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sergey.
Okay, thanks. I don't know. I've been listening. I'm always paying attention. I don't talk too much on TikTok, but I'll sit in the cut and watch. I think as far as the manipulation piece, I do see that. One thing I find very problematic is there's an understanding that a number of people engage TikTok because of a certain struggle, because they're looking for connectedness, because they're vulnerable. And I know that people often will capitalize on those deficits, right? So if I'm somebody who I'm not connected to anyone and I'm wanting to belong, I don't feel like I have anybody, well, I'm going to grab on to who may relate to me in some way. Even if I'm not experiencing what they're currently talking about or I don't share the views, if we connect on that, I may latch on. And then I want to belong to that group and I want to feel like I'm accepted, so I'll stay in it. And after a while, I'm conditioned to believe what they're spewing. I think there's a lot of people in that position, either they're currently in a hurt or have experienced a hurt. And while it may not be the trend, like we talk about stats a lot, we know the trends and we know what's largely happening. But I feel like even though we know quantitatively something may not be huge or a huge problem, an epidemic, the qualitative part of it, the individual stories are important because one damaged person can cause a lot of impact. They can create a lot of damage if it's not controlled soon enough. And I think that's what TikTok shows me every day. I see it all the time. The example I use for people is like, while we know that school pewings don't happen in a majority of schools, all it takes is one. And everybody's up in arms and everybody's afraid, and we're making all these changes because of that one or those two. And that's the same thing I see on here. One hurt person can bring in all of the hurt people. And because they're operating out of that space and it's not healthy, and of course they're going to be thinking from a negative perspective, it draws all of these people in. And then you have this hot mess that we see of divisiveness.
Right. Right. Okay. All right. Well, I guess it's open flow now, man.
Hey, this what
Well,
I meant, Kevin, yesterday when you were talking about how if it doesn't affect you, you can let it fly. That it's some shit. If you let if you let too much bullshit fly, it's going to like basically like like fuck up the environment that you have around you. Even if it doesn't touch you personally, it's gonna fuck up the environment to the point where it's gonna touch you eventually. If you let too much bullshit fly, and this is what I meant by like I wish a lot of shit was returned back in the old days about when you said something stupid, people slapped you in your shit. That's the problem with this app. A lot of people feel like they're, and I'm not saying freedom of speech and all that doesn't matter. My God, I got something spicy busting at my kitchen. But God damn. I'm not saying I'm not saying freedom of speech is not a thing and all that. But we came from I don't know how old half the panel is, but I came up where if we on the block, you my homie, you said something stupid on the block, we clowned you for a little bit, might smack in the back of the head, be like tying up. But we ain't harassed you about it. We just letting you know basically in our own way, like, bro, you just say something stupid. And we don't want that to get out because we know that doesn't really represent who you are as an individual. You're quite smart. You're quite intelligent. So don't be going out here saying anything because you're going to create automatically you're going to create judgment regardless. People are going to make their own opinions about you, but it's not your job to help create an image that's going to hurt you, if that makes sense. You feel me?
mhm.
So when you have individuals that look like us, our sisters or our brothers that look like us, and they sit on these panels say dumbass shit, I feel like personally, it's up to us to hold them by they word when they say
Yeah.
something stupid. Cause you making me look
Yep.
crazy. You feel me?
Tell them
I
that.
go try to get a job. You fucking up my image. They done seen
Yeah.
a black man on TikTok, somebody 12-year-old son, a Caucasian man that own a business. I might want to apply to one day. See, oh, who that is, son? What's going on in there with that spaces? Oh, that is nothing but a black people acting a fool. You come in the job, you Carlton, you now got nothing to do with you, but it's fucking up your image and it's reaching out to you somehow, some way. So we gotta start holding our people accountable to fuck shit on here. I'm sorry. We can't leave it up to the YT people or the other races and all that. That's not they people acting a fool on it. It's our people. And if we don't hold them accountable, who the fuck will?
Yeah. Everybody, I'm big on that's why my room is like this. I'm big on in order to make some type of growth in this world, man. We gotta we gotta learn how to put this ego to the side because all of us got something that we slack in and we need help in no matter what, even if we don't feel like we need help. You know what I'm saying? All of us think I'm grown, I live my life, I did all this, but all of us gonna fail somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing wrong with holding each other accountable. It's nothing wrong with that. I just never understood that. You know what I'm saying? So we need this. We really need that. You know what I'm saying? At first, we got to find ourselves though sometimes too. But I'm just saying this is like basically take. I don't even use that word that much. Let me see if I say this right. Basically, take heed. I don't know if that's right. Take heed into what people are saying and just focus on and really meditate on a person says something about you because sometimes there's a reason behind it. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, man. We gotta. But I know it's hard. I know it's hard though. Whoever.
Yeah, take instruction. Yeah, instruction are good. The valid instruction are the pathway of growth and mindset and value building. So, he was right. This, if you don't apply, let it slide. Some of that aspect, it will come round eventually and hurt us as a society. Because the people would look on a people, not correcting the ones who are incorrect, and they are going to broad brush all of us as being incorrect and liking incorrectness. So when time we correct incorrection, then people will look on us and say we are an accountable person. We will not take up for foolishness. We will cow down foolish. We will knock it away, and we will dismiss ourselves from foolishness. So when time people come on platform and speaking foolishness, and then you say, "Oh, if it's not slide, let it slide." No, we don't. We don't like that. Some person, when it is foolishness, and we can see the downtrodden of, you can't bring up a child learning that way, and we talk about that way of foolishness, then we are taking them accountable, and also in return, we are going to take ourselves accountable for not accepting foolishness. So accountability is needed, and the
Most
manipulation
definitely.
and that our sisters are doing to our children are wrong. The lies that they are telling our children are wrong. And it's right to talk about them so that people can open their eyes and see the wrong of the manipulation lies that our single mothers are telling our daughters, that being alone is nothing wrong with that. I consider that wrong and misleading, and is hurting our society as a whole.
Mm.
Can I hear a rebuttal?
How y'all feel about that one?
I ride with it.
Okay, so I guess we can hit because it's getting real quiet. So we're gonna hit some of what this topic talking about now. Yeah, it's gonna get juicy. Yeah, I got y'all. I got y'all. Treat y'all. Saying I'm talking to. But so I want to know the input on this one. Even though I think with this one, right? I think it kind of tied to a little bit what Sergey said a little bit. Why is a little bit because I think that's one of the reasons why. But why is accountability always countered with victim blaming?
Whoa. Can I touch
Mm.
that real quick?
Because I can go first.
It's up to the panel.
Because like a lot of people don't realize that what they've been through it. That don't mean that you have to keep on living in that situation. Like a lot of people make themselves the victim, but they don't realize if they never bring up what happened to them, nobody can say nothing about it. But like they are doing this up in open spaces with complete strangers, and like they be
Mm.
wanting that like that type of friendship thing back. But you gotta realize some of these people not your friends. And me, I'm real spiritual. Like some people will let you in their lives just to hear that and drain your energy because you giving out your energy, you giving out your personal business. Like look at it like this. Why would you tell a complete stranger something that you would tell your family? Like you putting that out in the world, and TikTok be recording every live, so you don't know what they doing with their life, what type of work they doing with their life, and it's like people just got to be aware of what they're doing, and all of that is accountability with self. But we all say this: nobody actually, well, not, I don't want to say nobody, but the majority of people they don't realize when you look within self, accountability is going to be right there because in order to do that, you got to realize what you did. And when you don't realize what you did, it's not victim blaming, it's blaming the victim for what they did and they don't want to take accountability for it. But that's it. That's it.
Mm.
Yeah. Look, I'm totally with that, man. The other day I took some notes, right? And I started talking about accountability. And what I realized is accountability is just the foundation to becoming responsible. Responsible is where it's at because discipline allows you to avoid the thing that you don't want to apologize for. A big part of accountability is the apology, the awareness, not only apologizing to whoever was involved, but apologizing to yourself for dropping the ball. Just the same way we're supposed to reward ourselves, we're supposed to check ourselves when we do things wrong. And we also, the big part of this is it has to come with a change of behavior, otherwise it's bullshit. And then the other part is getting ready to deal with the consequences, and you don't get to choose which consequences come from your stupidity. So there's a lot. Look what I just
Facts.
said. Look what I did. Look what I just said. Look. Awareness, right? Awareness. Apology to the person that's involved. Apologize to yourself. It has to come with a change of behavior, otherwise it's the same shit, right? The same fucking gerbil, the gerbil race, right? Then comes ready to face the consequences. Then comes learning the discipline to avoid this, because if you don't like to apologize and you don't like to be accountable, then stop doing stupid shit. I'll leave it at that.
And I ain't gonna lie, another thing on
That's
top of
my
that
boy
too,
Omega, man.
stop condoning stupid behavior, but present yourself as a real person. And this majority to women that I see on this app. They will come on here and preach and present themselves in a soft tone or something like that. Be like, oh yeah, I'm this great woman. Oh, this, that, and the third. Yes, God. I'm to the guys, the pander, right? But they will also go in another live and have a friend that's also a woman do the exact opposite that she preached to a certain audience, but condone it or be quiet and let her act this way. But swear to God, she's holy.
Oh wow, yeah, I seen
Oh,
stuff
so
like
you
that.
would,
I ain't gonna lie,
yeah,
I
oh, you
did.
will extend it to your friends, but you wouldn't extend it to a certain audience when it benefits you. Okay.
That's a
That's a
Gotcha.
nerve.
manipulation tactic.
A
Yep,
nerve.
that's back to the topic, right? That's manipulation for real.
Cause like
You can't
you
do
don't
it, but
gotta
they
tell
can
nobody
do
who
it.
you is. Like when you try to tell somebody who you is, you are putting words in their head to like, okay, they said it like this. So in your head, the brain will process it like take it for what you said. But why you gotta tell somebody how you is or what you do? Just be that, and we don't see that. But when you gotta tell me I'm like this, I'm like that, 9 times out of 10, you are the complete opposite because you don't gotta tell me that. I'm gonna see that from jump, right or wrong.
Facts. That's
You're
like somebody
right.
saying they a thug and stuff. You ain't got to announce that.
So you feel like if a woman is saying she's loyal, she's lying? Is what you're saying? The woman got to keep telling you, "I'm a good woman. I'm a
Basically,
good woman, and I'm loyal. I'm not doing nothing." That means she's lying.
because
Most of
why
the
she
time,
gotta tell
yes.
you that? Like think about it.
Most of the
Why
time, it
is that
is. If
even
you
on
got to
her
voice it,
mind if she are actually loyal? You feel me? Like why that's on her mind to tell you that she loyal? Like think about that.
that's no different. When people be saying that they tough, you ain't got to. How many times you got to tell me you tough? You know what I'm saying? From this point, I don't even care no more. You just
You know
voicing
it's
it. I'm big
crazy?
on actions. You know what I'm saying?
You know it's
You ain't
crazy?
got to
How many
voice everything.
times y'all see
That
in the
make it come
hood?
off like it ain't real. You know?
How many times y'all see in the hood somebody get finessed? Did that motherfucker tell you was a finesser or you was a scammer? I bet you found out after though when you lost your money.
Let me
Codified.
say,
And
What's up, my brother?
I feel like that manipulation is what we got to
yeah.
do though as men, bro. Like to get what we want. Like we got to keep it real, bro. Let's keep it honest, man. We got to get if we want that woman. We got to do some things and make her feel some type of way, right?
Backbone.
All right, let me say this. When it comes to manipulation, well, persuasion and manipulation is the same thing. One is mental, and the other one is physical.
Mhm.
It's just that the physical is much worse because somebody basically put their hands on you to make you do something. Um, when it comes to like like if somebody wanted me to do so, it has to be based off of a standard. It has to be based upon a standard that everybody involved is familiar with. And deviation from that standard is, well, the standard is the accountability. The deviation from that lets us know when somebody is not being accountable, which means that they're not on standard. And if
You
that
think it's standards of
person
love,
does,
bro? You really think it's standards of love for real?
and if that person does not know the standard, and you have them in your business and they do something wrong, they can't take accountability for it. They can't be responsible to fix it unless they know that standard. They have to be made aware of the standard so they can see where they messed up. Then they can do something about it.
But
You
bro,
guys get what you
I
guys
think
get
women
what I'm
cheat.
saying?
I you say,
You
but women
know,
cheat more than men, don't they? If it takes a woman for a man to cheat, don't you think that means women cheat more than men at this point?
so like if somebody wanted me to do something that goes against my standard, like saying the speech that they wrote. If it's anything in that speech, like Kev, you familiar with I don't do gossiping,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't do squabbling. If it's something in that speech that represents one of those things, there's no way in the world that somebody can get me to do it, and I will take it to them, and I say I can't do this part and this part of this speech because it goes against my code, my standards, or my principles. That's the accounting. The accounting is my code, my standards, and my principles. And they would have to fix that because I'm not going to be off code, to be held responsible to fix something that I didn't do. So
Hey, bro,
once you have a standard, standards and principles, a structure and order, and a code of conduct, it will be very difficult for somebody to manipulate you or persuade you to do anything that goes against what's best for all of us.
sir, answer this
Mm-hmm.
And
question,
with that,
man.
I yield the floor.
Why is it that we got to manipulate the woman for intimacy? Then, like she was playing that because it's like for it to happen, you do have to do certain things just to make the woman that comfortable and feel some type of way, right?
Well, not if you met the Brazilian that I met
Okay,
last week. You know what I'm saying?
let me say this to your question. Not all males are men. There is a such thing as an adult boy. Not all females are women. There is a such thing as an adult girl. The question that we need to ask is what changes besides adulthood that happens when we turn 18 years old? Because just being one day older doesn't mean that we've went through some rites of passage, that we are going to adhere to a certain standard or principles. So we gotta, we gotta actually get together and come up with these things and make it aware or make it known to us all, and we have discussions on it and we agree to it. Because if I ever go off code, Dr. Sergi will has every right in the world to say, hey, codify, you off code, and I'm gonna say thank you, and I will hope that I will be able to do the same with her. This is how we hold each other accountable. Now, when it comes to, what I mean, we have to have intentional conversations. Maybe you might want to have an intentional conversation with the female that you're with, so that maybe you could, maybe what you say moves her from adult girl into womanhood.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, I got a question, man. Why is it that we gotta live a lie on this earth when we can just live our truth, bro? Like, can we just be all right? So, like me, monogamy is like not a real thing. I feel like it's a fake word, right? So, if I tell my woman like the truth, that listen, you're not gonna be the only woman in my life. Why can't we just be real with our women instead of lying to them, bro? Like I feel like this monogamy lying bullshit, bro. It's like it's causing women pain and hurt, bro. Like if we gonna like tell them monogamy, yeah, we gonna say we gonna be loyal and then do shit behind their back. It make no fucking sense, bro. Like it
Would
makes no
you
sense at all.
would you let your girl sleep with other dude?
Nah, nah, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, but as far as men, like we the ones that's really see the women, they are more loyal. They could be commit. They get emotionally attached and all that. But
What?
us, we could sleep with. You could have a whole
How
a
you
side
go
woman.
expect her to do it and you don't want to do it?
You say what?
Like how you? I say how you go
So
expect her to do something that you don't want to
because we
do? Like
control,
you want her to
so
be
we
loyal,
control
but
the
you can't
love
be
life.
loyal. I'm just asking.
So, so be honest, man. The man controls the love life. If the woman can't have a love life without the man, first of all, let's just make that clear, right? So, it takes you to choose this woman to say, all right, I'm gonna keep her in my life. I'm gonna invest, and I'm gonna keep. She's a good woman. You're consciously making that decision, bro. Like, she she got to say yes, you're a good guy or not. But at the same time, it's like if you leave that your wife or something, you will find another wife, and you will just keep going through a competed. It's like a cycle, bro, like of love. You see what I'm saying?
Right, I feel that, but like you gotta realize she has a choice too. Like just like you got a choice, she got a choice. Like everybody has a choice. Like yeah, you got to pick her, but also she has to pick you too.
Yeah, bro. All right, so like this, bro. It's more women than men on this earth, bro. Let's just keep it
Fellas,
G,
bro.
right? So it's like we are in control of love at this point. We are in control of marriage. It's a traditional thing. We're not dating women to like for them to get down on one knee and make us husbands. Like you see what I'm saying? That's a major flip. So it's like in reality, they are expecting us to propose to them and commit to them and say, all right, you see what I'm saying? And be you gotta be honest and truthful to them, bro. Like why we gonna lie? Why lie for? Like
Wait, like I my first rebuttal is we don't really know how many people on this earth, so you can't really say there is more woody. But it's like,
bro, you don't walk outside. You don't just like look outside and just like travel the world, bro. Like
man, at the end of the day, we really don't know, bro. All think about it like this, though. Think about it like this: we are men. We not gonna be looking for another man, looking for a woman. Now,
no, what
put
I'm
yourself
saying
in
is
her
it's
shoes.
too
You
many
a
women to
woman.
choose
You ain't
from
looking
at
for
this
no
point.
woman. You looking for a man.
Okay, but what I'm saying is this: if it's
Say
too
that?
many women to choose from and you got too many options, are you really gonna be that one woman man or not? Like, can you really be that? If it's a million women outside, can you really
Oh
be a
yeah,
one
because I
woman
ain't got.
man?
See me, I don't like.
It depends. It
I don't
depends
like
on the
juggling.
individual.
You said it depends on the woman. You said
It depends
Nah,
on the
nah.
individual.
If
We all
she
have different
say
desires.
Y'all keep
nah,
talking at the same
if
time.
she
That's crazy.
say, "Babe, I want to have another woman in our relationship," and like that's what she want, and she's comfortable with that, then yeah, we could do that. But as far as me introducing that, I I can't do that because it's like, why would I be with you, and I'm trying to bring somebody else in? Why I'm
sir.
wasting your time? I'm gonna feel like I'm
All right,
wasting one of their
let me
time.
ask you this question, then, bro.
That's
All
just
right, so
me.
let's get into psychology. Let me ask you this question, bro. But don't you think it takes a certain type of woman to make you a one woman man? Like, if you want to be loyal to just one woman, don't you think she don't have like this woman has to be off social media, like no iPhone, no Android, no ways to communicate with other men on a
She
daily
can't have a
basis, right?
cell phone.
So no, let's keep it
Well,
real
let
though.
me.
So 100 years
See,
ago, right? This ain't long ago. So
You
a
making us
hundred
look
years
bad, bro.
ago,
Yeah,
bruh. So
let me say this
y'all
I
too.
don't
don't want to
I,
hear
advocate for
I
that,
that.
man.
heard you.
I get it.
Listen, I
I
heard
get
your
it.
question, sir. Let me say this.
How you gonna be a loyal
Loyalty.
woman? How you gonna be loyal when she
Let
got 1,000 dudes like DMing her? Like y'all not making sense over
look.
here,
Let
man.
me
I don't
tell
know,
you
man.
something. Loyal is something that you have within before you can give it to anyone else.
If she's on Facebook
So
looking at other men posting
if you
statuses, is that loyal,
unable
bro?
if you're unable to
Hey, Toby, I'm gonna
comprehend
switch you out real quick, my
loyalty
brother.
and have it within you, right, it's no way you can give it to someone else. And if you
Sir.
see outside of loyalty means that you would cheat on her
But
instead
you're
of
not taking
being loyal to her.
accountability as men, though, bro.
Hold on. It means that you would cheat on her instead of just breaking up with her and getting with someone else to be the loyal man that
So
you
you're
are.
cheating when you're on TikTok
So
talking to
if
another woman. You're cheating at this point, sir. Like you're cheating when you're on
you
Instagram looking
listen to
at
me,
big
young
ass
man,
booties that ain't self-image. They
if you're
don't take
not ready to
accountability.
listen, you're not ready
No
to learn.
accountability. Nah, you're not taking accountability. That's the problem with the black community,
If
bro.
you're
You're
not ready to
cheating,
listen, you're not ready to
sir.
learn,
If you
sir.
got a woman
I
or a
think
wife
Buddy trolling us
Hey,
at
and you
this point.
Bro, if
Yeah,
you on
he
Instagram
Nah,
and
yeah,
you
he
got a fat
probably
woman
I
in
don't
your
know
lying
what.
phone,
on that, man.
all right.
It's like
That
a
was some
separate call or
accountability.
something.
I
Like,
get
what's
it.
up?
I get it.
Right.
Major, say major. Think about it like this, bro. Would you be able to take whatever you do to that woman? If you cheat, can you take that if she do that back to you, bro? That's gonna hurt, bro. I don't
I'm
care how
not
hard you hurt,
cheating.
bro.
I
If
tell
that's
my
a
woman I'm a poly man, bro. I'm not living monogamy. Why would I lie to a woman, bro? I'm not doing that. I'm not living that life. I'm sorry. I'm different. I got to be real with myself
What do you know
and
what
what I am as a
polygamy
human.
is?
Bro, I'm not
oh
like
my
that. I'm gonna say it
lord.
like this, bro. I'm going to date multiple women. I'm taking care of all the women that respect me and I love them. You don't have to live like that, but guess what? I am. This is
Arguing with
my
you on
life,
that though.
bro.
Who
Like
arguing with you on that?
I'm not gonna like this lie to a woman and lie to her and say, listen, you the only one in my life, and I got another woman I'm taking care of, bro. It makes no fucking sense. No, I got a first wife, and if my second wife, she gonna know about my first wife. I'm gonna
Bro,
support that. It is what it is.
hold
Who
on.
Y'all
came in
can
here
lie to
talking
y'all
about
lie,
that though?
bro.
Hold on. Wait a
Y'all can
second.
lie. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait a
Fuck
second.
that, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, what does that have to
Hold
do
on.
with
Hold
the
on. Hold on.
topic?
Wait. So basically,
I'm
this
just
Because
is
saying,
how.
man. Man, gotta
This is
stop
how.
lying to
Hold
women,
on.
bro. Y'all
Hold
gotta
on.
stop that
Hold
shit, bro.
on. Hold on, bro. Because basically, what I'm hearing is you just want to be community P, bro. Like that's just what it sounds like, dog. Like I'm gonna be honest with you.
Sir, men are here to
Can I
reproduce
finish
on this
speaking my
earth.
statement
Like you
before you
have
want to
free
cut me off
will
with
as
the
a
Debbie
human.
DeVito skull cap? Can I finish my shit? Like, chill out.
I'm saying, why are you flipping it like we not
I'm
here to
not
like make
flipping
babies or
nothing. That's
something? Like I
basically
don't
what you
understand.
is. That's basically what you doing. You openly cheating, but your partner just has to be okay with it.
Sir, it's not cheating if your woman know about the other woman, sir. How was it cheating when she
Did you
knows
hear what I
I
just
got
said?
a hold of the woman
Like,
I'm
this the
calling up
problem. This is
and
what
getting
happens.
cash app in?
This is what
This makes
happens.
no
This is what
sense,
happens.
bro.
When you come up on this
You ain't making no sense.
when you come up here with the poly rhetoric and you want to be disingenuous about it, you basically are saying, "I love you," but you sound like Tyrese
But
on
I'm
Baby
gonna be
Boy.
honest
Hold
to you.
on,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I love you, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be
Boy,
honest
he
to you.
came
Yeah,
here for
yeah,
2 seconds, bro.
bro,
Nah,
mute,
cause y'all flipping
bro,
it, man. Y'all
mute,
flipping it.
bro. You Tyrese on Baby Boy. I love you, but I fuck other bitches. That's how you sound.
My bad, y'all.
See, that's the problem. You don't think a man got self control? Like I could have multiple women, and I don't have to like be intimate with all of them. That's the problem with y'all dudes. Y'all thinking with the wrong head.
Why
I
you need
understand,
Wait,
bro.
multiple
what?
women,
I
bro?
understand.
Like,
Yeah,
what's
you
the
don't
You
have to
just
like
said we
be
thinking with
intimate
the
with
wrong
every
head.
woman
Set the stage for
you're in
that. What are you
a
talking about?
relationship with. This is crazy. Like you don't gotta have sex with every
My
woman in the
wife
world,
and
bro.
she my mistress.
Because
Sometimes
you
I
don't know
love you,
how to
and
pause.
sometimes
This
I
is
don't like
wild,
you.
man.
Sometimes I sleep with you, and
Y'all
sometimes I
man
sleep with her.
falling
I
out
just
here,
want to
cuz I
be
get
so?
it.
you.
Look, what if you find a woman that got all of that
Why I
in
gotta be
one?
mad?
Then what?
See, you been programmed thinking
Hold
the man
on,
sleeping with all these
Major.
women. That's the problem.
What if you find that
You
one
ain't got
woman
no
who
self
got all
control
of
if you
that
can't have
in one?
female friends.
Are you still gonna have multiple
You
females?
say what?
If you find a woman
You
that
say
got
what now?
all of, like, if you find a woman that got every quality in all the women you got, if you find one
He's
woman
not
who
going,
got
bro.
all of that
Spiritual,
in one,
spiritual.
are
He's
you
not
going to
going, bro.
be
Spiritual. He's not going, bro. Because I
all
guarantee
right,
you,
Bree? All right.
My first wife, the only
even if
woman
he
that's
got,
gonna have
low, hold
ain't no
on,
woman
low.
compared to
Even if
her.
he got
Hell
two
no.
wives,
In my world.
even if you got two wives, I guarantee you sleeping outside of those two wives.
Mm.
Nah, man, it's like nobody every woman
Hey,
I'm
look,
dealing with,
it
bro.
could
She my
always be
best
worse,
friend, man.
guys.
You
I
know,
can always
like,
call
nah,
Charles here.
we cool. Listen, you ain't
Don't
gotta
do
be cool
that,
with your
dog. Don't
wife,
do
man.
that.
I'm
That's
cool with all
dangerous.
my wives. It is what it is.
When did we start talking
He
about
would
polygamy?
intellectually
Hey,
dominate
hold
all of
on.
you guys.
Hey, hold on. It's okay to
Listen,
have
man,
two
you ain't gotta
wives
take
and
care
then
of
be
your woman,
cheating.
but it
Hey,
is what
hold
it
on.
is, cuz.
Hey, hold on. It's okay for you to have two wives and then be cheating on your two wives with another woman that ain't your
So
wife.
I
But I
go in
guarantee you, if
Africa
one
to
of
have
your two
multiple wives. See,
wives cheated on
y'all
you,
been Americanized.
if one of
Now,
your
so why is
wives,
it that a man
if
in
one of
Africa
your
can have
wives
3 to
cheated
5
on you,
wives?
sir, you would be throwing a baby back bitch fit. You would be haymaker in like Cuba Gooding Jr. and Boys in the Hood. That's a
Right.
fact. But I guarantee you still sleep. I guarantee you still
Sir,
sleep
I
with
don't care
somebody
who
outside
my
of your
ex-wife
poly
sleep
relationship.
with. Bro, I don't care. See, y'all too emotional as men over here. You can't be with you can't have a relationship
with a woman who's sleeping
See,
with
this
other
might,
men
yeah,
and
he
just like
might be
say,
a
you know what?
pookie.
I don't care who you sleeping with. I'm gonna still
What
marry you.
is
I need you to
this
take care of
shit,
my
Ricky?
kids. So y'all want to take care of the kids no more. I get it. Y'all want to go to child support court. I get it. Y'all want to do it the W man way. I
Nah,
understand, bro.
man.
You said emotional, but you keep listening and
Hold
respond.
on.
That's a sign of emotional. You
Here's the
saying it all
question.
backwards.
Brother,
Here's the
I ain't gotta go
question.
to
Here's the
child support
question though.
court
Hold
to
on,
go
hold on,
cash
hold on,
at
hold
my
on, hold on,
ex-wife,
hold on.
cuz. Like,
Both
it makes
let me
sense to
ask the
me.
question though. Do both of your wives have a career and you don't?
Bro, do you
Freaking.
know
Sound
it's
like you Pookie.
2023?
Sound like
Like,
you
what the
Pookie and
fuck?
Ray Ray up in here. I'm gonna be
Bro,
honest.
what world are you in? Do you know there's women out here making six figures, bro? Like, you ain't got no game, huh? You don't even know how to pull a woman that's a millionaire, do you? You don't even know how to pull these type of women. I get it. I
That's
get it.
game, sitting down and
I
having
get
your
it.
woman take care of you while you go in the
Bro, where
Bro,
this
refrigerator and
dude
take
do
care of
came
dishes.
from,
herself
man?
before
Hold
she
on,
even
wait,
met
I
hold
don't
on.
you.
know
One
Look at
why
second.
this
Y'all
One
y'all
dude.
don't even
second.
niggas
be
think
around
One
he
these type
let
of
second.
women. I get
One
anybody
it.
up
Y'all
second.
here.
The
don't just
only
be
woman,
around these
hold
type
on.
of
The
women.
only
Y'all don't
thing
be
that
around
your
these type of
women,
women.
hold on, wait one
I
second,
mean,
bro.
his name is
Stop
You
Major
talking.
living in a
Flip.
Stop
you
talking.
David,
living
he's
in a
Stop
females
talking.
are
mansion. This
flipping
Stop
is
him.
crazy.
talking.
You flipping
Stop
it.
talking. The
I'm
only
trying
thing
to
that
figure
your
out where
woman,
he came
Y'all
hold
not
on,
from.
flipping it,
hold up,
cuz. This is
hold up.
Please
sad.
don't
I'm dead
Like,
ass.
y'all
imagine
need to
I'm
step
dead
y'all
ass right
I
game
now,
up.
think
bro.
he might
Hey,
be
bro,
a
mute
male
him, Kev.
flip.
Mute him, Kev. Mute
Nah,
him, Kev.
listen,
Because at
listen,
the
Damn.
end of
listen.
the day, the
Ain't
only thing
women
that
hearing
your
this
girl
shit?
come home to
Y'all
is
know
new
that
I
women
drawers
gotta
on the
take care of
refrigerator
themselves
door.
before they meet
You
these
sound like
niggas.
a
Like,
bum.
Turn
stop
your
the
mic
cap.
up.
These dudes is
The only
cap.
thing
Like,
your
that,
girl
this
come
shit
home to is
crazy. Like,
new
Yeah, we needed a
fingerprint marks on
commercial
the
break. Hey,
refrigerator
y'all
door,
tap the
guy. What you
screen.
talking
Y'all
about?
share the live
Somebody got him up out of
for
here.
the people in the
Man,
panel.
nah.
All right, all
What
right.
you talking
Next,
about,
The
nigga?
next,
people, the
Thought that was
next,
for
people in the
me.
panel.
He got
next,
fed up
Don't
You
like.
know how
tap.
next.
obvious it is? He got two wives who work and
Okay.
take care of him.
Yeah, that's wild. That's why I said that
Okay,
sounded weird to me,
okay,
but I
Mr.
don't like that
Host,
double standard stuff. I don't like that.
Mr. House is not. It's now your time to take control of your show. Thank you
I
very much.
just said straight up, dude is Pookie and Ray Ray. I proved he was Pookie and Ray Ray. I digress.
All right.
What man's is that
I
though?
think he
Man, where
proved that
that
as soon
dude
as he
came
got in
from,
here, though.
man?
But yeah, I guess we can. Yeah, let's
Like,
take a
I
quick
ain't even
little
seen
break
him
though, because
come up.
I got a few more hours and stuff on here. But if y'all can,
This conversation needed to stay in the intellectual part because that's where we stop learning and we start entertaining the fucking circus. And like I told y'all before, entertaining clowns is not one of my skill sets. So let's
yeah, you
go.
right about that. You right about that, Hormiga. I heard it. Feel you on that. I guess I just having too much fun.
It was fun until it wasn't.
Cause I feel like shoot, if we gotta get to that moment, if I gotta wake people up, I might have to bring my secret weapon. You already know who I'm talking about.
I'm telling you, listen, I'm telling you right now, you should have never brought me up when King Pookie was up here, because I'm telling you, I could smell it on him. When
King
he said he had
Pookie.
two wives and he said my women both make six figures. So guess what? You must be sitting at home on the couch playing Madden all day, huh?
Nah, he got a hole in his socks. We good. We good.
I ain't never. Somebody said. I just want to know who that was. I guess y'all know him. I don't know him though. But
I
hey, you
don't
caught me
know
off guard
him.
with that one though. But yeah, if y'all can real quick, if y'all can hit them shares, it's like 37 of y'all. If y'all can hit them shares real quick. Give me like 10 shares if you got it. I see y'all tapping and stuff. So
You
if y'all
you
give me a
didn't you
25,
didn't you didn't make me a mod for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
yeah, no, let's go. Oh yeah,
Man,
you
Kev,
stuck.
mind
You
me
one of
up,
them stuck
man.
miles, man. Y'all one of the ones that rock with me from the beginning. So.
When I'm gonna get my status, man, I'm jealous.
Hey, you gotta be in here some more, man. But I know you messing with me, my
Oh,
brother. I
Spencer,
got
you
you. Matter of
alright?
fact, I got
I
you,
be the
man. I
first one
got you
in
actually.
here.
I
Listen, hold
got
on,
you,
hold on,
man.
hold
I
on, hold
actually
on,
got
hold
you. You
on,
do
hold
be in
on,
here a
hold on,
lot.
hold on. I know Kevin before he had that white spot on his head. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Fat.
Damn.
That's
Don't do
Wait,
me
crazy.
wait,
like that. I wasn't
Tried it.
even. I most
wait.
definitely started here on this white spot.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you like
He
this,
said before.
I'm gonna tell you like this, bro.
All right, I got you, brother. Yeah, spirit, you be in
Soon
here though, so I got you, my brother.
as soon as he got quiet when I
Appreciate that,
said
big
that
dog.
shit,
I'm actually get codified. He's like the king of moderators, so I gotta
Actually,
have.
it,
You
it
gotta have
was it was.
I have a codified.
Listen, it was
He the king
Brandon.
in every room.
It was Brandon that made me push it because I saw where Brandon was hitting him and he ain't had no response. It wasn't even a conversation
There
anymore. It was
was
an
no
argument.
conversation no
So
more.
when
Yeah.
Brandon laid on the law, he was like, he ain't got no answer for that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
so that's why I said what I said, bro. I asked him two questions.
questions. And he gave himself right away. Like, bro, like, listen.
Yeah.
Listen, the only thing your girl respectfully is coming home to is all the kids juicy juice being drunk, fingerprints on the refrigerator door. You know what I'm saying? And the fruit snacks box being empty. Because you just sound crazy to just say that shit. My girls both make 6 figures a year. What you talking about? I got an organization. I'm building a
That's
stable.
not a flex.
He sound like an old Mississippi pimp.
That's the thing. He never said what he made though. He never said what he made. That's the kill part.
Yeah, man.
He basically accounting. You feel me? We need somebody counting the money.
Yeah, my girls be okay with me just sitting down playing Madden all day, looking ass nigga. I
That's
swear
why
to
I say
God.
dudes like him be trying to make people look bad. That's why I say I'm on everybody here, man. Because that just, like I said, I don't do that
If he
double
is
standard
looking
stuff.
like
That
that,
gonna be
at least
crazy.
go get your CDL and go drive trucks, man. Like at least
Yo,
do something.
do you see? Have you ever seen what an old gigolo looks like?
Nope,
Do
I didn't.
gigolos reach a certain age and still be gigoloing?
I guess so.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't know. Not
My
not in
boy
your
Big Wall
Easter
having
suit.
fun up there, old lion head.
You not in no fucking Easter suit. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying?
My girls make 6 figures each, and we both. I'm married to 2 women. I get to sit at home, play Madden all day, and I get to drive the Nissan Altima around. I got it.
That ain't mine in my name. The one that's not in my name.
If that don't say Tyrese, I don't know what that says.
Oh, that's for sure,
Hold on.
Tyrese. Yeah, y'all
Why
hit
not
that on the
stop
money.
messing with Tyrese now? Leave Tyrese alone now. Leave
What more
Tyrese
do you
alone.
want from me?
Hey,
So, no,
it
I'm
was a
stop.
fact. It was a fact. I love you, Yvette, but I fuck you, and sometimes I fuck other women, and we mess up, okay? Like, bro, come on. Like, bro, is Tyrese, and but man, look, nah, you
You
cannot
ain't
even
talking about
say
the
that.
same Tyrese, the singer?
Yeah. When he came out in on Baby Boy, when she
Oh,
came
baby
home and
boy.
he had 22s in her Nissan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
See what I did?
Hey, that thing was clean though. That thing was clean. I ain't gonna lie.
How you gonna put the windows tinted in the car that ain't yours looking ass? I'm gonna need you to calm down, bro. Like, that's crazy. I got some kids from my Mexican homie. Like, on my mama, that's
Bruh.
how he acted.
How you call look, he called this girl saying, baby, don't be mad at me. Somebody stole the car. I stole my car, Judy. Like what the hell?
What the?
Like I was not expecting that. I stole my car, Judy. Boy, that boy hopped on that bike, ran fast over there.
Oh
Hey,
my.
that bike. Hey, that was a clean ass bike though. I ain't gonna lie. That be fire.
Hey, you seen that part where he got jumped by them kids for the
Came up
bicycle
here.
though?
He
I
came up
got
here
jumped
in
by
the
some of the
middle of his
gangsters.
He came up in the middle. He had y'all thinking poly life was all right.
Hey, look,
When
tell me
did
the
we
truth.
start
Pete
talking
not a
about
real
poly life
homeboy.
though?
Hey, Pete not
I
a
don't
real.
know
Hey,
what
Pete
that
is a
had to
real
do with
homeboy,
any other
bro.
topic though. Caught me off guard with that.
Well, guess
I
what?
That's why.
believe
That's
in
why I
all
be
Let's
meaning though.
that.
Like some people, they come on here with their own narrative. Like people be want to push their own stuff, even though that be low key irritate me sometimes. But I'm like, duh. But people just, like I said, people don't really want to come on here to listen. They just want to push their own situations down. Sometimes that's what it be.
so
And that was like
Kev,
a prime
Look at that.
example.
so
Let
Kev,
me
how
re-
can
let me
Look
you
at with
speak
the
what's on
first
my
topic.
mind. Forget
How
that topic.
how can you tell when a person is being manipulated? Put that with the first topic.
well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Let's kind of create a segue from what that gentleman was doing and relate it to the
That
topic.
buffoonery.
What was he doing? Was he manipulating or not?
He
Let me
wouldn't
see
he
what
wouldn't
I
which
hold
think
number
it
that
was a
could be.
accountability for
distraction.
his own reality, and he think that
It
he
was a
manipulating
manipulation.
the
It
woman,
was
but
because he wanted everybody to basically I guess he tried to mold us into thinking the way he was to make it seem like that double standard was
I
fair. You
think
know
he
what I'm
was
saying?
wife
Nah, he was
shopping
And
to
then
out
use
here.
the
instigate
reverse
but
that.
that
Uno
don't make
card.
no
Y'all
sense
have been
though.
brainwashed to think that you're supposed to be with
He
one.
thought
You know.
he thought he was a
Like
D1
when
college
he said
recruit.
that, I'm like, oh
Hey,
no.
No,
he
no,
thought he
no.
was
I
a
think he was
D1
really
college
in here
recruit.
wife
He was out
shopping.
here
He said he
scouting.
thought he
He
was
was
gonna win
trying to
over the
add a third and a
females
fourth wife.
and get his ass a third wife. That's what I really think.
He was out here scouting, bro. He was like, "Ooh, you got a
That man fishing. That man fishing out here with the
Somebody said he was throwing punches in the air.
Dog, y'all get me with
but like
these
but
dang
look,
old
this what
filters.
this what got me though. This man say he wanna do what he wanna do, but he don't want his girl doing nothing. I'm like, wait, hold on, that
Yeah,
don't
that's what
sound
got
right.
me.
I'm like, bro, I'm like, hey, and tell look, I'm on my other phone in my own world. I heard that, I'm like, hold on, what that? Like that tuned me all the way back there. Like, hey, hey, say, bro, that don't sound right.
Oh, he
I swear.
said I gotta
Hey,
come back to the phone for this one.
Let me get a prompt a try because
Wait.
I was off earlier. So okay, how can you tell when a person is being manipulated?
Seen his eyebrows go up when he. I can't
Yeah,
even
man.
take that
Hey,
serious.
I got this
He
in the
said when a
bag. I
person
got
was.
this in the bag. I got this in the bag right now. Look. All right, so I think you can tell a person is being manipulated when when everything they do is based on the other person. Like like how they validate
Can't
things.
take it serious. I'm sorry.
I got this in the bag,
Your
man.
little mouse.
I got this in the bag, yo.
man.
Listen. You can tell you
Okay,
in the
now, brother,
bag.
stop
Look,
monkeying around,
you can
G.
tell that you in the bag. You can tell you in the bag, and you can tell you trapped in a manipulation bag when everything you do is based on the other person, not anything about you. It is nothing is about you. Everything's about that person's happiness, that person's satisfaction, that person's everything. That's when you know you being. I think that's when I look at somebody and I see that I'm like you being manipulated, bro.
Mm.
That does sound
Mm.
a little like narcissistic tendencies too.
Just throw it in the
Facts.
back.
Facts.
I realized I was
He
came up here.
said
I put
throw it
that
in the bag.
He came up here.
I put that in the bag for y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Your voice low, Brandon.
He came up here talking like Tyrese, bro.
Oh,
Oh.
shit. Brandon, quit monkeying around, Brandon.
Listen, man.
Oh no, that's how he was looking when he thought he was gonna get them extra women.
He came up here talking like Tyrese, homie. He was trying to scout, cuz. That's what he was doing. He thought he was pulling some chickens. You know what I'm saying? He came up here like poly life is all right. I got red.
That's the last part that got me. All right,
That all right was it.
She be
it's
looking
all
at other
right.
dudes on Facebook. What?
Yo, hold on. Let me do the math here. So if he got
I
two
ain't
chicks,
lying.
wait, if he got two chicks that they both make 100,000 each, so between the three of them, they make 200,000.
Oh my! Wait, what? Wait, do
Hold
they?
on. Don't forget, he dates millionaires too now.
Oh
We don't know
shit.
how to relate to that. He gets millionaires. Don't forget that.
Oh, he did say a millionaire, right? I do remember that part. I forgot
Hmm.
about that.
Yeah, you still wearing Fruit of the Looms and shit. Yeah.
Look, just,
He's over there in a Spider-Man pajama suit right now.
Nah, bro, the onesie. He got the pajamas with the feet on them still, bro. Like
With the
Man,
feet
he's
on him.
not
he got
lying.
the moist ass feet walking around the house, bro, right now.
He got the dinosaur onesie, bro.
Hey,
We got
he
the
got the
orange.
orange head going too now.
He probably sleep in one of race car beds or something.
Oh no, not the, mommy gonna upgrade me one day, you know.
is that an orange or is that a
Bro,
testicle?
stop the race car
What the
shit, bro.
freak?
I'm
Is,
crying.
is,
Yo, if
is that
that's
a
a
testicle?
testicle, I'm done.
Yeah, I think I'm done too, but I'm done.
Or oh, he got a green leaf on top. He got a green leaf on top.
Yo, if that's a testicle, that shit is leaking.
Gotta go to that hospital quick.
You got to go to urgent care. Word.
Man.
Hey, yo, but I'm gonna get off
Yeah,
here, bro. I
yeah,
gotta finish
silly
folding
man.
up this laundry. I'm gonna be listening though, Kev.
Oh, oh yeah, for sure, my brother.
Hey, man, stop inviting Pookie and Ray Ray up on the
At
platform,
least I
bro.
know him now. I didn't know. Somebody tried to warn me, but I ain't know.
I'm gonna be in the comments though.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. But man, what the? Look at Big Wall stuck in the background. What is dog? What is going on? Oh man, dog. But yeah, I really do want to tackle heavy on that with the second one, man, with this safe space thing, and I think that's one of the main things I
Let me
think
see
that's
that. Let
hurting
me
a
see
lot
that.
of
Hold on.
people. Um, a lot of people do be trying to they pull out they speak on things that they're not even all the way healed in or comfortable with talking about, and they basically want you to shut your mouth if you got a difference of opinion. That don't be crazy to me, man. But how y'all? I know y'all seen stuff like that. How y'all feel about
Okay, so let me see if I read the prompt right. It says
Go
It
ahead.
says
What'd you say?
Hashtag, we don't hear nothing with that bag on your head. We don't hear
Hey,
nothing.
I'm putting this in the bag right now. I'm jumping out the bag on y'all. Look.
About to bring him to lunch tomorrow.
Hey.
Pause.
Hey,
Pause.
okay, so
Bag it and tag
let
it.
me
Bag it and
Chasing
tag it.
bag it. Hey,
himself.
let me
I want to delete that
You
hold
part
on,
out.
chasing
There
yourself,
is
Hash.
hold on. There's a
Whoa, I'm glad you said
oh,
pause, my
there
boy.
is there's no
Hash
safe
chasing
space.
himself.
Read it because it's kind of small, yo. Read it.
So say it again. Oh,
Read that second prompt
the
though,
second
Laugh.
one. There is no safe space. Why
Yeah, read.
mention traumas we are not healed from?
So why talk about being there if you haven't reached that point yet, more or less,
That
Kevin? Like,
something like
in other
that.
words,
Yep.
speaking upon something like those people that go on and on and on about how beautiful it is and they're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the same people that'll tell you how horrible it is and they never went through shit.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Therapy. Somebody said
I think
therapy.
I think people I think a lot of times that people literally um they think that not being triggered or not recognizing certain traumas is healed. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's
Right. You
avoidance that's healed.
said that
It's not
perfect.
avoidance. You know what I'm saying? It's not avoidance or like running or any of that stuff. Like I got a friend who lives in Idaho now, in Boise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was an alcoholic, man. I mean, we played football together. The cat was probably the craziest. Like we lived the whole program movie. Like our football career was like that. Like he was the crazy linebacker, and he was an alcoholic,
Mm-hmm.
and he moved to Boise or whatever. And what ended up happening was he knew he was healed when he was able to go to a bar and chill and order water or a juice or whatever. He knew he was healed then. He went so far as to even creating or making, like getting a policy passed in their little town where every bar has to let him do an AA meeting in their bar on Sundays. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
now the bars are sponsoring his recovery program. Like that's how you know you healed, when you can go be in those places. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I hope I put that in the bag for y'all.
You most definitely did.
Hold on. I want to jump on that real quick because I just had this debate and this is gonna get spicy right now. So check this out.
Uh-oh.
An alcoholic, right? It doesn't take much for someone to be called an alcoholic. If you look at the technical term, right, of what an alcoholic is, it doesn't actually take much to be an alcoholic. A lot of us are alcoholics and we don't even know it, right? But here's my question. Is it better to say that you're healed when you're able to walk in a place and not order a drink, or be able to order a drink and know your limit?
Ah, that's even heavier right there.
Let's
That's
go.
heavier.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
heavy.
that's a good one.
That's heavy.
Order I say order a drink and know your limit. I picked that one.
Because it's
Because
not fair. It's not fair to us that are responsible. It's not
so
fair to us that do shit right.
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah,
let
I
me ask
think
you a question. Okay, let's imagine that it's not alcoholism. Let's imagine that it's something that a lot of men suffer from, which is like sex addiction, right? So let's imagine that it's
exactly.
that. And so, are you saying that a man is healed from sex addiction when he can pull out, or just only put that?
That was funny. That was
Dog, you
funny.
gonna
That
make
was
it.
funny. But no. That was funny. But he's right
I'm
on
only
track.
putting the hand in.
Listen to me. It wasn't about the alcohol. It was about the addiction. You see, that's what I'm saying. It could be
Right.
anything. It's the addiction. You know you're not addicted when you're not addicted.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to know if
Yes.
you're not addicted is to be able to handle what's actually happening, where you can process, hey, this is too much. When you have balance in your life, that'll tell you whether you're addicted or not. You understand what I'm saying? When you have
Facts.
balance, when you know when something, we're going right back to being responsible. That's what we're going right back to.
Facts.
Balance. I like that as a healed definition. Recognizing it, recognize the overindulgence, and creating balance. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's a
That's right. I
boundary.
feel
That
you
is
on
called
that.
a boundary when you know your limits.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, AJ. I think you was trying to go. Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah. Oh, was somebody trying to go? I can shut up real quick.
Codify, you trying to go, or you want, or AJ, which one?
Nah, those gentlemen hit it on the head. I'm amongst colleagues right now.
Mm.
Did I just hear AJ's
Okay.
voice? I
Um,
did. Okay.
Yeah.
hey, what's up, Formiga? It's been a long
Mm.
time. What's up, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd say for me, right, I used to consider myself a recovering alcoholic. Anymore, I'm more of a recovered one, right? And I'll tell you the difference. It's one thing when you just drinking, right? Sometimes people make stupid decisions. Everybody goes out there, they do that. The
Mm.
difference in my case was, for me, it was how I handled it, right?
Mm.
So say I had a bad day at work, I need a drink, right? That's how
Yeah.
I was. Somebody did something, whatever it was. If I got triggered, I would just reach for that drink. The reason why I say I'm recovered now, right, is because I can go and have a bad day and it's not in the forefront of my mind that I need a drink, right? Like that's no longer there. It's now like if I want to go have a drink, I can, oh, okay, cool, yeah, we can celebrate. I can have one. I can control myself a little bit. Versus before, where it was very much not that. It was very much like, oh, I had a bad day. I'm gonna drink to excess, and then I'm gonna fight everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That for me, that's the difference. I'm not gonna tell anybody how to recover. Do your thing. I just don't like. I not that I don't like. I just wanted to come up and just kind of share that from somebody who's been through it and is now at this point, over the hedge on this side where I can control it.
AJ, that is music to my ears because when I start giving different perspectives, I don't know how the hell you pop up, but I wanted people to understand that. Think about this. If it doesn't take much to be considered an alcoholic, then we are all alcoholics, right? So then what's the basis here? If we're gonna drink, whatever it is that we do in life, no matter what it is, there has to be a balance to it. And that's where the standards and boundaries come in. But they have to be realistic. You gotta know yourself. Can't be putting out standards and boundaries that you are not going to respect as an individual, because then how are you going to expect people to respect your standards and boundaries when you don't respect them yourself? Let's go.
Mm. I wanted to say about congratulations, Miss AJ. By the way, um, I wanted to say I think the difference is the fact recovered and recovered is the fact basically what she said, like you having that self limitation built inside you where you realize I don't need this to live my life, whether it's good or bad. And I always thought, me personally, I know a lot of alcoholics. The fact that you call me up once, like at least 4 times a week or more, talking about how you're blacked out drunk because you had a bad day, or you're blacked out drunk because a girl did this, or you blacked out drunk because something happened at work, and you don't realize you have a problem, but everybody else around you do, that should be a red flag. You know what I mean? Like you self-destructing yourself. You have no self-control or no, like you don't have no type of like roadblocks to tell you like I don't need this to get to this point to feel good about myself or numb myself to the point where now I feel better about myself. I think that's the huge difference between recovering and recovered. You feel me? You have the
Ah,
roadblocks that set in place inside you that don't even let you even get to that point. Because you realize you don't need to even get to that point to crash out or even get to that type of mindset because you have self control
That's
and you
facts.
realize who you are as an individual.
I,
That's
Congratulations,
I
facts.
by
like
the way.
that as a. I'm sorry, but I like that as a recognizer for anything, right? Even manipulation that could tie back to the prompt, right? When you know like when you no longer feel normal unless you do that thing, then there's an addiction or manipulation by that thing going on.
Facts.
So I think that's a safe way to apply that to almost anything. Like you can apply that to people, you can apply that to
Things.
substances or whatever. Yeah. Like because I know some people literally that get addicted to feelings. Like they're very
Oh.
like I mean I know people that are in love with the idea of something, and so they will dilute themselves because they're in love with it. I know a girl for example who was in love with the idea of being in love, right? Of just having someone love them. And she was becoming unbearable to her partner. And she didn't even realize it because she was so involved with being, with this idea, just the concept, that she didn't realize she wasn't listening. She didn't realize she wasn't. She was just living out this whole thing, and the guy was playing along. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I think the guy was doing a pretty good job. They worked at Disneyland. He showed up at her job as a knight in shining armor, that type of shit, right? And like they were both theater kind of people, but I think it really got toxic because on the other side, when she discovered that she, that there was just much of an attachment to the unhappiness, like her qualifications was for being in love was overcoming unhappiness. So what ended up happening is she would create these situations for them to overcome. She would create them. She split hairs and would make problems out of nothing just so that they can reconcile and for their relationship to quote unquote grow.
That's
It was
narcissistic.
like, yeah,
Hey,
well, I don't know if that's narcissistic. I don't know, but it was kind of crazy, like what she was doing. Like when she described it to me, I asked her, I said, do you think you're creating problems because you think that making up makes you stronger?
that's wild. Have you guys ever heard the term a emotional hypochondriac?
1,000%.
Can you explain what that is, AJ, real quick? Can you touch that real quick?
Yeah, so hypochondriac. First off, you got to know what a hypochondriac is, right? Hypochondriacs are people who, if they hear wind of some type of diagnosis or illness or something, oh, I have the sniffles, right? They will convince themselves that they have the sniffles. It is an actual psychological thing. When it comes to emotions, people will do the same thing, right? So I could be sitting there, for example, saying like, I'm having a bad day. Oh, I'm feeling frustrated. If I'm around that person, they will convince themselves that they are frustrated. They may not know what they're frustrated about, but they're just around me and they feel like they need to be frustrated to fit in. 9 times out of 10, that's usually where a lot of that stems from, but some people just really are just like that. And if you mention any type of feeling, emotion, anything, they absorb it almost. They have to be that. And it's kind of like the power of suggestion is very strong with those people.
Yes.
They're very easily manipulated.
These people cannot relax. These people cannot relax. There's always got to be some feeling or emotion going on at all times. They don't know how to just turn it off and sit down and chill and watch a football game without starting bullshit or drama. Trust me.
So, Dr. Sergi, I have a question for Dr. Sergi, because that's our expert on the panel, right?
Absolutely.
Is that called demisexual? I think is that demo or demisexual?
No.
Because I'm not in front of my Google. So is that demo or demisexual when someone is like attracted or makes attachments through a strong
emotions.
emotional
You
things?
have to have an emotional attachment before they have sex with you. You understand?
Yeah, just an emotional bond.
That's what that
Look,
is.
someone who creates problems when there is no problem, that is called a drama seeker.
That is one way of looking at it. Yes.
No, I just
Hey,
looked it up.
Maz, y'all
Does
can
that
hold it
mean
down
they're
for a
doing it
couple
on
seconds.
purpose though?
Some
Or
people
is
don't
that
know that
something
they're in
wrong with
it.
them?
They
I
don't
just
know that
looked it
they're
up.
in it.
It's
Some
called a
people don't
drama
know that
seeker.
they're in it. Yeah.
Hey, hold up,
What's
everybody.
interesting is
If you
that's
guys
actually
can,
becoming orientation now.
What else you was
I
trying
just
to
thought
find
that
out
was
just now?
normal.
We were talking about
yeah.
demisexual.
So hold on, everybody. Hold on. If y'all are in the comments, can y'all please do me a favor? Tap the screen, share the live. Follow everybody who's in here if you want to. They're all amazing. Follow each other, so on and so forth. Please stay respectful in the live at all times. And if you have an opposing opinion, we can agree to disagree. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, just wanted to kind of do a little timeout real quick. And I'm gonna let the live go back on. I just want y'all to tap the screen, get these likes up. Thank you.
Miss Dr.
A
Lady, I wanted to ask
demisexual
you, I
is an
brought up the
individual that only experiences sexual attraction after forming a deep emotional connection with someone. This means that a demisexual person typically do not feel immediate or strong sexual attraction based solely on physical appearance. Instead, they tend to develop sexual desires over time as they form a stronger emotional bond with another person.
I'm going through that right
I
now.
wanted to I wanted to ask you, Miss Dr. Lady, the thing that y'all were talking about before y'all got to the Demi situation about the person that basically can't turn themselves off. They gotta basically fish for problems or adapt to other situations, even if they're not going through it per se. How would somebody go like? heart and healing process or figure out an answer to a problem like that. Because now I'm thinking about it, I know people like that, and I don't generally think they do it on purpose. It depends on where you stand. People will think a lot of like depending on where you stand, your point of view, right, and how that person reacts to you or you react to that person. A lot of us gonna throw that person under the bus or the umbrella that, oh yeah, that person's just a sick person, they're a bad person. But realistically, that can be a real person that's going through something like really sick with them, and you're not helping
Well,
them help them find a
well,
solution. You're
so
making the problem worse.
So that's the thing with people who are like that, right? There's lots of reasons why somebody can develop or be that way, right? It could be that that's what they assume that's what a relationship is, fighting and doing everything else. I've been in those situations with people. They assume that that's what a relationship was. It had to be drama. It had to be toxic. At one point, we've been there, right? It could be a multitude of reasons as to why somebody does that. A lot of the time, it's going to be something very much that has to do with them. It's not usually the other person, right? It's just, it could be that's what they believe that's what needs to happen. It could just be that it's an insecurity. It could just be that people also like to project, right? So I'm feeling crappy about myself. Let me make you feel like you're making me feel like crap because I don't necessarily know how to articulate it in that way. People do what they're taught. That's what they're taught and what they see around them. So if they don't understand how to express their feelings, is where emotional intelligence comes in. You don't know how to express yourself or articulate your feelings, you're going to be misunderstood. And I feel like that's the problem with most people.
Like,
How would somebody go about healing from something like
hold
that
on.
or figure
I'm gonna
something
get to
out,
that
handling
after,
a
but look, this is
situation
why
like
they
that?
do it though. One is insecurity, two is control issues, three is communi- communication style, like that, just the way that they communicate, and four is past experiences. So it's like that. That's how they, like a girl just said, like that's just what they know, like that's just them. But what I got is to deal with it is just open communication, set boundaries, seek professional help, and self reflection.
I want to
Yeah,
get the doctor lady opinion on that though. Since she's the only person we know up here that's close to that type of field, I want to see what she thinks about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, tell me the question again. What do I think about what?
So they were talking about I don't know the actual legal word for it. Somebody up here said it, but somebody that really doesn't have that, like they adapt to whatever emotion or problem that's around them, even if they're not going through it, and they feel like lack of something, they have to feel what you provide to them. Like if I feel like the mood is sad or I'm in a bad mood, you're not even in a bad mood, but you adopt the bad mood, and now you're permanently in that state of mind of having a fucked up mood. And you're not even originally or organically going through that, but you adapt it from the next person. And there was a word for it, but if somebody remember it, say it. But I don't remember it. Drama something.
a drama seeker.
Yeah, that's what it's
Yeah.
called.
What do I think about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think okay. So like I said, I think I said it earlier. I think what tends to happen is that not so much. I mean, you will have people who will take on the emotions of others. I've seen some people mention it in the comments, people who are more empathetic. So if they hear something, stressful, if they hear something, significant, they can have that level of empathy for a person. But then you have those other people who it's almost like a transference that can occur, right? So if I'm talking about a severe trauma, I'm traumatizing you by telling you about my trauma, and you're taking on some of these same emotions. I think that can happen a lot too, especially on TikTok. You have a lot of trauma dumping that occurs, and we don't realize not everybody's a therapist. Not everybody has the tools or is equipped to hear some of the things that we're talking about. And people will go deep into the stuff that they've experienced. And you have people kind of taking on some of those same feelings, they'll begin to share those perspectives. It happens a lot when we talk about like essay or when you hear about certain abuse, domestic violence, and you'll see a level of anger that'll develop. And before you know it, everybody's mad. Like on here, I see it often where everybody's mad at men now because we've heard this horrific story. But it's still an individual story, but that's where people can kind of begin to fall into that just because of how difficult it is to hear. So that's my take on it. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, I'm gonna just, a lot of the problems that we go through in life is that we look for shortcuts in things that we have to do long term, and for things that, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Like we look for bigger things than what it is. We don't know how to get to the freaking point. And that is a flaw that people don't work on, and it has a lot to do with being in a conscious state of mind. You know what I'm saying? If you function from your purpose, it has to be meaningful. You have to walk with purpose. There has to be a reason why you do what you do. What I say to the overthinkers is real simple. For the overthinkers, the only two times you're supposed to be thinking, and this is just my opinion, and one is to solve a problem, and the other one is to plan things. The rest of the time, you're either not doing anything, you're monitoring, or you're executing. And a lot of people spend too much time trying to formulate something that is very simple because there's so much attached to it. When it comes to emotional intelligence, if you don't have it, it's impossible to critically think things.
So then I got a question then, right? So could we say, I guess I got two things. One, could we consider what the doctor was just talking about? Could we consider that, in a sense, kind of trauma fishing? Because I kind of feel like I see that phenomenon a lot on here.
Every germ needs a host. I'll say it again. Every germ needs a host in order for it to exist. So they're always going to look for somebody to entertain it. Misery needs company. See, that's what I was saying about going straight to the point. There are some miserable people in this world that would love to share that misery because it is kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, misery needs company, for sure. I think, and this is just again my opinion, right? I'm not an expert, none of that, but I think a lot of the biggest problems with people is discipline. Y'all lack discipline. Everybody wants a quick fix. They want it right now. They want it right then and there, but people don't necessarily want to do the actual work to get there. And if they do, they expect a pat on the back and a trophy for it. You can't do that, right? Because at the end of the day, it's benefiting you, right? I can't expect a I don't know, a trophy just because I decided to not have an attitude towards somebody one day, right? That's completely on me, but I feel like that's the biggest issue. I think a lot of people, the reason why they stay in these spaces is one, it's lack of discipline, and two, it's just a lot easier to stay in the loop, right? We don't want to. We've come this far. Oh, I'm doing the best I can, but you ain't really pushing yourself further than that because we want to stay where it's safe, and
A
that's
lot of
not not
factors.
not where you need to be.
There's a lot of factors
But
and intricacies involved with that. You know, that the logistical chain of trying to have a reasonable thought and all the distractions that go into having a linear thought process sometimes. Sometimes we make things bigger than what they are. We tend to exaggerate. And that's because a lot of people don't know the reason, the differences between honesty and dishonesty. You know, there's only one way to be honest, and there's 100 ways to be dishonest. And a lot of us are not taught these things. And that's what this app does to people. This app, like if you put all the best people together on one panel, then you'll get some answers because it's all the answers combined. The thing is that the information that we get is incomplete. That's what people don't understand. The information that you are getting is incomplete. Stop being satisfied with the information you get. Stop running with it and do some extra research. You know, do some legwork. Do something on your own to add and contribute into your own cup.
that part, and I think we need to
I
stop.
ain't gonna lie.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was like, I think what we need to stop doing is doing the trauma Olympics. The trauma bonding with people is surreal on here. I can't tell you how many times people try to trauma bond with me, and I'm not one that's gonna do it. Right? Like this is not the place. I have a paid professional that I have those conversations with. I'm not gonna have those conversations with people on the internet. That's just me. But it's one of those things where it's like I've noticed now that I've put up those boundaries and have cut people off. Now all of a sudden it's like they kind of reel so far, and it's scary to me, and that's what makes me in a way afraid of people because people are unpredictable now, right? You try to set up a boundary, and next thing you know people, I mean, I've had people try to dox me on here, but people try to do all sorts of stuff, show up to my house, all because I'm not going to trauma bond with them, or I'm not going to let you trauma fish me. the end of the day. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I was gonna say that I ain't gonna lie, and I'm not saying I agree with it, but people tend to that stay stagnant for a long period of time, or give up on seeking help or in betterment of themselves. They find comfortability and a shield in failure. Like the fact that, you feel me, it's predictable to go to work Monday through Sunday, and I know exactly how much I'm gonna get paid. Versus I know for a fact I have, let's say hypothetically, 10,000, 20,000 saved up, and I've been telling myself I want to venture off in this business idea. But the fact that the job is more predictable, and I know exactly how many hours I have to put in to get exactly how much money I'm gonna make, versus this unpredictable chance that I might have a chance of failure. People people use the fact that the 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 chance of failure, or even the slight thought of failure, as a handicap to make their current situation their prison. Like I be telling people, like, it ain't that easy for people to grow and all that. First of all, they're not seeking help, and somehow they make it in their mind that their present situation is like their nest. They don't see growth. They don't see past that hill you see. They don't see past that ceiling you see, because they've made their environment their comfortability. And it's not just their nest, it's also their prison. I was like that for a long time. I thought my state was end all be all till I got the chance to get out of my comfort zone and meet new people and realize I don't want to be 30. I don't want to be 40. And hypothetically, end up having kids. And all I can tell them is, well, Papa Big Will been to Florida. Papa Big Will been to Miami. Oh, Papa Big Will on the plane? No, that ain't never happened before. It doesn't sit right with me. You feel me? So, I don't know. It's
I think
kind of crazy. But
it's company more than what it comes down.
Give a quick pause right there. Look, you right on the money, my brother. The thing is that I try to tell people this all the time. There is a life portfolio that everyone has that's indigenous or belongs to them and nobody else. The cheat code is to try to realize what makes you tick, like the number format. There's an equation to everybody's life. All the factors and everything involved, your experiences, the things you learn, what's in your subconscious, what's in your preconscious, where you're going,
and they saying you
goals.
breaking up, G. They say you
Oh,
breaking up.
am I breaking up?
Nah, we could hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, just like really quick on that subject is we all have a composite. We all have a composite of who we are based on our experiences, what we learn, and there's a big energy thing that people keep, disregarding. Spiritual energy is so important because that helps you. It's another line of defense. It's like your how can I say this? Your computer wall, your firewall. And a lot of people focus on certain things, but they don't focus on everything we're supposed to focus on. We're supposed to focus on our emotions, our spirit, our intellect, our physical nutrition, and our financial. But we put a lot of emphasis in the things that we feel comfortable in, and then that becomes the normal to a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like your norm and my norm are two different things. That's why when people use that word normal, I start cringing a little bit because everybody looks at that word a little bit differently.
I
Okay.
agree with
Well,
that. I ain't gonna lie.
I think we have to be careful, though. I think if you're looking for people to advise you, like often we'll have discussions on datings, relationships, marriage, whatever, you have to be careful if a person's immersed in trauma or just in their negative experiences, and we'll say they're unhealed or just haven't reached a place of coping, healthy coping. Um, what tends to happen is when we have the conversations, we approach them out of this perspective of damage or toxicity or dysfunction. So it's like when you begin to talk about relationships, this person may come from the negative aspect of it instead of the functional or healthy aspect of it. You'll hear people talk about marriage, and then all of a sudden we're hearing about the cheating, we're hearing about the arguing, we're hearing about everything bad and nothing out of the perspective of a healthy dynamic or a functional dynamic. And I think that's what's problematic when you have people who are caught or stuck in their dysfunction trying to advise others.
That is true.
100.
I did
That
that
be the
one
loudest
time.
ones on this app. Unfortunately, that be the loudest one.
I
I
think the
did
other
that
thing
one time.
too.
Let me say this real quick. I did that one time because it was a point in time when I had abandonment issues, and I had a coworker that was getting into it with her mom about her son, and I had gave her the advice of just keep him away from her. And it wasn't until later that I told her about my abandonment issues, and then she was like, "Oh, okay, now I get why you said what you said to me." And she just stopped talking to me about her issue with her mother and her son. So it took for me to handle my abandonment issues, and that's let me tell y'all something. When y'all do the work, it's not easy work to do. You know, like if you can't be alone without being lonely, that's basically what I had to do to myself. I had to be alone without being lonely. And it took some time, and then I started to create the tools that was necessary for me to manage my abandonment issues, because I just ultimately stopped giving advice in regards to that type of stuff, because I was hurt, and I didn't know how to handle it. And if anybody asked me, I would tell them to handle it in not so good of a manner for them, not just for me. And it takes some people to, like, this is why I can tell when somebody hasn't done the work and they just
Right.
faking their recovery or their healing or management of their traumas or life experiences. So
Facts.
like when it comes to addictions, most addictions are considered dual diagnoses. It's like a result of something else that's happened. Me, it was the gym. That's how I dealt with it sometimes. So, okay, like a lot of people will go through a recovery program, and they will create other addictions to take the place of the one that they're trying to stop, or manage. Like instead of alcohol, they'll do coffee, you know, and if coffee, or they'll do gambling, and if gambling, they get a gambling, and then if they try to fix that, they'll go to like doing food. They'll just eat a lot of food, and then they realize that, see, it's it's different when you're able to remove a damaging habit and not replace it with anything. To just outright remove that part and leave that space void without putting anything in it. That to me is like next level healing. Because we got to be real careful, because we'll replace a bad habit with another bad habit. But to stop it all, you got to address whatever it is that's causing you to do whatever it is you're doing. And for me, it was my abandonment issue. So it took me a few years to pick that apart and create the tools that I will use for the rest of my life. And then to be careful to know that these tools are my tools. It may not necessarily be the tools that someone else need. Because some people get tools and they think, hey, I just give them the tools that I use. So instead of trying to give people the tools I used, I get people to create tools for themselves. Because everybody's past experiences are not the same. They may be similar, but they're usually not the same. So creating the tools, and this is what I think most therapists do, because being in EMS, I spent a lot of time with psychologists and psychiatrists and stuff. They get people to create tools based on their life experiences to manage their life from that point on. And with that, I yield the floor.
And let me ask the people that have been here that
Absolutely.
has been to therapy, because somebody else was talking about this in another line. So, do y'all think it's important the right representation in therapy? Is that a thing y'all think that should be talked about?
You know
Yes,
what? In
absolutely.
our
Absolutely.
oh,
Oh,
go
sorry. Go
ahead,
ahead.
AJ. Well, I just wanted to say this: in our village, don't have a culture of that. You know, we don't have a culture of healing. Like we lose a parent and we'll see a person cry, and then they'll stop crying, and we'll think that that person is doing fine. When months and even years later, it'll hit them. We don't have a culture of being present, showing up, asking, "You okay?" You know, and stuff like that. Therapy is just one. Me, I did my issues myself. That's probably why it took so long. But therapy is a way for someone who know the guidelines to help you navigate that, you know. So that's just one another way. Me, I self-taught, and another way is therapist. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree with everything you're saying. Yeah, I think it depends on ultimately what you're trying to get out of your therapy, right? For me, I needed to learn a lot of coping skills, right? Because I didn't have that representation around me growing up, right? And to bring it back to, let's just say, my alcoholism, right? For me, that's how everybody in my life handled things, right? That's what I thought being an adult was. You go to work, you come home, you drink, you do the same thing the next day. You know what I mean? Whatever's going on, you drink. That is what I thought I was supposed to be doing, right? It wasn't until I learned that there were other ways in handling these situations. And of course, you got to get down to the root cause as to why somebody's doing that. The addiction really is just the symptom at the end of the day. But yeah, if you're going through therapy, not the therapy that may work for me may not work for the next person, may not work for the person after that. You got to find the thing that's going to work for you. And there's different types of therapy out there. You've got talk therapy, you've got, I think there's like trauma therapies. There's all sorts of different types of therapies that are out there, right? You just have to find the one that works for you and figure out what your goal is when you go into it, would be my best advice as far as that goes. But as far as healing goes, don't let anybody really tell you, especially on here, how to heal, right? Like, I cannot stress that enough, right? My healing and my journey and my trauma and the way I handle things is not going to be the same as somebody who may experience the exact same thing as I have. Me and my brother may have experienced the exact same things in our household, does not mean we're going to react to them the same way, right? Go about it the way you need to, create, your support system if that's what you're needing, and go that way. But I wouldn't say that there's one way to get a therapist. Like, just do what a therapist or a psychiatrist, you got to what's going to work for you. For me, it was never going to be anything long term. I didn't want to be in therapy till the day I die talking about trauma, right? I needed to know
Right.
what skills I needed. Okay, what do I need to do? How do I get through this? If I have a trigger, how do I calm myself down in a corrective and responsible way to where I'm not hurting other people, I'm not hurting myself? Once I kind of started learning those tools, again, it's trial and error, right? It's going to be trial and error. They're going to give you a lot of different types of things, and that's what they gave me, and that's how I kind of navigated it. I'm not going to sit there and tell you I'm healed, because I'm not. We working on it. But again, that's my advice. So,
That's
That
another
man,
thing too. I want to tie in why the reason why I asked is proper representation important in therapy or anything like that is because I was told by another therapist. It was in a whole group of channel that a therapist, if you've been with a therapist for about, let's say, 10 years, that therapist is not doing his job properly. Because the whole mission of a therapist is supposed to help you figure out the tools to help you operate everyday life. I am not the end all be all. I am not the cure. I'm helping you build the right tools to properly handle situations in everyday life, and you go back into society and you can live and have a balance.
And the lady was saying that there's a lot of people that go to therapy, and really they treat it like a not really like an echo chamber, but they treat it like it's like their I don't know the proper word for it, but it's like every time something happens, oh, let me run to therapy. Therapy got me. And they end up stuck in that cycle for years and years and not really learning anything. They're not really picking up no major tools for real. They use it as a safe zone every time they go through something. That's bad on the therapist side, and that's bad on you. That means you're not really learning anything, and you're not picking up anything from that person. You feel me? Because it ain't supposed to be the end all be all. It ain't supposed to. You gonna be my therapist till the day I die. I'm in a hospital bed. That means you ain't learned nothing. What's the point of going there? You just feeding this person money, and they making a income off your trauma, and you're letting them.
Well,
I feel
look,
like
Yeah.
it's defeating the purpose.
let me say this real quick. There's going to be bad therapists. There's going to be bad leaders. There's going to be bad students. I'm a coach, right, in business, and I'm gonna tell you this much: I can't coach you if you're not coachable. That's number one, right? Number two, the awareness part is where it's at. When I went through my traumas, tribulations, my baggage, whatever have you, I realized that wherever you go, just like happiness, peace, and love, you're supposed to have that inside of yourself. You're not supposed to go somewhere else to find that. You're supposed to carry that with you wherever you go because it's inside of you. Now, that being said, you shouldn't just rely on one source of trauma or healing. There's coaching, reading, praying, just getting in touch with nature. We've been through this.
Whew. Okay. Is it pause?
No, it ain't. I think
I don't know. I see these little colors going in front of my screen. I'm like, is it freezing? But are we talking about the question? I'm lost where we were. Because it was a question that or the statement. There is no safe space. Why mention traumas we not healed from? Is that where we at?
No, it was we was hitting different angles from it.
Okay. I was trying to make
Yeah.
sure I didn't know what question was.
What you what you, what you got? I don't even know what happened to corn meat. This stuff just cut off. That's weird. What you got
You
on
hear
ice?
me?
Hey, is that you?
Um, I was gonna say, not a lot of people, not everybody's gonna be patient with your inconsistency when it comes to your self growth, right? I think people when they have these traumas that they spread on social media, I think a lot of time, majority of the time, it doesn't seem like they're really wanting help from it. They're just wanting company. They want people to agree with them, right?
She be quick on the mute
Mommy been
button.
trying to wait to talk all that
I
time. As soon as you
swear,
he said, "Oh,
every
mommy talking this
time,
time now."
every time I
I
say
guess he
something,
wasn't with your limitation either.
you say what?
I said he wasn't with that limitation either. He was like, it's time to go already.
He said, nah, not today. I'm sick. I'm about to lock them out, I swear. This is why I be in the comments. This is why I stay in the comments. Because I can't be up here. Every time I come up here, they say, somebody gonna say something to me. Anyway. Like I was saying, if I get mommy to death again. But yeah, when you're in the I feel like when people come here and talk, they are looking to either cause chaos or some of them are just looking for sympathy that I think Surgery Steps talked about that they're not gonna get because you cannot expect every person that's in that panel or in the comments because you're like, oh my god, the comments are saying this about me, and that means you don't need to be up there. I got time for that. What are you doing? Because the thing is, people want to talk, and everybody's not gonna be a therapist in the live. You have to understand that. So that's why I don't like when people even make statements saying this is a safe space. Unless you have locked the room, it's not a safe place. And I think y'all
Right.
gotta why y'all be believing that? Just because the host is safe, just because a few people in the panel is safe, don't mean the space is safe because there's
Right.
people that are going to come in there and view stuff, make a statement, and then they're going to remember to record the live. They're going to go back. So it's like if you don't want anything said or repeated that you said, then don't say it. It's just
Don't
simple
say
as
it.
that. This is all it is. It's all it comes down to. If you not well, if you're not at a place where you can speak about something, and I always go back to this one girl. She spoke about her trauma that happened to her, and people was like, "What? Why you let that happen? You did what?" And she did not budge. As far as she didn't try to cry, she didn't get annoyed, she didn't get upset. She said, "No, it's okay. I'm healed from that, so it doesn't bother me." Like, and I understand people are gonna have a comment about it. If you can't do that, don't spill nothing. Just don't even do it, because it's not nobody else. It's not the host's responsibility and nobody else in that live to make sure that you're okay. I'm sorry, it's not. Y'all got to learn how to have self-regulation. The therapist ain't going to do it all for you. The therapist is there to help and assist. You got to do something towards that to make yourself work. When your therapist is closed because she works till 8 p.m. and you deal with that trauma at 9, 10, and 12, you're going to have to deal with yourself. You have to learn how to regulate yourself. So you cannot come no live and think that everybody is in agreement to healing you and helping you heal. It's not gonna happen like that. So it just drives me when I see that. 'Cause I'm just like, we have to get to a place of, it's okay. Well, I'm sorry this person said this. They're gonna say it because there is fools everywhere. Like, you cannot control that, and don't get mad at nobody else in the live. Well, you should have stood up for me. No, you should have said it. It's just simple as that. Don't share something that you're not willing to have it come right back to you. That's just simple as that. It doesn't get no simpler than that. I just understand that concept. If you're gonna bring something up, understand that it can and will be used against you in the court of law. Okay? In these lives is a court of law. They coming and bringing everything back to you. It is what it is. So it just sounds like, it sounds rough, but it's like people are going around too many ways and having all these conversations about the fact that, well, I mean, you should be a better person. Well, everybody ain't better. Everybody ain't better. And everybody's not gonna bend to your will because you think they supposed to feel sorry for you. Everybody's not gonna feel sorry for you. They're just not gonna do it. So if I speak about something, I have to understand that some people are going to understand me, some people are going to hear me, and then some people, it just is that's just how that goes, right? So when I talk about something, I know I'm going to so have a purpose of what you share. If I share something, there's a purpose with me sharing it, not like, oh, I hope I get more love from this, or I hope, like, not because then when you get the backlash, oh my God, I can't believe people said that. Why?
Can you say that again for the people in the back real quick? Say it one more time. One more time.
It just, you know what I'm saying? I just hate to see it happen, and I hate to see people really do get in those positions where they do feel like, dang man, I thought that was gonna turn a certain way. I thought y'all gonna really care and hear me, and then you have the host or somebody else saying, well, no guys, you guys were wrong for no. They at the end of the day, you got people that's 21 and older. And you're not gonna be able to check everybody. You can block as many people as you want to, but that person has to learn their own concept. They have to learn that everywhere I go is not safe, and everything I speak about is not gonna be safe. If I share my children, my family, anything else, and quit letting people manipulate y'all and sharing everything, why you don't share your so and so? Why? Because when the moment you do, and then they backlash on you, then now you feel betrayed because you shared something that you already knew was I'm sorry, y'all talk fast. You share something about yourself that you didn't have to share, but you were manipulated and sharing it, and now you think, woe is me because I shared something that you knew. We have to we act like we're not intelligent enough to understand our own. We have our own understanding, but we get manipulated because sometimes we want to fit in, sometimes we want to be heard, all this and that. Like, at the end of the day, whatever you stick to, what you believe is right and real to you, let that be that. So if I speak about something, if you want to replay it, say it back to me, it's not going to bother me. Why? Because I knew when I speak about this, someone is going to have something to say about it, and that's okay. You ain't got to agree with me. I don't need nobody to agree with me, because what I'm saying is for a purpose. So that means some people will hear it, some people won't. Some people have this agree with me complex. If 98%, if 22 people don't agree with me, now I feel like the world just betrayed me. No, you're just not gonna reach everybody, and that's all right. Y'all dying on a cross of trying to be reached by everybody. It's not gonna happen. Speak on what you need to speak about to help those that it needs to help, and then you move on from that point. So all that, counseling and therapy, I think is great, and you need to do it, but you cannot put all the weight on, man, these therapists don't work. Therapy don't work. No, you don't work. You not doing nothing. You not working. The therapist showing up on time. She got the notes. She'll play them back to you, and she asks you, hey, so did you go home and do that? Oh, no, I was tired. And, I was not. Okay, so you not working. So learn to do the work before telling everybody else that they wrong, they messed up. Everybody else is wrong, everybody else is alive, and everything else is mean and rude. No, you don't know how to understand you. Look in the mirror. Take more time to do that instead of just looking cute. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh my.
I love
Oh my.
that.
That's what
Man,
happened when
she
y'all hold
cooked.
her. Don't give
She
her a chance.
cooked, didn't
Hey, the
she?
funny part is
She
though.
just
Hold
dropped
on,
the
She'd have been
bomb.
barbecuing.
Kev.
And y'all thought I was harsh.
Hold up, Kev. Did I not say that about safe spaces a year ago? Safe
Facts.
space, aka they just talking shit. That's all
Mm-hmm.
they're doing. I said that
Yeah.
shit a year ago. That shit's funny.
Exactly.
It's funny how we come for a second. I'm gonna shut up though.
Hey, we've been on it for the longest, man. It's like I don't know that joke, right? Boy, I don't even know what to say no more. I don't even want to. Boy, and then she gonna leave us leaving at
I
looking at the
don't
ceiling after that. Like, let me. I'm dead. That's some funny stuff. Oh my, that's wow. I don't even know. I think she. I don't even have to say anything after that one.
well, she dumped the whole clip, didn't she?
Boy, I wouldn't be shocked if people that left the room now. Like, dang, I'm one of them.
Ah,
Well, I mean, that is the fucking truth. Like, I don't know why people assume that the internet has been the internet has never been safe. People don't
Never.
care. They don't give a shit. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? It's not up to other people to care about the things that are important to you. That's your job. It's your job to manage your feelings and your traumas, nobody else's. Right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's no point to be out here doing any of this anymore. And if you still, I'm talking about today, past today, if you still in those rooms trying to over there share your trauma, get upset, oh my God, I shared my trauma in this room and they took it out on me, that's 100% on you. That's on
Mm-hmm.
you. I don't care. I don't care. Right? You could pay a
I
professional for
don't
it,
get.
do whatever you got to do. But I've been saying that.
Facts.
Pay your
I
Word.
therapist.
don't get
You know
how
what I mean?
folks be best friend motherfuckers on this app, man. You don't know this person from a can of paint. Like, you don't know this person from a hole in the wall. You met him on the internet. You know him about a month and a half, and you telling this motherfucker your whole life story. What the fuck? And you expecting to
Well,
ride for you and
let's
slide
call it
for
for
you.
what it is, though.
Come
When you
on,
meet
bro.
people on the internet, it's an iceberg effect. You only see the top part, whatever they're showing you. Then you have all that depth under the water. You don't know that person under the water. I could be on here fronting like I'm the nicest person ever, but you meet me in real life and I'm Jacqueline Hyde. Like, you can't control that. You see what I'm saying? You can't control that.
I think that works both ways too, because I've
Yeah.
been that little iceberg, right? I've always been like, and that's how I lose a lot of friends too. They only hear the parts that sound so good to them, right? Then the next minute they like, what the heck? I didn't know you was like that. I thought you was like a panda or you talk the good. You know what I'm saying? They don't like when they see me in different. Because I run into that so many times though. I'm like, bro, I speak on everything, man. I just because I was saying something good on that, something good on this other situation, right? That made you feel good. And now I'm saying something that might relate with you. Now I'm a problem now. What the heck you changed? What the heck you never been like that? So that iceberg effect do work in different ways. But yeah, you right about that. They only see what's on the top because they only seeing what they want to hear from that point. But they really don't know the deep intentions of people. They don't know the true message that people trying to get to. I mean, because eventually it's gonna reveal. You know what I'm saying? The more you get to learn a person and stuff. But man,
And I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't care about somebody's intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I'm
uh,
tired of people doing shitty shit to you and then turn around and talk about, well, I had good intentions. I don't care. You punched me in the nose. I don't care what your good intention was. You're stupid. Like, we're not doing that at the end of the day. We're not doing it. Like, you can't get upset about how people are going to react. I think that's the other issue. Right? People want to go in rooms, they want to dump traumas and they want to turn around and tell other people how they're supposed to react to them. You don't get to do that. You don't get to tell somebody some shit and get mad when they get pissed off or tell you they don't got the
Oh
space.
my God, boy.
You don't get to do
I
that.
get in trouble on this app all the time because that pussy ass shit. You want to
That's what,
unload on
but
me,
again,
but
that
I don't
tells
give
you
you the reaction you
everything.
want. I'm the bad guy. I'm
So
wrong.
here's the thing.
What?
So here's the thing. Here's the
no,
thing. When it
that's,
comes to
oh
that,
yeah, for sure.
yeah.
Dr. Sergi, I said it right
But
this time. There you go.
when it comes to that, right? This is where I use my discernment. I am very observant before I start talking to people. I'm very observant. I will look, I will see, and if you give me an inkling that you are that person, I need to get away from you. I do not put up with that shit. If you don't get to come talk to me because you had a bad day and you know what I mean? You want to throw all your emotions and everything else at me, expect me that I have to manage them,
Oops.
and then turn around and get upset with me when I tell you to fuck off. You don't get to do that. I'm my own person, and I
Ignore
don't
the
have to listen to
invite.
you. Like that's the other part too. People do not have to listen to you. They do not need to take your advice. They
Nope.
do not need to do anything. No, you don't. You don't owe nobody nothing. They don't owe you nothing. It's the internet. Find the people that you click with. Cool. Hang out with them. Do whatever you want to do. Other than that, keep it there. Keep it there. But no, we ain't doing all this. As far as victim blaming, that's people are always gonna. They're gonna be the same people that are gonna do that. And
Yeah.
at the end of the day, to me, that's low vibrational. Low vibrational shit to me is people who want to talk about other people, want to talk about situations. I want to talk about goals and moving forward and what we doing and you know what I mean, the future. I don't care to be having the same conversations. It's been 2 years and we still on Spanish 1. Come on now.
No.
I ain't gonna lie, I
I'm
do be entertaining the bullshit once in a blue moon though, cause I be bored. The bullshit be funny.
Be ready
I ain't
to
gonna
like
lie.
what's up?
I swear.
It's all
I
about
ain't
what
gonna
we
act like I'm innocent either. I feel you on that though. Every now and then, right? It be like that. But let's get to the sweat. Now let's get to the main one. The last one. How can we come to the solution without addressing the problem? And I know there's something on this app about this.
You can't come to a solution if you don't know what the problem is. How are you going to
You
get to a
know
solution
I
if you
think you
don't know
know what
what
I'm
it
probably about
is?
to get to. I don't know. You know what I'm about to get
Make
to.
that make sense. You know what I mean? You can't get to the like you how you gonna get to a solution? Okay, Kev, the solution is peanut butter and jelly. I don't even know what the problem is. It doesn't make sense. And second of all, here's my thing when it comes to the solution. I'm tired of everybody coming up with solutions that I gotta do. Where the fuck is your solution? What the hell are you gonna do? I don't need you to tell me what I'm gonna do and what I need to do. What do you need to do? How are you contributing to the problem? How are you gonna fix it? That ain't got nothing to do with me. Telling me and be like, oh well, AJ, you just need shut up. We ain't doing that. So that's my 2 cents on it. You can't come to you can't have a solution to a problem if you don't know what the problem is. That's it.
Mm. That's like me. I'm gonna put it this way because I know if you said the other end, the room jumped to 300. So let's talk about the dudes then. It's like me saying, hey, dudes need to stop selling these that stuff and all that stuff or whatever. So we got to talk about it, right? You know what I'm saying? And then that's when we find a solution, try to avoid it. Y'all know what I really want to say, but well, I can't do it. But stuff like that, you got to talk about it first. You got to put it in the open and realize what the problem is, right? But nowadays, when you put stuff like that, imagine the drug. Dang, I might even mean to say the word, but imagine the dudes, like, what the heck? You're bashing us. Why are you bashing us? You're not supposed to talk about that and all that stuff. Like, how is that bashing? And I do want to know, like, I be want to know what people's definition of bashing is. That's why I be asking some people because it seems like they just the tubs feel me though.
So here's my like. Okay, hold up. Here's my thing, right? There are 1,000,005 problems in this world, right? Call me selfish. Some of y'all can even call me narcissistic since that's your favorite fucking word. I'll fucking roll with it. Here's my thing. There's 1,000,005 issues in this world, right? You got 304s, you got Pookies and Ray Rays, you got all this shit. None of those things do I contribute to. Therefore, I don't give a fuck what the solution is because it does not bother me. It does
Right.
not affect me. It's not even a part of my life. See what I'm saying? So again, I guess maybe it's just me and I'm not understanding because I'm not one of those people who has to look for a problem. I got
Mm-hmm.
enough of my own shit to deal with. I ain't looking for no more shit. I don't need no more distractions. You see what I'm saying?
We need to
That's just
talk with
where it
Kev.
is.
We need to talk with Kev. He had a certified Pookie, Ray Ray 3000
Lord.
on the panel earlier because he was married to 2 six-figure women and lived at
Oh my.
home and played Madden all day and left nothing out for his girls, but dirty fingerprints on the refrigerator doors.
He said girls. And all I'm gonna say, look, I'm just gonna say this, and then I'm just gonna mute, and I'm gonna let y'all talk. That sounds like an issue, Kev, not an ish me. Handle your shit.
There we go. I got you. That will not happen like that again. I'm
What we gonna do? How we taking accountability, Kev?
right. Go use it against me. He said you need to take your own room advice.
Nah, I'm just with you, bro.
That is funny. Hey, I learned something. Somebody did say something in the chat. I'm like, oh man. Hey, but I'm gonna use him like another let's see if I say his name real quick without him popping in. Like another Charles, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm gonna do. See where everybody
No,
emotions
don't
is at.
listen. Don't do him like that. I mean, at least he in the household, I guess. You know
I
what I'm
think
saying? I guess he in the household. Charles is like, man. I like
yeah, he a
Charles.
whole nother level. Ain't no
I
beating
like
him.
Charles when he talk about like the music stuff, but then when he get into the the American black woman is the
Man.
highest statistic of ran through women conversation. I'll be like, bro, what? What?
Oh man.
I
Yeah,
mean, he
man.
be coming up with his own shit like the run through culture. I'm like, yo, what, bro? Stop. Charles need a TV show.
No, he's the driver. So what's the problem? It's crazy.
Wow.
You the driver. What's wrong?
Yo,
Insane. But yeah, I don't know.
alter ego
Oh,
really
you
got
got
me.
some more? You already know I like listening. Go ahead and go for some more. Now go
I
ahead.
thought I was about to get it. I thought I was about to be in trouble for that time. Alter ego was in my live watching, and Charles popped up on the panel one time. Like, and then like the next day or two, I saw Charles on her panel, and she was treating this man. And I'm like, yeah, okay, shit, my bad.
Everybody them.
Charles, I don't know why he likes to come out live and start stuff. He be cool for a second, then next thing you know, he go in. I'm like, okay.
Dog, it never fails.
Charles be
Never.
killing me
He
with his
wants to be
articulation.
entertained.
His articulation be crazy as hell. Why are you triggered, African American black woman?
See, but he mentioned himself.
No, everybody be triggered besides him. That just be funny.
He said he do it on purpose. I'm like, okay, maybe something he's trying to
That's
do.
because you've been intellectually dominated.
It's so weird.
You radical male feminist. He be killing.
No, you done studied this. Oh my.
Yo,
Like you still over there with your African queen.
bro, he be killing me, bro. Like I be like, yo, I know why people get mad at you now, dog. Cause you, like, bro, if they saw you in the street and you was talking like that, you better be ready to fight for your life, fam.
Oh, for sure.
He speaks off of prompts. He's a prompt talker. I'm like, can you have like a legit conversation? He can't. He speaks from prompts. So that's just what it is.
Man.
What'd you say?
Well,
Not bites. You know, people who only speak in sound bites, so they hear one thing that's profound, and then they try to regurgitate the same shit, and you never know what the hell they talking about because it's only half sound bites.
Yeah.
It's all regurgitated. That's what I said. Yeah, sound bites.
That's what it is. That's really what it is. But hi, the best.
the
Hi,
best.
everyone. How's
What's the deal,
everybody
my
night?
brother?
I'm good. I'm good. Just enjoying the conversation.
But okay, so do we? I don't know.
The host always has good. Huh?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was saying the host he always has good topics, and me and him agreeing on a lot of things. Like we always come from the perspective of that, to hear other people out so you can learn more.
I like that. It's very true. That's very true. That's why it'd be funny when people like get mad at you, like, why you got this person? Now, I mean, some people are just really ridiculous. Like, they don't really deserve too much time on your channel. But like, yeah, it is interesting. Like, laugh can like hear people out too because it's interesting.
You know what's funny
like,
too? Sometimes
concepts.
I apologize. You can finish. I apologize. What were you saying?
No, I just said it's just interesting to hear different concepts. It's either going to strengthen what you already stand on, or it's going to help you have a clearer understanding of other people's situation. So.
Yep, and I'll give you one more
Some
thing
people
too.
can't handle that though.
Yeah, they're like,
I even got blocked from somebody's room. Shit, we was cool. She blocked me too. Like I'm like, she only wanted to hear it from one way and one way only. It was a rap. I'm like, well.
Please don't tell me
At the end of the day, I'm just me, man. I just try to be, like I said, I'm a fair thing. I try to think least fair. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just always be one sided on things or whatever. I'm like, all right. Sometimes I'm like, because I wish I was a
Don't
long
tell me
story on
we
this
talking
other
about
thing
the
though,
same
but
person
basically I was
now.
letting this one chick know. I'm like, you doing the same thing that you downing the other chick on. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't want to see it. She make it seem like her idea was way better and stuff. And as soon as I held her accountable, this is how you do
Yeah,
your room. This is not.
whoa,
This is my room. That's how I'm like. All right, man.
hold on,
Whatever.
bro. Hold on, bro. Please don't tell me we talking about the same person we was talking about earlier, bro.
Oh no, not her, not her,
Oh.
no, no.
Hey, Wo said T blocked you too.
Who was the?
Big
Oh
Wo.
no, she did. No, she didn't. No. This somebody else.
He said,
She's not
wow.
even really a big creator like that I know of though.
You know what's funny
I
too?
don't know if y'all
That
heard of. Let me see. Her name is. Oh, the one I was on. Yeah, Jen, you said it. Actually, you could type her name. You could. Well, not type her name,
Type in our son. Just kidding.
but it's just. I don't know. I learned something though.
you know
I mean, she take. I'm gonna
you
put
know
it
what's
this way.
funny
She
too?
take up for the men though. But
She do.
yeah,
So
she
what?
do. But
So wait
then
a
it's
minute. So
like
here's the question. The real question is Jeopardy. Okay. What did you do for 500?
I held her accountable. That's what it was,
Oh
man.
shit! I
Cause
told you
she.
don't hold a woman accountable. And listen, I told you the two things not to do, Cam.
I'm gonna
Don't
put it
ask
this
a
way,
woman.
right?
Don't ask a woman for accountability. Okay, actually, it's three things. Okay, don't mess with a woman when she hungry. Okay, don't ask a woman for accountability. Okay, and don't correct no woman,
Period.
especially in front of company.
The funny thing, I do all three because I'm brave.
Oh shit!
Hmm? They say
You
you stick the chest out, man. That
Listen,
lion
wild
mean.
You see that
west, huh?
lion, right? You see that
You see that
lion, man.
lion, right?
we got a
And he
lion.
not lying.
We got a lion in this.
You
Period.
know
From
what's
the
funny
wild
though?
west, bro.
It was a shock.
Sometimes even when like you hear people that you disagree with or who say crazy stuff, sometimes that gives you a good idea of your
It
own.
was shocking.
Like like they may say something that's crazy or outlandish, but it makes you think and actually makes you come up with a creative idea. Because like I heard people saying some outlandish things, but it made me think of like great ideas. Like, oh wow, they made me thinking a little bit, off the edge, but that made me think of a great idea just from some foolishness they said. So sometimes it's good to hear even people that may sound a little bit crazy, if that makes sense.
I mean, bro, I think it's time that we start realizing, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? We fighting for our life, bro. Like, we really out here fighting for our life, bro. Like, you be thinking you be doing a harmful gesture, and then it turn into, what the hell are you talking to?
It's
Like,
just, it's a lot of like,
I feel
I feel
like I'm watching a old couple breaking up at the bus stop when people get mad at each other on this application. Like people just literally they don't soon as they mad, oh yeah, oh like they really like it's Bloods and Crips for real on TikTok. Like
Oh
soon as they
my.
get mad, soon as they get mad, they go to their own spot. Yeah, and then he said this and he said
I'm
bro, I
like,
swear.
why does everybody need help defending their own point?
Bro, that's the thing. Don't you?
Uh oh.
Or when they say,
Don't stir the pot.
you know what
That's
gets
my
me?
job.
Alter ego. You know what
Don't be
else get me?
twins.
All right,
Alter
I
ego.
see. I noticed that. I'm
Alter ego. You know what
Yeah.
else get me? When people be like, right after they say something wrong, I be like, uh.
like, dog, I'm in the middle of drinking.
Oh my God. I'm like, are you trying to
I,
convince yourself, or are you trying to make sure the 600 people listening is agreeing with you? Like, what?
Like
But
so,
I,
I walked in. They be like, so I walked into the grocery store, right? Okay.
like, because when he
I
did
gave the
that, and I
cashier
did that back, I was
$20.
right, right? No.
Hey, I need y'all to leave it alone. I'm starting to get triggered. I do say right a lot too. Then leave me alone. It's a
You take it
habit.
personal.
I'm taking it personal now, man. Coddle me.
Coddle
They be
me.
like, so
Hey, I
you know
do say
how
that too. I
they
noticed
be
that
like,
though, but that is funny.
so you know how black men lead in statistics for being the highest rated of baby daddies, right? What? No,
Bro, but
bitch.
you You don't say it like that though, guys. You say that like to make sure you get comprehension. Some people really just say it like it's
Oh,
a
okay. You dang man, she hit that on. Remember, I didn't think about it like that. That was a
yeah,
good one.
nah. Like you don't say it like right. Okay, can I keep going? No, you just say like because you be really be like, okay, I'm confused. Why y'all not understand what I'm saying? Like, are we on the same page? You're not trying to get everybody to agree with you necessarily.
Word.
I think also when you stand on truth and like you have some factual evidence within you, you don't necessarily need a crowd to back you up. Like you'll take on
Facts.
1,000 people because you're standing on principles, morals, and truth.
That's what I'm
You're
saying.
right about that.
That is my thing. I feel like when you are making a point, why do you need your whole I had went to one live and I didn't really try to start shit. I really wasn't. I was just making a point and I guess they thought because I didn't want to agree with them, it was a problem. But I like tried to get down quickly because I knew my people was coming in there, and I'm like, I'm not like a mob person. I don't need the mob with me to prove a point. I don't. I appreciate y'all though.
Yeah,
I appreciate y'all because they knew that I'm not with the be with no drama like that necessarily, but it can happen. But I think when we hold conversations and say things like, I need everybody to agree with me. I'm finna let everybody in the panel that disagree. Like, why y'all ganging up? If you
yeah,
hold on to what you saying. If what you saying is you're standing on that. Why you need
hmm
everybody in cahoots with you?
and
It's
that's what I
your
was
Mm-hmm.
saying.
it's
Because
your points. It's your point of view.
the funny thing, I was
Mm-hmm.
just on a live, right, and I was just pretty much coming from a humble place, but it was based on facts, right? So then the host was like, I'm waiting for this one person to come up. Then she literally called up one of her friends to back her up, like he's one of those guys who actually thinks he knows a lot and he tries to
Mm,
push for his rhetoric. But
mm,
it's really rhetoric. It's not really facts and truth. And just because he talks loud and with emotion, he thinks like he's proving a point, and people will back him because it's loud, but he's not
mm,
really saying much. So
mm,
if she was like, let me call up this guy, she called him up, and I'm like, bro, I understand the perspective you're coming from, but you're just pushing forth rhetoric. I'm unbiased. Where I'm coming from is advice that's actually gonna help people succeed. I have no dog in the fight. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. My knowledge is unbiased, which is why I can stand on it. I don't
Mm-hmm.
need to call anybody to back me up because I'm coming from an unbiased place, a loving place. I just want to help people. He was coming just to push forth his rhetoric.
Yeah.
yep. It's people that
I
want to
want
be
to
like.
say this real quick though. It
Mhm.
made me think about it because it made me realize. Well, I'm just talking about with you, Arthur. I think because I noticed that we got kind of like the same talking points or whatever, and I noticed like a lot of people see you as neutral, just like me to a certain extent, right? I feel like we do the same thing with the neutralness and the fairness, but I realize I think and that's what it is, and people always tell me that. I think the only reason why is just the reason why a lot of people can't take me to a certain extent because I'm like I realize you said the exact kind of the same things I be the same talking points I do. I think it got to be my delivery and my I'm about to say DiGiorno, my delivery and my
Yeah.
tone or something like that. Because I'm like, man, we really say the same thing, but a lot of people can resonate with you, I guess, because your delivery and tone is different though. But it's like it's weird because you hit the same points though at the same. That's what I noticed. I'm like, man, it got to be my delivery, but I don't know. I got to be me. I don't care.
But I think they say sometimes, respectfully, that they might be more likely to listen to a black woman at times than a black male, which is why Oprah is so
Mm,
successful.
I
It's
guess
it's
so.
just a
Bro,
different dynamic.
listen,
That's all.
listen.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say this, right? I had this like thing, and I was like, I wonder if there was one person on this app that I was able to like, or was able to like put me in my place, how would I look in that action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like people be trying to correct you and try to come at you and call you out and all this and this and that and that. Like Kev, in the last since you've been coming around my lives and shit, right?
Yeah.
How have I been being an asshole? Would you say, or would you just say I'm more firm and like not allowing disrespect?
You just straightforward now. I mean, you ain't. It's I can tell the it's so funny, but I can tell you just don't care about walking on eggshell. I think before you used to care about walking on eggshell. That's what it was. But now
I
you
was
and it's
trying
the
to
same.
show you.
It's the same change I did too. Because I had friends and I was scared to walk on eggshells. And people could probably tell you I changed like that too, the same exact way. Because I was done for. I was like, man, I don't care about friends no more. I said I got to get my word out, and that's what's happening. You just being more straighthtforward now. That's what it is. It ain't
And
you
That's
being no
deep,
butthole
bro.
or nothing.
like when
That's
Alter
very
came
deep.
by my live, right? I was
Huh?
bro. I'm telling you, this live. I'm not gonna lie. The comments was just you know how when the live get crazy and the comments just be fluttering, like just through,
Yeah.
you can't even read them. The one
Yeah.
comment I caught was like, Alter said something like, I'm just proud of Brandon. That was it. That was the only comment I caught, right? And then I was like, and then they just started going crazy again. I'm like, damn. Like, the motherfuckers
Mm-hmm.
really, like that's what it is, bro. It's like, I feel when I started to not give a fuck how people looked at me, dog,
Facts.
and I care about how people receive what I'm saying because I believe what I'm saying and I know what I'm saying is right. The moment that I realized that I could stop giving a fuck and gain power from a motherfucker who want to talk negatively about me because they don't like who the fuck I am, guess what, bro? Like, motherfucker, you can suck my whole shit. Like, I swear to God, I don't care about none of that.
But okay, look. I did say that I was proud of him because I was like, he gonna come home one day. He coming home. I know he coming home.
Oh, you had
Like,
some belief. What the heck? I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. He caught
I'm
me off
seeing the
guard.
shift, right? Like I saw the shift. And the thing is, when it comes to okay, so how I am like on this app, whatever, it may seem like it because who you kind of be around, people will like attach you to that. I get that, it is what it is. But it's for me, I really like common sense. I like straightforwardness in a sense. For certain kind of conversations, I don't ever want to feel like I'm only holding this space in this way for the other people because I want them to feel happy and say fuck y'all for real. Respectfully though, no, respectfully though, really. It's because at the end of the day, like if I have to hold a space or speak a certain way or address only a certain amount of people for the sake of everybody else being okay, then I'm not being genuinely me, and then I'm letting you get away
Facts.
with shit that don't need to be said because I'm not gonna be the space holder for your bullshit, right? So for me, if you like me, that means that's great because that means you like me being me. But if you like me based off of what I'm only saying, and if I have a point and I'm speaking from where I feel, and you're like, well, no, I can't fool with everything. No, that's why I feel like a lot of people start messing with Brandon because of the shift, right? Because he woke
Yep.
up. Won't he do it? He'll do it for you.
I,
Right.
I
Bro,
also I
no,
look at it
actually,
as
wasn't that the comment you said first?
I think it was.
it.
Cause
And I'm like, cause look, bro, you have to understand, right? At some point, I was always in the same crowd as you, right, Alter? And I was in a lot of the crowds with like a lot of the people, like Clouds and all those guys. And I don't know, like it was a big shift in some energy.
it was the woman mob came and took over. They you ever seen oh my god, what's that movie called? Candyman, and when the bees like covered him up. That was Brandon with the women. They just swarmed him. He was drowned. He couldn't even help it. But it's
Bro, I
the thing
remember.
is, cause like I feel like I don't be a lot of places, but I figure out sometimes I do be seeing certain things. But I saw how they had came for him after he had like held a whole, you know what I'm saying, war for these people. I'm like, dang. But the thing, I wasn't shocked because I know how certain women are. And you can you
Facts.
can you can defend them to the day that you literally had your last breath, and they're gonna still turn around and say, "Man, Brandon was messed up because he didn't defend me on that one night when I was like, what? This man got y'all back. What they supposed to say? What are you talking about? That's how I know y'all ain't
But see,
satisfied.
that's
That's
the
why for
problem. They
me,
expect me to come
Never.
with a motherfucking cape, like I can zip through this bitch. Like,
I
so
look
but
at
it's
it
okay.
as
I said it needed to happen because he gonna get to see that having certain people back ain't it. But see, my thing is, I'm never gonna look at nobody like effed up because like at the end of the day, you're grown and whatever space you hold, whatever you do, whoever you rock with, that's who you rock. I'm not annoyed.
I,
That's just what it is. I just know some things have to happen for you to see things for what it is, and
I
that's
look
how
at
I move. I'm only
I look
gonna
at
be
it as
cool and rock with people who I know I can rock with and be cool with you. If I have to feel like you only letting me up or I'm only get to talk because you gon' because I'm agreeing with what you say and I can't have a different a different concept, then I don't want to be there. Like, cause now I'm only pulling by I'm hanging on to your coattail. I ain't got time for that because now I'm not being genuine. Now I'm just letting all this type of negative energy have a space, and I'm attached to it. Like, no,
I,
Mhm.
I'm
I
not
look
doing
at it like this. Like if
Hey,
you're coming from a good place, if you're coming from a righteous place, from a loving place, you should have supreme eternal confidence in whatever you put forth. Like I'm coming from a good loving place, man. Listen, I am supremely, eternally, forever confident in everything I put forth.
because I know my intention. I know what I'm trying to do. So I'm 100% confident. And like, of course, you can be mindful of the word choice you use to deliver your message, but your confidence within yourself should be eternal. I'm coming to help. I'm coming to spread love. I'm coming to give you
Mm-hmm.
guidance and peace. I'm so confident in every word I spit. Like, come on,
Yeah.
come
You
on.
don't need nobody to back you up. Like it
And
was just like you gotta be careful with that when it comes to certain spaces because people will really hold you to something and will turn around in 2.5 seconds and bury you with your words and bury you with your lack of support. Like I don't gotta support you like that. Like stop playing. End of the day, like
mm-hmm.
you be where you want to be, you support who you want to support, which is why I love Kev's live because he literally lets you speak how you speak. Like now, if you just talking mad ish, like okay, at some point we gotta let you go. But like I do love the fact that he can have people that literally will come on here disagreeing with him at 110% level, and he will still rock with you, still be like let you hear it. But that's who I would want to be around. People who I can have. Now, if you just purposely disagree and just disagree, that's annoying. But like if you just genuinely
But
have a
that's
different
the
concept,
thing. That's the thing, Alter. Like
That quick talk be
a lot
funny.
of those people though, a lot of those people will really be like, you cool with them till you disagree, and then when you disagree, they want to call you out and have accountability lives and all types of shit. Like bro, one time motherfucker called me out, right? Look, one time a motherfucker called me out and said, "We need you." They need you in this live. I was like, for what? They was like, oh, they want
What?
to talk to you. It's talking about accountability. I hopped up in the panel. They was like, you need to hold yourself accountable for the shit you just said in that live. I was like, to who?
see, this is why I know I'm not built the right way. I still got some. I don't know. I got to work on something because you not.
Who, motherfucker? Who I
You
need to
finna
hold
call
myself?
me
Hold on.
to
Only
a
person I need to hold myself accountable to is Jesus. I ain't worried about none of you motherfuckers.
Facts.
and that's
Facts.
it.
Facts.
What I'm not gonna do is repeat my motherfucking stuff unless I feel like I want to. You're not gonna see. Oh, you said this. You didn't hold your stuff. The fuck? Who are you? Who are
And
you?
that, and that's why if you coming from a place, if you coming from a place that you're helping people and people are upset that you're helping, then that's not the people you want around you. How you mad because I'm trying to do something good? Like
No, no,
what?
no, no. How you finna call me to a live and try to? And I don't care how many times you tag me. Who you finna bring to a live to speak on what I said? I said what I said to hurt your feelings. Go deal with it by yourself. What
Motherfuckers
are you
acting
talking
like
about?
Judge Joe Mathis on the show and shit.
Right? Like are we in court for real? Y'all swear.
Mm-hmm. I was about to
No,
mention too.
no.
I
Yeah.
think 'cause I was just about to say about when I first met Arthur and stuff. I said I never forgot that time she had got me, put me in. Well, not put me on place, but I'm just saying she got on my head too. Because I guess I wasn't saying what I was doing and stuff, but that was with me when I was still trying to grow on this app and stuff or whatever. And
But she
I just
said,
never
no, no, no.
forgot about it because I was like, I mean, that was some genuine stuff. You know what I'm saying? She didn't care if I was mad at her or not. She just put me on my spot. I mean, put me on that situation. But it was like only a few of us in there at that time though. But I was like, that made me looking like, dang, all right, I do gotta
And we
work
was
on it and
really
stuff.
upset
But
about
like I
something.
said, all my triggers and stuff, I had to learn to grow through them things, man, for real. But that's why I
Like,
say that's why I be meaning about we need to hold each other accountable no matter what. All of us can be held accountable. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
That's the only
differently
way we
though,
get
right?
better. But if we can't take
Good
differences,
self-respect.
opinions, and we always think things is our way, we won't get anywhere. We would even if we host things, we
Not
wouldn't
gonna
be a
get
better
nowhere.
host if we can't take other people's opinions. You see what I'm
That
saying? Or people's
part.
That's
constructive
the thing,
criticism. You
bro.
know what I'm saying? I mean,
That's the thing, bro. Like when I
All constructive
kind of
feedback.
started distancing myself from that side, right? I could
yeah,
tell motherfuckers was really mad at me because there was a lot of people that genuinely rocked at me, but they wasn't like mad. They was more like, you know what I'm saying, like a disappointment state, right? But you could
Cry to
tell
your
who
mama.
really,
yeah.
truthfully, still rock with you.
Cry to
Because
your
every
mama.
once in a blue
Mm-hmm.
moon, I would see your name pop up in my live, and you would slide by. I ain't gonna say your name, but you know who I'm talking about. You would slide by, check and see what the fuck I was saying. Like, okay, yep, nope, he's not there yet. It's like it was like a long time. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Cause you know what's crazy?
Like, I
Cause
respect it. I
I
got nothing but
swear,
love for
like
you. You know that.
I'd be wondering, like, how are we mutual? Cause the thing, like, nobody gotta agree with me, but I'm like, I know how I stalk and like who I like, and I don't like to say who I surround myself with. Cause at the end of the day, like, I don't need to be identified with somebody else. Cause I could disagree with you tomorrow, just cause we around each other. It's just that I can. I can take what you say more than I can hear straight bullshit. Like I can't hear that for certain places. So I guess I can hear it from certain places more, and that's just what it is. But yeah, I'm just like, oh my, it would just be shocking. I'm like, oh my God, it's getting worse. This is, oh my God. But
And
I
she
mean,
would
it,
just keep going. She would
it
keep
is what
going
it is.
away.
That's when I saw Brandon, like, in, I think it was what, I think Black Jesus was in there. I was like, hold on.
Yep.
How long I been gone?
No, look.
Oh
And he
boy, that's when I
came
got.
in the live up.
That's when I got caught off guard. Like what? I
I
ain't gonna
had the
lie.
live up.
I inbox Black Jesus. Like, bro,
Brandon, you
what you
sure have
do?
seen.
Bro,
Oh, he a
I
mod?
was hosting a
Hold
serious
on.
fucking live, bro.
Right?
He's a man.
Bro, I was hosting
It's
a
a mod,
serious.
right?
Listen. I was hosting a serious ass live, bro. And they kept cutting the dudes off, right? And I saw Black Jesus come into the panel, not to the panel, but like he popped up into the chat or whatever. And he's like, this is an interesting topic. And then all of a sudden somebody cut a dude off. I was like, see, this is the fucking problem. Y'all want to get mad when the man cut you off, but it's just okay for you to do that. You can sit there and you want respect, but you don't know how to give it back. And I'm not tolerating that shit. And I said, the next person that cuts somebody off from dropping you, I don't give a fuck if you a woman or a man.
That's
And,
it.
and then people started leaving from the, and then Black Jesus requested up, right? And from that point, right? Because I think everybody dropped out the box, bro. And then it was just me and Black Jesus. And he was right next to me. And then you seen the comment shift. It was like, what the fuck is going on? Is Brandon co-hosting with Black Jesus? Like,
I know it was sick.
and then I'm like, yo,
Baby, we
like,
lost one.
bro, Black Jesus, bro, I kid you not. This is how intense that day was. Black Jesus was up there for 5 hours, my guy.
Hi, Real.
He was up there for 5 hours, my guy.
5 hours?
Black Jesus was up there for 5 hours and everybody was pissed off because me and him was having great dialogue, but everybody wanted to come up and start arguing with him for no reason. Same thing. Next thing you know, like it was just a bunch of crazy shit. So it was really interesting to see that. And then like after that, me and him like formed this bond, and then Leadership Matters wanted to form a bond with me, and then all these other guys wanted to form like, bro, it was crazy the connections that started happening just off of the simple fact that I started to hold my platform at a more balanced rate instead of just teetering on the female side,
Yeah,
because a lot of, you know what I'm saying? And then it's just
yeah.
like, how are y'all up here talking about you want respect, but then you don't give respect to the men that are up here on the panel,
That's what I'm
but you
saying.
expect them to
Yeah.
hold you?
Oh shit! I thought Brandon was back to it. Good brother, you
And,
still there?
and then
All right.
they argue over basic facts. Like,
Real
how can
Wait
you
a
argue over
minute.
basic?
I'm mad that everybody over here rooting for Brandon on the side, like, oh my God, come back, please. But it's because I'm telling you, like, when you create a place for disease to fester, man, it can get ugly. And when you have
You
a
gonna get sick. You gonna
powerful
get sick.
voice, what you say?
I said, if you create a place where disease can fester, you're gonna get sick yourself.
You gonna get sick yourself and you don't even know you sick. That's the thing. And like I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, even if I came in there and said something, like, cause see, I'm definitely with the shits for people, so I don't even care. Like, and I think you have to understand with women, like, I'm not, cause people, they'll call you pick me all kind of stuff. It's really not even about that. It's just like common sense is common sense. And if it makes sense, it makes sense. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. It is what it is. So just cause people have this idea, cause you're a black woman, you post to every black man post respect, you show you respect. Every black woman post to rock with you. Mommy?
Little baby.
Mommy. Hi, baby. This is
God
my
bless.
twin.
God bless.
They say he look like me. Come here. All right. You gonna look at me?
My son's sleeping and make me want to go in there in the room right
Don't wake
now.
him
Hey,
up.
man,
So,
don't put your
no,
kid
no,
in no
no. I was
doggone
gonna give him a
phone.
hug.
But, shoot, what was I saying? Crap, I forgot.
What were you saying?
Yeah, what did I say? And he smiles when he does it. He know he about to throw me out because he know it takes you 2 seconds to forget what I'm about to say.
You sat up there and said women want you to be on their side, basically.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to be
You
on
know
women's
how
side.
women are.
Well,
The funny thing about it,
Anyway,
like I was
forget
having
these women,
I was
man.
on
Bro, stand up. Fuck these
I
women,
was on one of
man.
these lives, right? And
I
I
would
was on
say
one
that
of these
they gonna
lives,
turn
right?
my whole live on.
And
I knew
what I
it. I
realized,
was
Hold on,
waiting on it.
wait a minute, Ram.
That's
You
what I was
like,
saying.
damn,
Okay,
wait up.
I was saying real fast that it's not like you don't have to, because like my thing is I don't ever want people to feel like you gotta rock with a certain group or be a certain way, because I feel like that's not genuine. That's not fair. Like that's why
Right.
for Brand, I'm like, I don't look at him like terribly. I just wish she would stop letting these bitches. Sorry, I wish she would stop letting these women. I'm sorry. Sorry. I wish you stop letting certain women have a feel like they just in the right, like, and just because you're a woman, just because you're a black woman does not mean that Brandon hates black women if he tells you that you're wrong. I'm like, it's okay to just tell him that what you're saying is bullshit stuff. It's okay. Like my thing is like for certain black women, I'm like, I don't dislike black women. Like just because y'all think no, you only on that one side, it's dead, baby. Like you only on this one side, you only no. It's like no, I work with a lot of black women on here, a lot. Like I'm fine with them. It just like don't think just because you are black, you're automatically right. That just don't make sense. And just because you're a black guy, don't mean I'm just gonna rock with you everything that you saying. I'm gonna challenge what you saying. Like I don't want to feel like I have to agree with everything you're saying, because otherwise we don't have a genuine connection. I don't need to deal with you. That's
You
just
know
all
what
it
it
is.
is, Archangel? You know what it is? I said this a while ago. So I went to your page, right, real quick, just a quick glimpse, and it said "Loved by the Father," right? So I pretty much sure you believe in God, right? So there's several cultures. There's cultures of men. They agree with whatever's going on in the man culture, whether it's right or wrong. There's a culture of women that agrees and does whatever the woman culture is pushing forth, whether it's right or wrong. Then there's men and women who agree on the culture of righteousness. And I think you're more in line with that. So you don't care what's going on in women culture. You're aligned to what's righteous and what's right.
Facts.
So that's what it comes down to.
Facts.
Okay, let me follow him. The best.
That was
Facts.
all
Follow the best.
bullshit.
Stop
That was
playing with me.
bullshit. That was bullshit.
You said
That
no.
was straight bullshit,
But you
brother.
know
Don't
what's
be
saying?
doing
Like
that.
that is so good. That is so good how he put that. Oh my god! Because you have some people who like literally be like, "Hey man, it's like it's just straight men over here, no women, right? Nothing like that." And then you have women. It's like, nah, it's women only, women, feminists, blah blah blah. That's it, right? But it's like, at the end of the day, no, it's like it's just right or wrong, and it doesn't mean by me acknowledging right or wrong that I'm always right. I can be wrong. I need you to correct me. Sometimes I need to just chill out. Sometimes I need to mute. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just in the day, like, I don't like, because it doesn't help people grow at all. Like, I'm working on stuff all the time. I have to do with me and all the stuff that I got going on. So when I see other people not helping, like, how do you say you're for women, but you tell them things that will hinder them, that will harm them, but you rather
Right.
agree with them, make them feel good right now, when the next breath, their life can be taken by the advice that you gave them just so you can fit in. Like, that's bull crap.
You know what's
You
even
don't work for
crazier,
women.
Arthur? You know what's even crazier? The women who push forth and say, "Oh, I think I agree with what women doing, but I wouldn't recommend it to my daughter, and I don't do it myself." But they'll push forth the narrative that other women should do it. Like, go ahead, girl, yeah, that's the right choice. I'm 100% behind women. But then you ask them themselves, would you do it yourself? They say no. Would you recommend your daughter do it? No, I wouldn't. But they're still telling the other women, go ahead, girl, you're doing the right thing.
There you
I mean, shit,
go.
that's because that's not they.
Enabling.
I feel like that's because that's not their goddamn business. So if they is pushing
They
that
don't
shit,
care.
go ahead, because that person obviously don't give a damn. So hell yeah, I'm gonna sit up there and if I see my homie sitting up there doing something crazy, I'm gonna make sure I tell my boy, hey man, tell my son, hey, don't do that crazy ass shit, because it's gonna lead
Right.
him to a path of destruction. That's why I say, bro, I don't too much give a damn about what people do with their lives. I'm only living for me and mine. That's it. I could care less about what goes on. I can only worry about them. So when people be like, man, what you doing out here in the streets? Making sure my sons make it. That's it. That's the only thing I'm
And,
doing. Making
Hey,
sure they
Kev,
and
make
I
it.
agree with
I could
that.
care less
So
about anybody else because
what's
shit, they
up,
don't give a
man?
damn about them damn selves. Shit,
Right.
hell
I agree with
no.
that
I
to an
ain't.
extent. I think there's a position and role for everyone. Like for example, it may be your role to just care about your family and raise a successful family. Like you raise your son to be the next president. Then there might be someone else's role, like Martin Luther King. He was in the forefront. He was trying to
Right.
push
I
his
be
message
saying that.
to everyone else. Like everyone has their own position and role, and
Everybody
I think
do.
everyone's position, yeah, is valued. You know, it's
Yeah.
Some
not right
people
or
is for
wrong.
the,
It's
some
different.
Right.
people, yeah. Exactly. You said that perfect. I was about to say that. I was thinking it in my mind too, because some people, and neither side wrong. You know what I'm saying? Neither side
Right,
wrong.
right.
You know, it's all
Hey, Kev.
about what you feel hitting your spirit that you feel like your purpose on earth is for. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty
Right,
sure,
real
like,
shit.
if Martin Luther King, he might, he probably thought about, he's like, let me see what I can do to, because some people got it in them. Some people just don't. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So he's like, let me work in the field I can, that I feel like I got a power in and stuff. So he's seen something. That's why Martin Luther King made changes and other people,
Right, for
Rosa
real.
Parks, all them. Yeah. So it's
Yeah, try
certain
to
people that's like that, but
save who you can. Shit.
Like, bro,
yeah,
like think about
exactly.
this.
Save
Think
who
Exactly.
about
you
this.
can.
And
Like, think
and the
about
Right.
person
this.
you
Like,
save, like your
right
son or
after,
your daughter, they might save the world. You never know.
Right, real shit. Cause like I say, I can only tell them what I know. You know what I'm saying? What I teach. But
Facts.
that they can do you right. They
Have
can
y'all
go out
ever
here and
noticed?
they can go
Have
out here
y'all
and
ever
save a
noticed the
planet.
biggest platforms are
That's
the ones
great.
that's one extreme or the other?
like, think about
Instead of
this
That's
though.
instead of
good.
normal
I would say
conversation.
that too.
Think about this. Right before my change,
right before I started doing all that, when I got upset about that, all black men till it's no black man, right? I
Mm.
was still alive about the road incident. And then I saw this dude and this woman getting into an argument at a gas station.
Mm.
I tried to stop it for the dude. I'm like, bro, just, chill out, bro. I don't want you to do anything crazy, I don't want people to call the police on you. Hate to see another black man in jail. Push, like kind of separate the dude. Why the chick push me?
What?
The chick pushed me and said, mind your own business. He just slapped your ass. Like, he just slapped you. And when I hosted a live and said not all women need protection, it was a problem.
Oh
Because
man, you probably got all kind of pushback.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Big time. They like those
well, I
kind of
mean,
lives.
is it true or
And it,
not? Because
you
I
know
feel
what's
like
sad about that? Because I think even with your situation, it show how much like it just so much about this world, man. It's sad that it's so much unhealedness, or if that's a word, I don't know. It's just show that like you get the most support when you talking
well,
about
unhealedness
trauma
is now
things,
a
right?
word.
Huh?
It is a
Unhealedness,
word. If you make it a word,
unhealedness
why
is
can't it
now
be
a
a word?
word because at the end of the day, they just started to
Yeah.
make up another thing. They said
Cool.
men are now being accused of something they call reproductive abuse.
Oh my
What?
goodness, another
Oh
new
yeah, I
What?
term.
heard of that. Yeah, I heard of that.
What the heck?
You being the what? Reproductive. They said if you take, they said if you lay down with a woman that says, "Do not."
My fault. Hold on, man. My little one, bro.
Hmm.
If you ram into her, what?
I think
Mm.
his baby woke up real quick.
No,
No, who said about
that was his baby. Then.
So my bad.
Oh,
They saying if you lay down with a woman and she say don't inside of me, that's called RA. Or if you lay down with a woman and you end up taking the C off, that's called RA. They're trying to create so many new terminologies, bro, just to make men look bad.
oh wow.
Reneging consent. That's another one.
Yep.
They,
Like
they
they
just
doing
they
so.
just trying to counter that 304.
That's
Look, they
that's
want to
pretty
come
much
talk
what it
about
is.
y'all for y'all.
They really convinced. They really convinced that
I got me
okay.
out of here, boy.
They really convinced that when a man like I asked that question earlier today, Kev. I'm sure you heard it. I asked this woman on the panel. I said, so if you dating a man and he had 3 kids that he don't do absolutely nothing for, and you know it, and you lay with him, and you get pregnant, I asked her whose fault is that. You know who she said?
Yeah,
The man.
right.
That's the most dumbest shit you could ever say.
Did you hear about?
Make it make
Did
sense.
you
Make
hear
it make
about the?
sense.
That's the most dumbest shit you could ever say.
Did
Like
you
for
hear
real.
about the one like if a guy and a girl both are drunk, right? And they consensually sleep with each other, and she wakes up the next day saying that she renews the consent. They're gonna say, okay, the reason why is because she was drunk, but they won't take into consideration that the man was also drunk. Even though
Right.
they had consensual sex the night before, now
Right.
that the girl sobers up, it's crazy. Like she's drunk, so she made a mistake.
Yes.
So he drunk, he couldn't have made a mistake. It's crazy.
No, because you're the
No, if the
man.
man drunk, you evil.
Yo, that's insane. Like y'all really got to be careful for real, 'cause that is insane.
Real
But
talk.
this is why it's so dangerous to have this like one side like support all black women. And I know that sounds like so horrible to some people, but like if you think like that, I just can't. Like you're the most victim minded person in the world. I can't even stand listening to you because like that's irritating. But when you do that and you like you entertain that, that's creating more and more like it's making the men look more like evil people when it makes women seem like they're just, innocent bystanders
Victims
of
all the
everything.
time.
It's like that's just not what it is. It's just I mean, it's not no woman bashing thing. It's just like if one side has to be accountable for something, then so does the other. That's just
Right.
all it is. That's all it is.
Logical.
It's like you don't
Right.
get to be the
Logical
victim
thinking.
full circle of every situation. That's crazy.
And also like we know about
Don't be
pandering.
laying down with nobody and the condom slip off, bro. You're gonna be accused of abuse.
and also
That is
I think
wild.
we know about pandering, and a lot of these people probably pander to get profit. That's what it comes down to. They pandering, they talking to people that's going to give them the profit. That's all.
Like I said, those are
Right.
the biggest platforms, some crazy ones. Once
Yeah.
sided.
It's not supposed to be the
Yeah.
woman's fault that the thing came off. It be stuck in her.
Mm.
That's true.
Said it was too
Like, dang,
grippy.
that's crazy. Y'all go get not too much pressure, man. Not too much pressure.
It said apply pressure.
Pressure bust
Don't be
pipes.
applying that, y'all. I'm finna apply pressure. All right, you apply that pressure, they finna apply that doggone law on your butt too.
Right.
Better be careful.
Like, bro, like, you know,
Don't do that.
the craziest part about it is that, like, it's really men out here that's taking care of their own shit, living their own lives, got their own place to live, their own car, pay their own bills, and all this stuff. And you hear women saying, well, you can't talk to me. You can't afford me. Like, women get mad at a dude who don't want to spend this type of money on. Like, bro, I literally asked everybody that came up on the panel one day, what is the minimum amount that a man should spend on you in a first date? And the average rate was $250 to $500.
That's a light
What?
bill. That's a light
I
Yeah,
need
bill.
to go
yeah.
back to my first
I
day
saw
because
that
he owed
live.
me some
Yeah.
money for
Yeah.
sure.
I need to go back. Right.
Let me go back to that is crazy, boy.
And you know
Any
what's crazy?
man
You
who
ask
really
them,
feel like that is wild. Like y'all crazy to even
and
agree
you
with
ask
that.
them
I remember back
what
in the
does the
day
man
when the
get?
first. What I remember back in the day when the first day was just sitting on the step in front of the house talking.
You
Didn't
ask them
cost
what does the
nothing.
man get in,
Shit,
you
she
ask them what does
lucky
the
if she
man get in
get that
return.
Usher and Alicia Keys talking on the phone. Started when we were young, looking at us. That's about all you.
You know what's funny? You ask them what does the man get in return. They say my presence.
There you
Oh,
go.
crazy.
Like, bro, like everybody, like I ain't spending that type of money on you. You just want a free meal, and then chicks be like, "But you
You
gotta
just
spend
broke. Just
money.
say that.
You gotta spend money
Right.
for me to."
Yeah, that's
You
a
know,
lie.
you
That's a
You
already
lie
know.
there.
broke. Just say that.
This is how I know you serious about me, because if you can't invest money in me, then you don't want me.
That's
I was
not.
like, bro,
What is that? What is that? The
Right.
topic, right? Manipulation.
That is heavy
Yeah.
manipulation. No, that's heavy manipulation. That's
or you know
crazy.
what's the worst sign of manipulation? Well, it ain't tricking if you got it.
Oh my.
It is true because you
And
got it.
that be the man right there who got the money to do it. They ain't listen. They ain't look at the fact that they getting used. So yeah, it's
It
fine.
is. It is tricking because you got it. You can't trick if you don't got it.
But why you tricking? Because you got it. How about y'all start tricking?
Exactly.
But really, is it
Exactly.
They can't
tricking?
get no
Why?
other
Why
No,
we?
way.
no,
Why?
Gotta
no.
pay
Why you
Is
for
it
it.
tricking? Because
really
you got
Gotta
it.
pay
tricking?
for it.
Like
Is it
you
really
not
tricking
flexing because you
though,
got the
or is
money to
it
pay for
treating?
it. No, like what the hell?
Exactly. The trick is
Then
you
be the
got it,
same
homie.
man want to be mad at the
But
That,
women.
hold
But
on,
Right.
you,
That's all I was about to say.
hold on.
Right.
Let me ask
why
you a
you mad at the
question
women for
though. Is
using
it
you? You
really
tricking,
tricking
right?
though? Is it tricking though, or is it treating?
ain't got no game. You just gotta go up and buy it.
But is it tricking though,
Exactly.
or are you treating? That's the question.
You treating.
That's all you do. That's all you
You are
do.
treating, getting tricked.
That's why I called
Yeah.
you a trick.
But they say
Oh.
men be tricking women. You tricking men out of free meals. That's crazy.
Yeah. Cause who said the first date, like for real though? Who said the first date gotta be like that? It don't have to. I feel like the first date should be Dutch. To be honest with you, should be. If
Right.
a
They
man
don't want to
wants
hear
to,
that one. They don't
if
want
a
to hear that
man
one.
wants to do that, cool. But like, as a woman who's just meeting a man that you don't know, why would you go in a place expecting that to happen, not knowing what this man is? He may just leave you at the table like he like that one, like he got left at the table with the oysters. Like, stop playing. You
Huh?
don't know who these people are.
You gotta invest your money in me if you wanna show me I'm worth it.
You reminded me of my
You ain't
live I
worth it.
had last night. It was literally kind of something like that. We was talking about that too. It was
I guess
literally this.
this ain't
They was
worth
trying
it.
to come up with anything. I'm like, bro, you sound like you on some manipulating stuff.
What were they talking about?
But
That's right.
oh man, it was.
Baby, I'm
What
not
was he
one.
talking
I feel
about?
like
I just
those
got a
type
brain
of
fart.
dates. I feel like those type of dates are swimming pools with no water in it. Like, what you gonna do with it
It's a
at the
lot
end?
of bruising gonna happen in that, for sure.
You getting your ass whooped.
Got no water.
You fighting for
It's
your
like
life,
it's like eating cereal with no milk.
bro.
Mm.
A
But you know the
Popeye's bit.
crazy thing is, I just feel like I really do believe though that women can get way more. I'm not trying to, and I don't know, I don't want to sound crazy, but I feel like women can get more from a man without demands. Well, I be rhyming, but I feel like they can, right? You can get more from a man
Bars.
without demands, you know? Like, so when, that's why I said, that's why I can't stand certain women that talk too goddamn much. Why y'all requesting all that stuff? If a man rock with you, he's not gonna even think twice about doing something for you. But because
Right.
you ain't
I ain't
shit,
gotta ask.
because you're an
Right.
asshole, and because you think that you're that bitch, but when you wipe your face, you ain't shit, like that. You know, when you're that person,
Right.
you know they're not gonna want to do nothing for you.
Exactly.
Like, no, but a man who really genuinely got think that you're worth more than your looks, whatever, and that looks add to it, he already melting in your hands, but you don't even know how to play the freaking game, or you freaking suck at life. So that's just what it is. It's not even necessarily having a game.
Boom.
Facts.
It's
You
just
know it.
it's just how to present yourself, how to carry yourself to make a person want to yield to you. You ain't gotta ask. You really don't.
It's
You really
genuinely
don't.
being a good
Wow.
person. It's just being a good person.
It's
I
just
forgot it is Sundays
be
because she
something.
preaching.
Just be something like you. All they like, you ain't got this. Like what? You don't got it. That's why you making him have it. What are you talking about, girl? Go mind your business. If you got it like that, go by yourself and do it. Like, why are you demanding this from a man who barely know you? I don't know that you're worth my time yet. So I don't have to do any of that for you. So it's really
Right.
y'all need to be mad at those men who can't get it because they don't have no presence about themselves for women. So all they do have is the money. So they fall for
Right.
that. But a genuine like a regular person should not ever feel like, as a regular man, should never feel like I gotta put my wallet in front of me to make me have value. That's insane. Like that is mad
And
wild.
see, a real man, that's the one who skip by. You're like, okay, you know what this one about? Bye. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then we ain't doing
They
nothing but
invisible.
having money for you, but giving you money and saying shut the hell up and mind your business. Yes, I'm finna go with this other girl. What you got? What you got a problem with? I gave you $100. Okay, you right. You did pay me something. You did pay for my bill. Yeah, that's why you sitting there looking stupid.
Uh-oh. Why you describing Pookeisha like that? She ain't gonna like
Like,
Don't talk about
like
Pookie shit
what?
like
And
that,
be
man.
swearing and be clamping down. Well, I wouldn't rate. When nobody ever told me that was wrong. Yes, they did. They told you. You know what you told them, that you knew better than what they did, because you right now it was good for the time for the time being. I'm happy right now. Y'all be knowing. They be knowing that they in some bullshit relationships. Like y'all know that. So it's
Mm-hmm.
just like you just wanna, but until it hit and it hit hard, then you like, nobody told me, nobody was there to support me, girl. Please, they was. It was just too good for you in the moment. It's okay. Just admit that. It's fine. It happened.
it. You know what
Facts.
they did?
Facts.
As
It
soon
was
as that
happening.
shit happened, all they heard in the song in the background was that SVU music. Dun, 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 dun,
Yo,
That mash?
it's for you.
no, they heard that SVU because they turned into victims.
Oh
Man,
wow.
He tricked me. He
like,
tricked me.
he tricked
Oh,
me.
I'm
He
tired of hearing that stuff,
lied.
man.
He
That's
lied
gonna
to
be annoying.
me. I didn't know. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. You knew everything, but you thought it was worth it for the time being, and you didn't
And
think it was
see,
gonna
that's the
matter
thing is
later.
they get mad when the man, because they know what the man know what she doing. So he said, okay, well, if you want me to pay this much, then you know what I want at the end of the day. And they get mad. But
They get
that's
mad.
what they were
Play
doing.
right. Play
Yeah,
like they don't know. That junk
right.
crazy.
They know
What?
exactly
I
what
didn't know
they're
that's
doing.
what you want from me.
And so you
Bruh.
know,
I would have never thought of that. Got all this intuition and all this others. I never understood that, man. Like this selective stuff be, whatever,
Bro, I
man.
say that shit all the time. I said, "Oh, I thought woman's intuition was real. It is." Well, how come it ain't tell you that nigga wasn't shit before you met him?
right.
Man.
It's because it did, but
Some,
they
some,
thought they could beat it before they got bit their ass back. It didn't happen.
When it comes time to
But
pay up.
that movie, that song "I'm in Love with Another Man" is a really good song, because it really just tells you like they know what it is, but then when it comes to, it's like, dang, like, look, if I was saying, there would be no competition, but I'm in love with this person, so it's basically telling you, I know that you're the better option, better for me, but right now, man, it's really lit right here. He puts it all the way down, like, the condom falls off when we doing it. This is that big, that hard, so that is the problem. It's good right now until it ain't, and when it ain't, now we see clear. Now the rain, now that all the clouds are gone, and now it's all on you versus it was a mutual situation. And that's what bothers me when it comes to these conversations. It's like no one's saying one person can be wrong about a situation, but you can't sit here and act like you was just oblivious about the whole goddamn, like you was walking through this whole situation blindfolded. That's just not. It's not
Right.
what it is.
That's where they
And
at.
that's
Right.
Yeah.
okay.
What did you expect? Yeah, come on.
Like we not
All
listening
right,
to
also I
anything.
need you to stop victim blaming.
I
Yeah, that's
love
another
that. I
one. Yeah,
love
victim
women
blame.
like
That
that.
But
junk
I love
burn, man.
that.
Every
I'm
time
like,
I hear that stuff, that
who's
junk
really the
burn, and it show
victim?
me what level people be on when they say that
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
man.
Who's really the victim? Right, the one putting out all the
That's
fun.
part of manipulation too.
Right.
As
Yeah.
soon as you about to make them feel uncomfortable, they gonna use that real quick just to get everybody on their side real quick. Why it sound like you
Well,
victim blaming?
even if you take it back to
That's
the
when
old
everybody
school, right?
brains click somewhere else. Like, you right?
It's
You take
like
it back.
what? How about we're just assessing the situation, trying to make sure that we don't get back in this situation again? How about that?
What about this
Right.
excuse when they
Say that
say
Right.
louder.
I cheated because he wasn't fulfilling me emotionally? That's the reason why I
What?
cheated. It's his fault,
What the?
or
Oh
it's
my.
her fault
I wish I would
why
have
I
never
cheated.
said that. You
Yeah,
adopt.
you know, low key, I
So
was
this,
about to name this
I wish I
live,
would
but
have
never
never
mind.
had to say that shit, bro. I'll be like, so this is what you meant when you
Yeah.
wanted him to match your energy. You wanted him to be a hoe too, huh? Got you.
Right.
Picking it
Mm-mm-mm.
up. Picking it up.
No, I think communication in relationships is very, very important. I think you should definitely hear the person out for sure, but it's
Most
One
just
hundred
definitely.
percent.
it's just you really need to hear what people are saying to you, like, and that's the thing. Like, I think women have to understand, like, when it's women like me that's talking, like, we're not like just oblivious to the needs and the whatever feelings about women. Like, it's not that,
Guess who
but
online?
like who? Oh Lord, he said I heard Laugh was talking about me, and I want to talk about it right now.
I should hop in this room. Said I've summoned you.
Who's that? Who's that?
I summoned you to go live.
He gonna end this
Who's that?
whole live and come in here.
That's hope, man. That's too funny.
I'm shocked he got supporters though. I'm shocked.
Who is that?
Supporters, you know they going in there just to beat them up verbally, bro.
But I ain't gonna lie. Okay, look. Like when I first met him, I ain't gonna lie. He have some. I see some of his viewpoints. Right. I actually agree with a few of them. Right. But it's like when it get to a certain point, it's when I start hearing it sound like he talking off hurt. That's when I can't listen to him no more because I realize
Right.
he don't never
Twins
say a
laugh.
solution at the end. He rather
Oh
just
my
keep.
god.
Yeah, he really keep calling shame on it. And he basically just shaming, but he don't never say the solution. So I'm like, bro, are you just trying to basically? Nah, that's some real definition of stirring the pot. It's like he just try to ignite
Thank
something and then
you.
don't never say the resolution at the end. So that's the only thing I
Thank
don't
you.
respect
Oh my
about
god.
him.
Yes. That's it. That is it. That's perfectly perfect.
You know what's funny? That's what I tend to do. Not tend to do, but I do on some lives when I hear people like just pushing their rhetoric or just one, attacking one side. I'm like, okay, so what is your solution? And they
Right.
don't ever
Right.
give a solution.
Yeah,
Right.
instead of just trying to, build up viewers and get all rowdy and all that kind of crap. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. One sided. Like you said, the person, who hurt you. I always say, who hurt you. That's what I
Mhm.
say when you get like that. I'm like, who hurt you? Get off your
What
chest.
What do you think about Priscilla, the princess maker? I mean, the queen maker.
I think I just follow her on 'cause I gotta see what she about. Is she like she a stud or something? It don't like she like men though. I'm gonna put it that way.
So from what I've seen in her, like I haven't viewed her a lot, but what I've seen in her, she's just another person that pushes feminist ideals and like actually goes beyond that. It's like she wants to create Amazon, an all woman like type of society
Yeah, all
that kind of
woman.
gets,
That's what it is.
yeah, and like she's lesbian as well. So
Yep.
it's kind of comes across as she's trying to recruit other lesbians because
Yeah,
she
her
pretty much says
paradigm.
you don't need a man for nothing. She even says like you can have your friends and your other women. So it seems like she's trying to make just turn people out, I guess, and also create a woman only society. That's what it seems like. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with being a lesbian, but that's what it seems like.
No, her own utopia.
Exactly. Exactly. Pretty much, yeah.
I think we really are twins. I'm not gonna lie.
Huh?
I think we really are twins. That's hilarious.
Right. That's
like, cause we be like, we can really get
I
heated.
be
We
saying
be
it in
like,
my brain. I don't even want to say it out loud. Like, man,
like
something is.
that's crazy. That is
He just
so
like
funny.
the light version. I mean, the light voice of me. I'm gonna say the voice
I
that
guess
everybody want to hear, but
so.
they don't really.
Right? They
That's
can't
just
take it
funny,
from you. He's a black
huh?
man. I gotta listen slowly to him, but no, but that we really be on the same page because that's really how I feel about Charles, which is why I can take certain things that he says. Because that's why I be trying to have like a genuine dialogue with him, but I know that he can't because he's hitting a blockage of pain. Right? It's something
Fact.
whether he mad about it or he feel like I don't want to deal with it or I'm bitter because I got myself in this situation. So that part he can't get past because he's stuck right there. It's like, see, that's where you lose me because you're not trying to say, yeah, this happened, but this is where I am now, right? And this is where
Right.
you could be, right? It's just like, nah, everybody just, this black woman ain't shit because black women just ain't shit because we have to be.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, see, that's where you lose me.
And then he make it look bad too. Like we really like. That's what I be saying. That's the reason why I have to get on his head because I'm like, dog, I don't support stuff like that, man. That's why I be getting on his head so many times. I'm like, no. And then I think a lot of women see us being him though. When the way he talk, that's what they see though. But it's like I'm like, no, we actually trying to help. You know what I'm saying? He just basically. He doing like I guess the real definition of bashing. That's what he doing. You know what I'm saying? Because
Right. Right.
he said, forget them, F them. You know what I'm saying? F them and go across seas or something like that.
Yeah.
I would address the behaviors and to let people know, like, hey, we got to make some change. So if you want to
Right.
get wifed up, you know what I'm saying? Change yourself. That's all it is.
Is,
Men got to change. You got to change too.
And that's why I'm
is he
saying
like
it's a
Tommy
two-sided
Sotomayor?
thing. I'm sorry, Bess. It's a two-sided thing, right? Like even when
Hmm.
I hear when like black women be like, y'all need to go to the white tea man because see, these black men that's not helping the situation because you're making it seem as though there is a race of people that has perfection and it's not what it is. You're putting them in dangerous situations because you're making it seem like this other group of people are safe when they're not
Hmm.
safe either in certain aspects. So if you telling
Exactly.
people, hey, just go to African women because the black woman gonna mess you over, okay? And there's some African women who can go with their African men and cut your little head off, and then you're gonna be mad too. So either way, you got to know who you're dealing with.
You're just as
Quit telling
bad.
people,
Right.
don't do
Right.
that. Don't set people up like that. You don't really care about people when you set people up like that. You just found one out of out of a group of people, and that now you feel like you got the right one. But that can happen with anybody when you self regulate and look at where you messed up, where you
Yep.
learn from, and then you pick better because you have a clearer vision now of who you're choosing. It's not
Right.
that black women are bad. It's not the situation. You got to find the right person. But thinking that you're finna travel the seven seas and find the right person, and you don't even know their language, don't even like what they do, and then now you mad at them. Now you mad at the culture. Like it's not that. You're not gonna. Everybody not gonna find the right person overseas. If you
Thing
can't
is
find a perfect
now,
person around you, you ain't gonna find a
I
person
was getting ready to
overseas.
tell you
But
that. Yeah.
here's my problem with this whole trope that we've been talking about for the last year and a half. Okay, we all talk about accountability.
Hmm.
Accountability is an individual thing.
Right.
All
Hmm.
right, and I'll prove to you what I'm talking about. Okay, when my kids are minors and they live in my house, they're accountable to me because it's my house, my rules. Okay,
Hmm.
but when they step out on their own, I am no longer accountable for them.
Facts.
I cannot make them do anything that they want to do. This whole accountability trope is still just placing blame where people have no control of it
Hmm.
because people are going to do exactly what they want to do. The only thing we as men and women can do is point out the bad in people that we see
Good looks, Black.
and then you as an individual have to choose how you're going to move from us pointing out the problems as what we see. If we continue down this line trying to hold every man accountable for because they always want to throw that SA and DV and the whole negative stereotype of men across all men, and then we're not saying that all single mothers are bad, but the thing is, it's the detriment or the chances of you having a healthy child as a single mother is diminished because you have no male influence, positive male influence in the home. So the thing is that people, if they don't want to accept the criticisms or the critiques, or how we see that from the mistakes that we made. And I won't say mistakes. Let me take it back because I always say we don't make mistakes, we make choices. From the choices that we made as younger men and how it's affected our culture and our society, we say this is what you shouldn't do or partake in. But the thing is that as we continue to say, and this is what happens, it gets deflected because we say we cannot create single mothers if there is no access. There can't be a crackhead without crack.
I think everything you said was 100, almost 100% accurate. I would just add one little thing to it because you pretty much said everything, to be honest with you. I would say that the people who are giving the critiques as well and pointing out what needs to be changed should kind of embody what their truth is and what they're telling others to do. You know, for example, like I can't tell someone how to dress if I'm not fly. You know, I can't tell someone what to do if I'm not embodying it. I'm not just going to be the person that just talks about it. I'm doing it. So like I have people come to me like, yo, bro, you look so nice because they see me look nice all the time. I'll be like, okay, this is how I did it. This is the store I went to. I have people stop me all the time like, damn, bro, you smell mad good. I could be like, okay, I recommend this cologne and this is why. So I think you have to embody the message that you're giving too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's the thing: as I told my
And
daughters,
admit
or
to the mistakes you made.
okay, as I told my daughters, you know, as they've gotten older, I said I tried to be in your life to give you life from a man's perspective. You know, I'm old, bald, and fat, and unattractive the most, but I smell good and I could cook. I say that all the time. But I ain't always been old, bald, and fat. Okay, so you know, before I was 40, I was that guy. I was in the gym every day. You know, I was a guy pushing up 14 plates on each side and leg press, doing 275 on incline press. You know, doing dumbbell curls with 60 in each arm, and still able to run a 6 minute mile when I was 40. Okay, so but the thing is that with that and having the mouthpiece I had, I was able to do what I wanted to do in terms of women. And then you know how to target women for that purpose. Because as I say to women, men take you on a date, whether you think we're listening or not. We're observing everything that you do. And everything that you do lets us know where we see you in our lives.
And
And
especially the
so,
men that women want.
right. And so the thing is that if we don't see you as a life's mate, you're not going to get treated as such. You're going to be put in a recreational use only pile. And I've said this, and you guys know I'm not lying.
Oh no.
You guys know I'm not lying. But women don't want to hear the truth. You know, they want to blame us for partaking in what it is. I've been telling women, because women don't understand it. The reason that a man only wants you for sex is because that's all you're showing him.
That's what you did for him,
Right.
right?
If
Exactly.
if 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 I'm taking you out on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dates, and the only thing you're doing is showing up, you don't know how to show a man that you are as much interested and invested in him as he is in you. Dating, whether women want to admit it or understand it or not, is an investment of your time, energy, effort, and money. And so after the third or fourth date, what are you doing as a woman? So now you're not giving anything. Fellas, what are we looking for after that point?
You know. Pay the piper.
Okay, so the thing is, it even takes smaller things. If they would show us that they're interested in us by doing things without us asking you, they get better outcomes.
Oh yeah.
Because if you give from the heart to a man, he's not necessarily looking for sex. He is going to continue to date you and not necessarily put sex on the forefront, because at this point, all he's interested in doing is getting some sex because he wants to validate himself in this relationship. And that's what women don't understand. We tell them this, but there's pushback. And then we tell them their truth, our truth. They attack us and call us whores. And, you know, and I'm going to tell you another thing. When we say what they don't want to hear, when our narrative disagrees with theirs, they attack us. I took the picture down of me and my wife, Kev, because women were coming at me about my wife on my
Mm-hmm.
pictures. You understand what I'm saying? They're insulting my wife to get to me. Now, you know goddamn well, if we were in the same spaces, you ain't saying no shit like that. You
Right.
ain't talking about my wife. Fuck wrong with y'all. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over. But you know,
Well,
that's
well said. Well said.
No, I feel you on that, and that's how deep they want to go when they, you know what I'm saying, they put innocent people in a situation. That's how miserable people are nowadays.
Also, to add to this, I think women should also understand, like, after a guy has sex with you, you should also try to continue to add value to him because for the, you know, guys like sex. You know, if they got sex already, that's a very big portion of what they may need and require from you. And once they got that, if you're not adding any value, they might just put you to the side because they kind of got a big portion of what fills their cup. So if they have sex with you and you're not adding any value, they're probably going to move on to the next person. So I think a big thing that women should understand is once you have sex with a guy, continue to add value to his life. Don't stop there. Just continue.
Right.
what I'm hearing. Too many women are expecting men to be like like women. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
I tell them all the time, y'all got to stop with this narrative about men shouldn't be wanting sex. There's not a man in here who's ever approached a woman because he wanted to know her brain or he wanted to know what her favorite color was. Every woman that we've ever initiated conversation with, we've been physically attracted to them from the beginning. And
Right.
that means that if we walk up to them in the club or at the store, we saw the girl and we said, "Shit, that's a bad motherfucker." We done already undressed her, put her on our forehead, made her come 8 times, and now we asking for a number. That's how it is. But I tell women all the time, your physical attraction, your physical beauty is what initiates conversation. What keeps us coming back is what you have to say, how you make us feel, and how you treat us.
Yep.
Hmm.
The
They
internal
don't
beauty.
get
Yep.
that, but they want to say that we're dogs. Okay, Ruth.
And also think about this. On a healthy man, I think 300 million sperms are produced every 24 hours. On a healthy man, think about 300 million sperms want to come out and reproduce, combined with testosterone. So doesn't don't you think I'm going to be a little bit horny? You have one egg that comes down like I think once a month, right? Um, and you can have one baby per year. I can have millions of babies per year if I sleep with enough women. So obviously my sex drive is going to be much higher than yours. So you can't ask me to be like a woman because you're biologically different than I am. My biology makes me want to reproduce and have sex. 300 million sperms are produced every 24 hours, I believe, on a healthy male. That's hard to keep that in.
Here's what you're saying to that also, and this is statistically proven by dating apps. 80% of women are swiping right only of the upper 10 to 15% of men. They're all swiping right on the same guys. They're all sleeping with the same type of guys. And as Ayana Van Zant showed a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, a couple years ago, 6 men, 50 women, 87 children. So what is that saying? 6 men produce 50 single moms with multiple children.
Oh my.
Oh, that's
That's what
true.
y'all know. Men have self
episode.
control. Right.
I saw that
Especially,
episode, but and the woman then was fighting over him. Same way. I'm telling you.
I
It's crazy
respectfully
out
agree
here.
because also like in my small group when I was younger, it was about probably like 7 of us, and every single one was like we were doing what we were doing. So like because like we were the only guys who kind of had the whole package per se, like everything a woman wants pretty much handsome, whatever, smell good, dress well, popular, whatever it was. And it was about 7 of us, and we were called. Well, I was younger. I was like 20, 21 at the time. I'm 36 now, but we were called top models, and like we were from Harlem, and we were well known, all that stuff. But it was a few of us, and we were getting all the women. So I definitely know from my humble personal experience that's true.
But you're telling good men to have self control. Most men that don't want to have children have that self control. We are talking about the men that women should be staying away from. The men that don't have that self control.
Yep.
I mean, why is a woman having sex, unprotected sex, with a man who already has 7 baby mamas?
Seven baby mother and
Because those aren't men and women. There's a such thing as adult boys and adult girls who
Mm-hmm.
have no self-control.
But that's what we're
Right.
talking about. But that's what we're talking about. Those men,
yeah,
those men are the ones that they paint the broad stroke across all men. All men
yeah.
don't act like that.
All men don't act like that. It's true.
Men and women don't care of the opinions of adult boys and adult girls.
And that is the point that we are getting
They
at,
don't care. They
like
gonna they gonna paint that whole image on one thing. Go ahead, Toby. I know you're trying to say something.
yeah, man, they're gonna put that long paintbrush on every man. And I keep on asking women, why go into a dealer where the dealer have so much baby mothers drama, and you're still going back there for pick him. There are so much good guys out here and don't have no children, are dedicated, are workaholic, will put out the will do so much for a woman, but he's not getting picked just because we don't have a baby or we don't have a past relationship with a woman. So all the women say they want an experienced man.
But
And they see by statistics the experienced men are not staying around the children. They are not, most of them are not married. They see from the experience. We all see it, we all know it, that some of the experienced men are not staying there. They're not living up to being a good father. They are cuddling their daughters. They don't want to see their son, and their son don't want to see them. And the trauma goes on and on. And sometimes there are not no trauma there, but the narrative, the painted brush is there. And we are telling ladies that we are seeing it, we know it, and we are explaining to you, don't go back to the dealer. But they are still just being stubborn and going back to the dealer. We have a lot of baby mothers already.
that's the key. When they say all men, they actually mean that because that's all the men they're going to. So they're talking about all the men that they're attracted to. So they really mean all men when they say all men. They're just talking about all the men they're attracted to.
But
Yeah.
I've said it forever. Most women have a man type, but that man type ain't shit. The type of man you like ain't shit because, first of all, you like men with money and men who are pretty. Okay, so that man has a lot of options. There is not a man alive that is having sex outside of marriage who is having sex to have children. So it behooves a woman because if you're saying that men should put on a condom, then that means that you should require a condom. If women have the choice of abstinence, condom, 33 forms of birth control, Plan B, abortion, adoption. You are ultimately responsible for that choice. Now, that man is responsible if their child is born. You are responsible for preventing the child from being born. The thing is that we tell women this, and you say that we're not trying to affect change in our community and our culture. We can't corral all the horses once the barn door is open, but we can prevent the next generation from opening that barn door again, because the baby mothers are already out there. They're already here. So this has been a generational thing, and I've watched this, and I said this 40 years ago. And even in my dating strategy, I've met a lot of bad attitude in the women, but I said I'll never go to the other side. I'm going to find that woman who meets what I'm looking for. So I'll go through whatever until I find that right woman. And I have. I found that right woman twice, so I'm proud of myself. But the thing is that we're telling women what kind of man to watch out for, and we're telling women how to protect yourself. But it's just like a drug addict. There's never been anybody in AA, Gamblers Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, that has changed because we told them to change. That change only comes when you as a person accept that there's a problem and want to change. I don't care how much we talk about it. If a person doesn't want to change, it ain't happening.
Facts. You gotta want to.
Well said.
Black Chicago, very good point. Very good point. It's interdependent. People are depending on just a fantasy world, a dream world. The hypnosis of feminism as really get into our woman mindset, and they have fantasy of this nice person, but they are choosing the bad person. They have fantasy of a nice person, but you're still choosing the bad person. I still don't get it. And you still want the good person to train the bad person that you are giving the pum pum to be better at staying around. In the first place, they wasn't going to stay around. And so why you want the bad person to change when you are giving the bad person pum pum? I don't get it. I really don't get it.
I'm going to ask the ladies a question.
Everybody
The
go.
ladies in this room, if I can. I want to ask the ladies a question. Have you ladies ever heard the expression from your mother or your father, you have to use what you got to get what you want? Or have you ever heard that expression as it relates to women?
I've heard it before, yeah. I wasn't told it.
Now see, this is what I figured is the root cause of why women have a problem with, how can I say it, their body counts and how sexual they are. This is what I've come up with. And why the older women say it doesn't matter, it should matter. Because the older women have taught our daughters to use what they got to get what they want. Don't come on with just a wet ass. A dry pussy and
Whoa.
a wet pussy and a dry purse don't make no sense. If a man ain't scared to ask you for no pussy, don't be afraid to ask him for some money. Because they benefit from being sexual. And so now they have no, how can I say it, no moral compass in terms of their own sexuality and how they should be. And so then also, so now Mothers are fighting against what we're saying is wrong, and these daughters are fighting against what these mothers have taught them. And so that's why we get so much pushback in that. That's my take on it.
It's definitely a moral dilemma. I don't know if I could add something to the conversation. It's definitely a moral dilemma, but it has I mean, that could be for a lot of things because for I mean and that's even for sons. Like so many sons don't realize that a lot of the problems that their fathers had in even being in their lives were perpetuated by their mothers. Like a lot of sons have admitted this. But there's another thing. Like, does anybody know what Munchausen syndrome is? Like, Munchausen syndrome is basically when someone convinces themselves through either something that's self-inflicted or they falsify something in order to get the attention of a physician or a doctor or sympathy, right? This is what they do. This is what Munchausen syndrome does, right? It's like they need the sympathy. They need to be a victim. There's a need to be sick. And that perpetuates itself in a different sort of way with promiscuity. You know, for men, it's more of a proficiency thing. But for women, it's more of not a proficiency thing. It's almost like I get sympathy for this. So it's okay to be reckless because I'm gonna still be rewarded even in my recklessness. If the guy does me wrong, then I get rewarded. If I get a disease, then I get rewarded. If I get a child, then in some shape, form, or fashion, I will still get rewarded. And I'm not sure that's the deeper mindset, but it is perpetuated in our society where we see it over and over again because what we'll see on some of these platforms is we'll see a group of people, not necessarily just women, but a group of people that will be celebrating being victims, and they will be proud in reliving it over and over again. And because it validates them, and I'm going to lean to women, but it validates a woman being a woman. It's almost like you've been battle tested, so you're now a woman. You've been abused, so you're now a woman. And sympathy has a badge. It has a badge of honor attached to it. And that's kind of like a mental Munchausen syndrome when you think about it.
Like a single black mom, like they get a badge for being a single black mom.
You know, main thing.
Yeah,
I've
they
said
do.
this. I've said this. I've
I
said this
think.
on. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
I think it's a badge they think they get by being a single black man because they have facilities that will welcome them in the child support, the welfare, the
Mm-hmm.
programs that they're on are getting more now, and the women centers and the whole family are coming in to help out the child. So in a sense, they look on that as a badge of honor.
Yeah.
And go Black Chicago.
Even though it's not a bad, like society will do a double thing. Like, I mean, we see this all the time, right? We see what happens, and I'm sorry if I cut anybody off, but we see this all the time. We see where unaccountability lies for our counterparts is where we'll say, like, we'll see two women engaging, and one girl's like, I'm finna go throw my thing a party on some girl's trip or whatever, and she's like, go do your thing, girl, live, go live your life. And then as soon as the consequence comes, where a baby comes or a disease comes or heartbreak comes, it's like, you was stupid anyway. You know, it's like, it's a double-edged sword for them. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for them. It's really.
I'm sorry. Main thing. You know, what you said in your statement. I've said this a lot of times. I said that a lot of children and adult children are mad at their mothers mad at their fathers because of their mothers.
Yep,
because they only know the mother side of the story about their father. And
that's true.
those fathers that they hate the most are the ones that have tried to be in their child's life the most. The children the children who are loved by their fathers and don't really care about the mothers from a relationship, those jealous women are the most toxic women to have around your kids. But if that dude didn't care about you and that child either, that dad or that sperm donor could get that child with no questions asked any
No
day of the week,
problem. Yeah,
any
the
time of
guys who don't
day.
give two shits are
Right.
given the guys who don't give two shits are not given a hard time at all.
Yeah, I was that's funny how you said it because I was mad at my well, I guess I was kind of mad at my grandfather, right? But I never until like a couple years ago actually. I'm talking about my blood grandfather because my step grandfather was the one that kind of raised me. Well, in that time, my dad and them raised me, but I'm just saying my step grandfather was the main one around. But I never like knew the other side. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like that's the thing I learned. That's the reason why I be like more on the trying to hear men out more now, right? Because we grew up in so many and people and they still like that. That's why some women will never understand what men go through or whatever because it's like and they hate when the people bring it up. I'm like, man, it's been like that all our life. It's always be seeming like the woman was innocent, believe all women and all this other stuff. But it's like now that people is waking up and seeing that things can work on both sides. Now they feel like we attacking them and all this stuff. But no, it's just the thing is a lot of them think that they innocent and stuff. I mean, that junk is not true. So like I had to realize that it is two sides to every story. And it's sad that I just really kind of deeply figured that out like a couple years ago because I've been mad at my grandfather, not knowing that it was another side that I was missing that I was never told, and I actually they didn't have to. Nobody had to really tell me nothing. I was just very observant of the other end when I realized like, hold up, something is up because it's something I'm like. Why I'm only keep hearing this. I'm trying my best to say it without really putting the business out, but it's just like I'm like, no, something is up. Ain't no way this dude did this without, no nothing behind it. So something is up behind it. So that's what I end up figuring out later. So I'm like, dang, that just should be showing that the world, it be so one sided, man. And
You know
they
what's
were
funny?
just like how you were saying that it be the mothers or that will make you mad at a person that you really don't know. That's
You,
young true because you only hear from one side.
you know what's
They the
funny?
main ones
Not
raising you.
you,
You see what I'm saying?
That's like the
not
good
you,
I
but
love that the Kirk Franklin thing came out because that's just one of the many stories that you hear. He was thinking his whole time. The father that he had or was told that was his father wasn't even his father. The man who was his father.
Somebody hating on us. They ain't trying to let us hear the good.
to you know what's funny?
You
Like
back?
so you know your mom as your mom, but you don't know your mom as your father's girlfriend. Like she could be the greatest mom ever. She's the most caring, most kind, generous, wonderful mother you could ever wish. But when she's your dad girlfriend, she's a bitch.
Mm.
So you know your mom as
Yeah.
your mom, but you don't know your mom as your dad's girlfriend.
That the other day it's funny you say that because the other day someone got triggered and wanted to put me out of their
Salute.
room because I said this statement. I said, "Is it possible that some guys are good at picking mothers and terrible at picking wives?"
Oh,
And
Yeah.
she got so triggered. She was like, "I don't want to hear that." I mean, she went left. She went left with that statement because I was like, "That could be very true." A lot of guys may be pretty decent at picking mothers, but terrible at picking a wife. And now that we're
mm-hmm.
talking more, like now that more men are talking about wives, it's suddenly changing the dynamic. And the standards in which we project that we need to see.
But hold
And
on,
I also think
hold on. Don't think that we weren't talking about this stuff for years. But the thing now is we have the internet and we have these
yep.
platforms that give more light to these things. These are the
Mm-hmm.
very topics that we were talking about for years in the
In
barbershop,
barbershops.
Barbershop,
Yep.
in
yeah.
the barbershops, at the bowling alley, in the pool halls, when men
With
got
your
together at
friends.
Facts.
bars. This is what we were talking about. You know,
Yeah.
but the thing is that we couldn't voice it. We didn't have uh, Oprah on our side. We didn't have Sally
Facts.
Jesse Raphael. We didn't have Sally Jesse Raphael on our side. We didn't have Ricky
Right.
Lake on our side. We didn't have Phil
Tell us what
Donahue on
he
our
did to
side.
you. Tell us.
Wendy Williams.
And also,
Montel.
it goes it goes deeper than just men and women because we live in an era of information. So like the truth is coming out about everything. It isn't just men and women. The truth is coming about everything. We live in the age of information, and right now the
Yep.
truth is available to everyone across the world.
Yeah.
It's
And who
it's
But
seek
very
the
you know,
deep.
knowledge?
I'd rather not focus on any part of the world except America because this is a Black American culture problem. That's
No,
what I
no.
see.
Black Chicago, we have to focus that America have influence over the world. So it's not just America alone. It have influence in the Caribbean too. It does. It does. So America culture is in our midst as the Caribbean too. We have
It's everywhere.
uptown, upper class, middle class, and lower class,
It's damn
and
near. It's in Japan. It's Japanese rappers.
the effects are there. Yeah, we feel the
Yeah,
effect.
we live in the age of information.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer that if the welfare system was abolished,
Good looks, man.
if the welfare system was done away with altogether, women would stop having children. Prior to
But
1965, when we couldn't get any welfare or assistance from the government or state, our out of wed pregnancy rate was extremely low. When we started getting benefits or benefits were given to our single mothers for having children, and there was a time before welfare reform, because it was reformed at one time, that the more kids you had, the more money you got. And so there was a time where that welfare stipend back in the 70s and the early 80s was about $1,800 a month, and then also food allowances, all this other good stuff, and places to stay. And so it's beneficial for our women to do what they did. And if you look at YouTube, if you look at some of the documentaries, these women will tell you what they're doing
Yeah,
and what they did and why they did it. But there's so
yeah,
many women that refuse to say they looked at them or refuse to look at them because they don't want to see the real or they don't want to admit the real.
yeah. I saw that documentary he was talking about. I saw that documentary he's talking about. It's pretty much like back in the 70s. There's videos of young ladies saying the reason why they decided to get rid of their partner and do welfare is because it benefited them and they have no problem. They don't need them. They don't need no men because they have welfare. And also to add to Black Chicago's point, I believe welfare originally started off for Caucasian people. It wasn't initially for African American community, but once they got to the African American community and they saw the impact it was having, they decided to like increase its impact on the Black community. I think it was originally for Caucasian people and not African Americans. That's what I heard.
Got 23 minutes for y'all guys.
Yeah, it the giving of welfare is true, if you're giving something to a lazy, non-productive part of our society, they will think that it's good. So if you're feeding bad behavior, they're not going to change their bad behavior. So That's why a lot of women want to have a child and then left the person intentionally. Some of them do it intentionally. Some of them really think out of desperation, and sometimes they make up their mind already that that's the only way to get money, just by having a child by a man, and then take him to court to make him pay child support. Yeah, it is happening in the Caribbean also. It's not just America alone. It's happening here. But we have different programs that will feed the single mothers.
And even
Yeah.
in the documentary, they asked a young lady like, why didn't you get back with the father of your child? Why don't you try to work it out with the father of your child? She was like, well, I don't need no man because I have welfare to pay all my bills, so I don't need him. That's literally what she said out her mouth. That they said, why don't you work it out with him? He's the father of your child. Why don't you get back on him? And she was like, I don't need no man because I have welfare. They'll take care of all my needs, so I don't need no man. And this is back in the 70s.
See,
I want to say that that's not
what people
all
don't
inclusive.
realize, what people don't realize
Nah,
is
I
that
brought to you black.
I'm sorry, what people don't realize is that that stipend when they first gave it out, they said that that was equivalent back in the late '60s, early '70s, was equivalent to $20,000. All right. Now you say today that may not look like a lot of money, but I can guarantee you there are very few black men making $20,000 a year. Okay, I mean because minimum wage back in the '70s was like two bucks, $2.35 an hour, or at least yeah, in the '70s, $2.35 an hour. So you're talking about. I remember my dad working a job, and we lived in the projects, but we weren't collecting welfare. That's why I never got free lunch. So my mom and dad was married, but we live in the projects with paying rent in the cheap housing, but we were never able to get uh, welfare or free lunch. But the thing is that my dad was making, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember I figured out his check and he got mad at me. He was making about $250. I remember 250 maybe a week. About yeah, 250 a week, $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year.
So that's twice. That's twice what he was making. The 20,000.
Right, and so that's why. And then when we're saying that men were seasonal workers, I don't know if you guys remember the Great Migration to the North. That was the economic boom where industry was flourishing, and people were leaving the South to go get the factory jobs in the North, in Detroit, Chicago, Ohio, Indiana, where the steel mills and the automotive plants were, and those men were going there making good money, and then they would send for their wives, so women knew their roles and their places. I've always said the difference between the women today and yesterday is that the role of the black woman has changed. Being independent is not a flex. It's not getting us any place. Then people say that because our children are having children, but years ago, you were a wife at 14, 15. They knew their roles. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that a wife is supposed to be a slave. That's definitely changed in our culture because there's not a good man out there that's going to see his wife struggle with any work around the house and it's not going to put in. That doesn't make you a good man because you're sitting back watching your woman struggle.
Right. I think Codify, you was trying to go.
Oh yeah, I have a video on my page, and it's from '68. Did an interview with a couple of women. For the ones that didn't divorce their husbands, they couldn't get the welfare, and Yeah, the woman said that her husband only made like $3 to $4 a day working wherever he was working, and he was out of work. So he actually left the home to go work somewhere else where he couldn't come home every night. And it wasn't guaranteed work, and when he did, it was only $3 to $4 a day. I just wanted to say that because the women who stuck with their husbands, they suffered. The woman had a baby 2 weeks after the interview. Well, she had the baby after the interview, and the baby passed 2 weeks later due to malnutrition. I think some of the stuff that they put out that they want us to see don't paint a real picture of what they really went through in the beginning of getting this welfare. And one of my principles is we got to stop thinking that WS don't exist, because it exists in every aspect of people activity. You can find this in a document called the Kerner Commission Report, and it was done in '69. Lyndon Johnson commissioned a committee to do the report on why the unrest was happening with the civil rights movement. And in his report, it specifically said that Rism was the cause. So the government even knows. And they did two subsequent reports after that. And every report, it got worse and worse. They purposefully moved jobs out of our reach so that we couldn't get to these jobs to work. I think we need to shift our mindset to a warrior type mindset, because we don't have these civil rights that they say that we have. They give it to a few to make the rest of us think that it exists. Just like they give us a few of us, they'll take 1 million of us, give them $1 million, while the other 38 million or 41 million of us have no chances of getting that. And it's done to keep us docile. Matter of fact, in that Kerner Commission report, it said it solved the homeless problem of black men by putting us in prison. And we know it's a lot of us that went through the prison system on charges that we didn't actually do. So we need to start reading. Reading is more important than listening to people talk and looking at this television and a lot of social media. Shahrazad Ali, her books, The Black Man's Guide and The Black Woman's Guide, are key reads.
Yeah.
You know, these are like mandatory. If we want to know the dynamics of what feminism did to our families, even up to her day and to today, on how it's working, we gotta read those. And they're not necessarily easy reads. Delectable Negroes, a horrible read, but it has to be read so that we comprehend what's going on in this society when it comes to us. The Code Book by Neely Fuller Jr. That book is necessary so that we can have some kind of a template to go by to establish a code of conduct just when it comes to us engaging each other, let alone how we engage society. And you can find these things on my page. You know, I do a little bit of talking when I do talk, but I like to leave things that we can actually do, somewhere we could get some knowledge to get clarity on things so that we can start making the appropriate decisions. You know, like I can't complain about white privilege when there's no melanin privilege. You get what
What
I'm
do you,
Who's
saying? We
speaking?
gotta,
I would like to read your page. That's fortified.
yeah.
yeah,
What do you think about Powernomics, the book Powernomics by Dr. Carl Anderson?
we gotta start with a code. We have plenty of finances. That's not the problem. We got the thing is that getting together and putting finances together, it involves trust, and we don't trust each other. The only way we gonna start trusting each other is to get a code of conduct that makes us safe to be around, let alone conduct business with. And without that code of conduct, nothing else is gonna work.
I
Nothing.
agree.
It'll be very easy for the others to come in and just dismantle everything like they've done.
Hmm.
Every organization that we have out here has been touched by the others. There is not one organization out here that's for melanin, by melanin, and only melanin. None. Nowhere. Your ACBUs all started by the others. Your urban leagues, NAACP, the Moors, Nation Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, urban league, all of these was started by the others.
Mm.
All of them. We
You,
have
you,
nothing that is exclusively for us, and I yield the floor.
you know, I've
Dang, I
always
was just
said,
over there
I've
trying
said
to
this for,
really listen and
I've,
stuff.
I've said this for a long time, and sometimes I forget that I say it. I say, Black America is dysfunctional, but
Mm.
our dysfunctional is at the hands of white people. But we have to admit that we're dysfunctional to make ourselves better. But
Facts.
we can't get better. We can't get better as a race or as a culture of people until we can get together in our families. We have too many families that are dysfunctional and hate each other and can't even work together. The same blood
Oh,
can't work together. And if you can't work together with your own flesh and blood, there's a problem. Every
right.
other culture, every other culture is unified by family. We are the most disconnected by family.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that. That's why they keep us disconnected and divided. That's like I was saying last week, these lists. These lists, we don't know the author of these lists. We don't know where they came from. But you see how the impact it has on us. It's always men versus women. Men versus women. Men versus women. And none of us are endorsing this shit. None of us endorsing the shit that these lists for men put out saying about women. We don't vilify, well, decent men don't vilify our women, and decent women don't vilify our men. But the thing is that as they keep us separated, as they keep us fighting against one another, it strengthens their whole cause. Because what we are missing, and another thing y'all need to watch or see, the documentary 13th about the 13th Amendment, and how that supported the school of prison pipeline, because the 13th Amendment said that a person convicted of a felony is no longer free. He's still a slave. It's on YouTube or Netflix, 13th. But the thing is that we have to we have to understand what's going on. But then by the same token, we can't use that as a crutch not to uplift yourself individually. Because as long as we blame racism for why we're not where we need to be, you will always not be where you need to be.
Fact. I don't think people want to hear that one right there. And what you kind of said kind of tied to number 4 and stuff. How can we come come to a solution without addressing the problem. And that's even just like basically same thing as just simply admitting, you know what I'm saying? AKA like the accountability thing. Or no different from like if you in a what they say them A AA things, whatever. You gotta first you admit you have an addiction, you gotta first admit that you have a problem, you gotta first admit that certain behavior, you know, all type of stuff. You gotta address the problem first before even looking for the solution. But a lot of us, you know, like I said, it'd be that ego, it get in our
And
way, so we rather not talk about it. We rather act like it ain't there or
and it
play.
also ties into the first question too. If once you
Yeah,
find a solution, you probably can't be manipulated anymore.
that's yeah, yeah. I ain't think about it that way. You right about that too. That's the thing, right? If
Hmm.
they ain't gonna, yeah, because they won't address, right? I feel you with that. That's how you use stuff against people too. And that's what that enabling situation too. As long as you enable it, you can, you can
Yeah,
manipulate them at the same time.
you can profit.
Yep.
A powerful a powerful book is the 48 laws
So what?
of a powerful book is the 48 laws
Oh,
48
of
laws of power.
a law of power. Is that they use in against us?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really deep. You can go and
Hmm.
read it. Right?
yep.
And for,
What they'll
and for
say though, what I've heard a lot is that, well, quote unquote, if there's a, let's just imagine there's a gender war, right? Well, we
Right.
didn't start it, so we're not gonna stop it. We can't stop it because we didn't start it. Like that's a common thread. We didn't start it, so we're not gonna stop it. And I don't know how many fights I've broken up in my life that I didn't start. I don't know how many things in life, period, that I've walked into. I didn't start those things, but I definitely stopped it,
Mm-hmm.
or I was part of stopping it. So I mean, as like for example, the truth of the matter is like, okay, I use my subjective life. I don't have any male friends who aren't involved in their children's lives. I don't have any, and I don't, and I'm wondering if that's like if I'm just like one out of a million. I don't think I'm one in a million. I
No,
honestly don't think I'm one in a million.
have you
actually,
guys
I don't
heard?
mean to cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I've had three children out of wedlock. My first child was born when I was 15. My second child was born when I was 33, and I was with the woman for 5 years. And she wanted to have a baby by me because she wanted to keep me. Okay, so she started taking fertility drugs, and I found out that afterwards because she said she had fibroid cysts, and it cleared it up, and she got pregnant. Anyway, my last baby was born when I was 36. All right, now, so yes, I made three single mothers, but in none of the cases where I've made single mothers, I didn't involve myself in my children's lives or try to be there for them at every step of the way. Every man that I'm associated with had children outside of marriage, from my cousins to my best friends. And
Mm.
all of us, and all of us are accountable to our children and have always been. We're not fucking with you if you're not doing your part with your kids. That's what we trying to get women to understand. Men don't fuck with men that don't fuck with their kids. Period. If you got children out there and you ain't taking care of your kids, you can't hang with us, dog. This ain't that kind of party.
And to hashtag's point of where he said that they said like once you start it you can't change it. So there's a concept in I believe marketing. It's called the tipping point. So like when they're tracking trends to like divert the trend into the direction they want, it only takes 10% of the consumer base to make the trend go in the direction they want. So for example, if everyone's flocking to let's say red cars, it only takes a 10% increase in people flocking to blue cars for that trend of red cars to go down. So it doesn't take a whole bunch of people to change the trend. It only takes about 10%. It's called the tipping point.
but I'll say it here first and foremost. Oh, that's another point I want to make. I'm in Houston right now, or right outside of Houston, the Baytown, and I went in the inner city with a friend today, and I was taking a record of our women and how they were presenting themselves, and then we wonder why we say what we say, because all of them look like, or let me take it back. I won't say all. 80% of them look like Sexy Red and that whole narrative. But I've even said this on social media. Men don't sexualize women and objectify women. Women sexualize and objectify themselves. What you wear is representative of your mindset to most men. You know, and it sounds like bashing, but I don't want it to be bashing. But I want it to be accountability. You know, if you don't want me to view you as that sexual object, then don't present it as a sexual object. You know, and it's predominantly in our neighborhoods, in most of the inner cities that we go to. That's the culture of our people. That has to change.
And I understand
Yeah,
your point. And I think everyone for the most part, they understand like you probably shouldn't judge, but people do kind of treat you the way you present yourself. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's kind of like you living in Compton. You have a blue bandana in your pocket, all blue on, and then when the cops stop you, you say, "I'm not a Crip. How dare you stop me?" You know, it's kind of the same concept that people are gonna treat you a certain type of way depending on how you dress, whether it's right or wrong. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but if you're dressed very sexual, then people may treat you in a sexual manner. Then you have people that may not treat you in a sexual manner, but do understand what you put on may allow people to treat you in a certain way. I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
and to rally off of your point, perception is normally um, looked when you look on something, you at first glance is perceive them to be like that. So when we're looking on revealing clothes in women, we perceive them as being a sex worker, and we are visual creature. Both of us are visual, but men are visual creature in things that of that person is not just visual just by just seeing it and look past it. We are going to go at it. We are hunters. That's why our instincts are going after something that we can gain. And a lot of females are delusion in that aspect. So a man not gonna see something that look precious or easily and don't want to go and claim it. So my man mind is a hunting mindset, or innate ability is going off for something and territorial. So it's that hunting ability that we have as men that is so not taught to our females. That's why they are behaving like how they are behaving, like this walking in revealing clothes, looking like a sex slave. I'm not bashing women, but the sexualized market that you're putting out there are making it look bad, and it making our black, or most of our black women look that similar way, and not all of our black women are that way. So if a large portion of black women are sexualizing themselves outside, and the people looking in or looking out, like the different races, are gonna say all black women are that way, which is wrong and false. But because of this agenda pushed, that we are liberated now, we are free from our men and we don't need them no more. The perception is that promiscuous behavior is accepted by all our women, which is not true. And women, we are as a men are standing up now and on these platforms are telling you stop revealing your front and your breasts and your shoulders. Cover those up. They make you look bad. What is wrong with accepting our advice? What is so wrong? Oh, the black man can't tell me nothing. And to make his point right, oh, we're not going to do that. Sometimes we have to go back and see ourselves in the mirror and look on us as adults and say we want to be an example to our children. So if our children are seeing us not being a good example, it's not good for our society. Can't we be misbehaving and accept our child to grow up behaving better? It don't make sense. It just don't make sense. Now land my
You know,
plane there.
you know, if I went outside and somebody told me you dress like a crackhead, you look just like a crackhead. Do you think I'm going to stay outside dressed in my crackhead uniform? I'm going home to change. I don't want to look like a crackhead ever.
Well,
But we
unless some people
recognize.
enabling you
But what
and
I'm saying
saying
is
that
that what you say that's okay.
when they enable you, they don't care. It's like if you stand strong on that crackhead suit, and it takes two people just to agree with you, then 100 people could say no, and you gonna stick with them too because you love that suit that much, and that's how people is living nowadays. If you ever noticed that,
Yeah, I noticed that we call that delusion.
you're right.
You know,
You know what it also is too. So humbly, I think the people who are more on the line with righteousness, their voices needs to be the loudest voice in the room. And sometimes the loudest voice in the room, whether it's right or wrong, is the one people follow. Because there's plenty of people who talk like very confidently and very intensely, and you believe every word they're saying just because of how they speak. They're the loudest voice in the room. So I just think that the people who are righteous and trying to push forth a different type of culture within the black community has to be the louder voice in the room, has to be the loudest
Facts,
voice heard.
facts.
but
If
I,
you
you
ain't
know what
talking no lie,
I
then you can stand on it.
I think that that's an excuse. Okay, because one, everybody's not religious. Okay, I'm not. All right, but I know the difference between right and wrong.
That's what we mean by that.
That right, but I mean, so the thing is that you know the difference between right and wrong without a religious or moral
No, not
compass.
religion. I wasn't coming from a
Yeah,
religious place. Just right and wrong.
Concept and the morals and the code, as codifier said. Moral code, that's what we are saying. Knowing the
Yeah.
difference between I am a decent person from I'm not a decent person, right? And we're going in the right path, and the wrong which we're not accepting. That's the not just put it in a religious format. A lot of people are not religious as they
Yeah.
claim to be.
I mean, yeah, I don't believe the same thing, but common sense is common sense. Not everybody has it. We know that too. You know
Right.
that. I don't know. Black Chicago came in here with 1,000 points. I don't really know where we are, but they're good points.
my bad.
We don't went to 57, 67, 88, and now we so I don't know where we at for sure. But it's a good conversation though. So I don't really know where to step in at, but shall I find me some money? What were you on the question?
All I want to say is people got to understand that we love our women and we love our culture. We just want to see us do better as people. We
Yeah.
don't want our women struggling just like they don't want to struggle. You know, everybody ain't like, us good men who will have a child with somebody that we aren't married to and will take care of our children because we're responsible individuals, or at least try to. But the thing is, those responsible men that we're trying to teach you to stay away from, because those are the same men that will ask you to have a baby for them before they ask you for a commitment or marriage. If a man is asking you to have a baby for him before a commitment or marriage, ladies, you should run. Run, Forrest, run. Run.
The run.
Exactly.
But if it feel
Exactly.
good to them, that's what they gonna lead to nowadays. You know, it's all about how they how it feel to me. If it feel good, it gotta be good. You know what I'm saying? But
The happy. I want to be happiness. This happy delusion happiness. It
Especially
feels.
with, especially with
I'm gonna do
women.
it. I want to be happy. Let us live our life. Let us do whatever we want. And they say, oh, these older people think that we're gonna listen to them. They was young. They did what we did, and I know they're jealous of us being happy. No, it's not that. We are trying to tell you that is a wrong path you're going down, and we are experienced enough to know that. That's why we are telling you. We're trying to open your eyes before you fall. We don't want to see you fall. We want to cushion that fall. We don't want even to see you fall.
And,
So in essence,
and
if you're not listening to our good ideas and our good points on family orientation, a nuclear family base, and not giving a next man child, the child that is a next man own, and the mess up biology and all of those things that our child grow up not knowing if it is a his or her or binary, and all of those confusion. We're telling you to follow the principle and guidance of a moral code. Simple as
yeah,
that.
and the funny thing about it, like if you notice how a lot of us men speak to some women, is exactly how their dad, their uncle, their brother, or someone who truly loves them will speak to them. And that's how you can like that. That's one thing my wife she noticed about me. She's like, you remind me so much of my dad. Like the things you say is because men who love you speak like pretty much the same way to you. Like there's certain things I would tell my girlfriend,
right.
my wife, and her sister that my little nephew would say. He's a little kid. He's saying the same thing I said because we all love you. So women need to pay attention. Damn, these guys actually are talking to me like a dad would, like an uncle would, like my
But some
son
of them
would.
don't respect their dad. That's the problem. So if you
Exactly.
don't
Some of
respect
them
your
don't
dad,
know
you
their
care
dad,
less about the rest of them.
and they don't know their dad. Some of them. So yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's what it be, man. They already hit. Some of them heard a lot of these talking points, but when it come to your feelings, that's why I be saying it overrides, man. They will lose friends over that. That's why some people get into it with their own friends over their own feelings, because feelings is what is their moral thing. You know what I'm saying? If it feel right, it literally got to be right. If it feel wrong, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So when you
I
base it off that, you won't get really far in life, man. You will keep continually getting, just like the topic, manipulated, making the wrong decisions, choosing the wrong friends, uh, connected with people that you think got your back, but they really don't. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff gonna always go back to it if you only really feelings based. And people get mad when I be saying about, being feelings based. Like, of course, but what they do to go to the extreme, oh, well, we don't have feelings, or I'm supposed to be a robot or something. That's not the whole point. But I'm just saying, you got to learn it's a time where I don't know. Well, it's time you get led by feelings, and the time you got to be led by your mind. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it got to be. You got to learn the balance of that. You can't just
Yeah,
keep going off that. Well, I heard you gotta listen to your heart and guide by this. No, and that's where you fail it, and that's why you gonna keep making all the wrong. You keep making mistakes. That's what's just gonna happen.
I thought about something random.
I see
Like
that. I see that though.
I'll be quick. I thought about something random. Like some drug addicts, right? It's not necessarily
Yeah.
the drug that they're addicted to. They're addicted to the feeling that the drug gives them. Like if you see like a dope fiend or someone who's high, like they're like in a different world, it's the feeling. It's partially the drug, but it's the feeling that they're addicted to. It gives them like a euphoric feeling. Like
Facts.
if like that's what some of them say. Like it's the feeling. So sometimes what you're feeling may not necessarily be good for you.
Right.
And you can be a robot,
I'm sorry.
slave to your feelings. So
You said what?
you can be a slave to your feelings too,
Facts.
Yeah, that's what I'm
or a
saying.
robot
Right.
to your feelings. Like you want to be a robot, you be a robot now by being, all you can feel is your emotions. I mean, we all have that though.
That was a good one.
But I found that
That was like a reverse Uno card. You a robot to your feelings then. That's funny. I like that one.
I found I found that the people who are the most manipulative can never answer a question directly.
Facts.
If a if a person is not answering direct questions with direct answers, they are manipulative. They are trying to shift the narrative and get you to see things their way.
Exactly.
Men or women.
Yep. That's facts. That is facts. Straight up. It's part of the game,
And
man.
Yeah,
It's just
oh,
like
you're
my
gonna
boy from earlier, man. Sometimes you got to run into your own water, realize what you doing, man. And some people, like I said, they'll never learn, man. As long as they get rewarded for their situations or benefiting off of it, they ain't gonna really learn. But that's a super stressful life when you don't actually address the problem yourself. That's the thing.
yeah, yeah. Oh, the learning part is really hard. You can't crack somebody's skull and put in knowledge and wisdom in it.
Don't forget you said 23 minutes.
You're right. Actually, I'm about to be now. I'm
They're
glad you
gonna
said
be
it because I
able
was literally about to say that. Dude, somebody just dip. They didn't even say bye nothing. But all right. But yeah,
Hey,
man,
I
I am
appreciate
about
you,
to
man.
call it though. I'll probably be on Wednesday.
Thanks for having
My
me.
grind don't stop, man. Gotta wake some people up, man. Get some help, man. And I still, I love learning this stuff. So hey, and I appreciate all y'all for sure, man. Y'all done hang, y'all roll with the big dogs. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all, man. But yeah, I let y'all say y'all last words, and we out of here.
I'll go first since I'm up there. Okay, I'm gonna say this: structure and order, standards and principles, code of conduct, home birth, homeschool, and extreme access control to our children until they learn the tools necessary to navigate this planet. Teach yourself how to shut up, study etymology, and know the difference between you and everybody else in that order. And protect your melanin. And that's all. That's all. Thanks, man, for
Okay.
having me.
Dang, always. I'm literally about to go to bed too. Yeah, all good stuff, codified, man. And I appreciate you too for sure. Um, who next?
Good night,
Go
guys.
ahead, Fwinn.
Oh, I get to speak. Oh, I want to say that thank you. Thank you for this live, Kev. You always bring great, in-depth conversations. It makes
You
you
know it.
point of view. These lives are so necessary, but it's very hard for a lot of people to hear it and get engaged into it because if you're not talking ish or feeding their one-sidedness, then it won't get fed. But hopefully, people will keep getting into it because I think your conversation is so good as far as just really making people see different point of views and just having genuine conversations. You don't have to argue. You know what I'm saying? You can just really have like genuine conversations to get solutions that we're looking for, get understanding from different sides. So thank you for always holding great lives.
Oh yeah,
Hey
man.
babe. Have a good
All
night.
right. For sure, man. You know, I appreciate you been rocking with me from the beginning.
I know, love it. Glad to be here.
Oh yeah.
All right, Kev. I just said appreciate you. Thanks for my time.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh
know,
yeah, for sure, my brother, man.
hopefully
I'm
I
here. I
make
catch
an
all
impact
y'all
and make
on
new
Wednesday.
friends.
Oh yeah,
That's
man.
it. All right.
Yep. All right, y'all, man. I catch y'all. Probably see y'all Wednesday, man. Or if not, I'll be on for some days next week or when the time comes. But I catch y'all.